Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. Deferred division on the amendments moved by the member for Kooyong.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the amendments moved by the Honourable Member for Kooyong to the Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung. Lock the doors. The matter before the House is the amendments moved by the member for Kooyong to the Universities Accord, Student Support and Other Measures Bill 2024. The question is that the amendments be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Kooyong and Wentworth as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 12, noes 68. The question is that this bill, as amended, be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. And I give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted? The member for Riverina.
Leave is granted.
The Minister for Education has the call.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes Hubbard. I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Higher Education Support Act 2003 and for related purposes.
If members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024.
I give a call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and for related purposes.
I call the Treasurer.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today we are really proud to be introducing the Treasury Laws Amendment, Mergers and Acquisitions Reform Bill 2024. I'm also introducing it on behalf of my colleague as the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury, and I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge him and to thank him for the really substantial work that he does for the government and for the country when it comes to competition reform, supported as always by the Assistant Treasurer, the Prime Minister and our colleagues in the Ministry. This bill is another big step towards reforming Australia's merger rules and further boosting competition and productivity in our economy. It outlines the biggest reforms to Australia's merger settings in almost 50 years. It will create a regime that more efficiently and effectively targets mergers that are anti-competitive while allowing mergers that are pro-competitive to proceed faster. Speaker, we understand that most mergers have genuine economic benefits and are an important feature of any healthy, open economy. They can attract capital and retool businesses and improve the uptake of new technologies. They can allow businesses to achieve greater economies of scale and scope, to access new resources, technology and expertise. This can flow through to consumers via greater product choice and quality, as well as lower prices. But some mergers can cause serious economic harm, and this can happen when businesses aren't interested in improving profitability by lifting productivity, when they're solely focused on squeezing out competitors to capture a larger percentage of the market. This can strangle innovation. It can reduce productivity in our economy and punish consumers with reduced choice. Now, Treasury's Competition Task Force has spent a lot of its time hearing about and thinking about these issues. And the Assistant Minister and I set up this task force, and its work has made plain that Australia's approach to mergers is no longer fit for purpose. So, Speaker, the need for reform is very clear. Australia is one of only 3 OECD countries that doesn't require compulsory notification of mergers. Last year, over 1,400 mergers were recorded at a value of around $300 billion. Meanwhile, the ACCC looked at an average of 330 mergers a year over the past decade. But we don't know whether these are the right 330 or the mergers with the greatest potential to cause harm. When the ACCC does assess mergers, the current approach is not transparent enough for businesses or for the community. Clearance can be too slow and cause expensive delays for some businesses as they wait. So this legislation will bring our merger system into the 21st century. And Speaker, this bill enshrines our historic reforms into law. The legislation will improve our regime in 5 ways: by making the system faster, stronger, simpler, more targeted and more transparent. Approvals will be faster under the new system, with mergers ticked within 30 working days where the ACCC is satisfied they pose no threat to competition. The regime will be stronger thanks to a mandatory notification system and empowering the ACCC as the decision maker on all mergers. The system will be simpler because we're reducing 3 streams to 1 streamlined path to approval that removes duplication and standardises notification requirements for mergers. It will be more targeted because mergers that create, strengthen or entrench substantial market power will be identified and stopped, while those consistent with our national economic interest will be fast-tracked. Finally, the merger regime will be more transparent by ensuring the ACCC has better visibility of merger activity. We are creating a public register of all mergers and acquisitions notified to the ACCC to promote this transparency and this accountability. Reviews of ACCC decisions will be the responsibility of the Competition Tribunal, made up of a federal court judge, an economist and a business leader. Under the strengthened system, not every merger will be captured. Only mergers above monetary thresholds will need to be notified to the ACCC and be approved before proceeding. The government intends to set these monetary thresholds in regulations following the passage of this bill. There will be three key thresholds. Firstly, any merger will be looked at if the Australian turnover of the combined businesses is above $200 million and either the business or assets being acquired has Australian turnover above $50 million or global transaction value above $250 million. Secondly, the ACCC will look at any merger involving a very large business with Australian turnover more than $500 million buying a smaller business or assets with Australian turnover above $10 million. And then finally, to target serial acquisitions or mergers by businesses with combined Australian turnover of more than $200 million, where the cumulative Australian turnover from acquisitions in the same or similar goods or services over a 3-year period is at least $50 million will be captured, or $10 million if a very large business is involved. Land acquisitions involving residential property development and certain commercial property acquisitions won't be included to avoid clogging up the system with simple land purchases unless they are captured by additional targeted notification requirements, and I'll come to those. These thresholds have been developed in close consultation with industry and with the community. The thresholds strike the right balance between creating a rigorous and robust regime without having to call in every single merger. These thresholds will allow the ACCC to focus its efforts on the mergers that really matter. We want to see the majority of mergers approved quickly so the ACCC can focus on the minority that do give rise to competition concerns. The thresholds will be reviewed 12 months after coming into effect to ensure that they are working as they are intended to. In addition, the legislation also provides flexibility to allow the Treasurer to adjust and calibrate the thresholds to respond to evidence-based concerns from the ACCC about high-risk mergers, like in the supermarket sector. This power, combined with the thresholds, will allow the ACCC to review all the mergers that they have been typically concerned about. Using this provision, the government intends to make sure the ACCC is notified of every merger in the supermarket sector. Our intention to mandate this approach is based on evidence already provided by the competition regulator. Reviewing every supermarket merger is all part of the decisive action that our government is taking to help Australians get fairer prices at the checkout. We want to make sure supermarket mergers don't come at the cost of Australians, their families, come at the cost of pensioners getting a fair price on their grocery bills. Our merger reforms will help ensure our supermarkets are as competitive as they can be so that Australians get the best prices possible. On the advice of the ACCC Chair, the government also intends to use this power to get the competition regulator to review purchases of an interest above 20% in an unlisted or private company if one of the companies involved in the deal has turnover of more than $200 million. This is all about lifting the level of scrutiny and transparency for private markets transactions, which have boomed in Australia in the last decade. It will give the ACCC the ability to analyse changes of control in private companies to ensure negative competition effects are avoided and to scrutinise these deals in more detail. The government will also consider designation requirements for sectors such as fuel, liquor and oncology radiology. These merger laws will take effect from the 1st of January 2026 and apply voluntarily for 6 months before that from the 1st of July 2025. Mr Speaker, this bill has been developed through really detailed consultation, and I wanted to take a moment here to thank everyone for their contributions to it. We are especially grateful for the input from the expert advisory panel, comprising Kerry Schott, David Gonski, John Asker, Sharon Henrick, John Fingleton, Danielle Wood and Rod Sims. We're also thankful for all of the discussions and consultation we have held with businesses, individually and peak groups, the competition regulator and the broader community as well. That input and those views helped to shape this legislation that we are presenting to the House this morning. This bill also builds on the Albanese Labor government's substantial and broad competition reform agenda, which is all about creating a more dynamic, a more productive and a more resilient economy. This includes revitalising national competition policy with all state and territory governments. It includes abolishing around 500 nuisance tariffs to cut compliance costs, reduce red tape, make it easier to do business and boost productivity. Helping Australians get a fair price at the checkout with a new mandatory food and grocery code, an ACCC inquiry and more funding for its investigations, reforms to planning and zoning regulations and funding for choice so that there's more price transparency. Promoting competition in our financial system, including in payments, financial market infrastructure and through the introduction of a financial services regulatory grid. Helping bank customers find and follow better deals on their mortgages and higher interest rates on their savings accounts. This agenda will help expand choices and lift living standards and grow our economy. It will help ensure that our people, businesses and industries are beneficiaries of the opportunities before us in the defining decade ahead. The legislation I introduced today forms a key part of these competition reforms. We are proud to introduce it to the House. I thank my colleague again, and I point honourable members to full details of the measure which are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
The debate must now be adjourned. Call to the member for Riverina.
Debate is adjourned.
The question is the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business or notice number 2. Oversight legislation amendment, Robo-Debt Royal Commission response and other measures bill 2024.
I'll give a call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Oversight Legislation Amendment Robo-Debt Royal Commission Response and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation related to certain oversight bodies and for related purposes.
Give a call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The report of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission made it clear. Strong and effective oversight mechanisms are fundamental to safeguard the community in their dealings with government. Trust in government depends on this. The Robo-Debt Royal Commission concluded that the Robo-Debt scheme was a crude and cruel mechanism, neither fair nor legal. Stronger scrutiny may have prevented the scheme's continuance. But the Royal Commission found that institutional checks and balances that should have raised serious questions about the Robo-Debt scheme were ineffective. Under the former Liberal government, these checks and balances were intentionally blocked. The government's response to the Royal Commission committed to improving public trust in government. It recognised the importance of impartial, independent and robust oversight to deliver on this commitment. This bill delivers on recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. It will bolster the powers and capability of oversight agencies to ensure a failure like the Robo-Debt scheme can never happen again. Because central to the institutional checks and balances that could have made a difference to the outcomes of the Robo-Debt scheme are independent and external oversight bodies. Oversight makes our institutions stronger. Oversight makes our democracy better. And most importantly, oversight keeps government agencies accountable to the people they serve. For these reasons, the government is introducing amendments to the Ombudsman Act to ensure that Commonwealth agencies are subject to stronger and more rigorous oversight. This bill recognises the importance of ensuring the Ombudsman has the necessary legislative powers to undertake full, independent and transparent investigations. The Robodebt Royal Commission made 2 recommendations for legislative change to the Ombudsman Act. First, that a statutory duty be imposed on departmental secretaries and agency heads to ensure their department or agency uses their best endeavours to assist the Ombudsman in an investigation. The Royal Commission also recommended that a corresponding duty be imposed on the part of Commonwealth public servants. The bill implements this recommendation in full, but it goes further than this. The bill extends the statutory duty to assist the Ombudsman to all of the Ombudsman's functions. This means that agencies will be required to assist regardless of whether the Ombudsman is making preliminary inquiries, conducting an investigation or following up on implementation of their recommendations. In doing so, the bill reinforces the responsibility of heads of agencies to ensure their agency acts in good faith and proactively assist the Ombudsman in the performance of all their functions. By imposing this duty on the staff of agencies, the bill also ensures the responsibility to assist the Ombudsman is clearly individually borne by all those in the public service. The second recommendation for legislative change was that the Ombudsman be conferred with the power requiring Commonwealth agencies to provide all reasonable facilities and assistance to the Ombudsman when the Ombudsman exercises their power to access an agency's records. Amendments in the bill deliver on the full intent of this recommendation. The bill ensures that the Ombudsman has strong powers to obtain full, free and direct access to agency records as part of an investigation. To further enhance the Ombudsman's ability to access an agency's records, the bill also specifically empowers the Ombudsman to obtain access to records remotely. These amendments ensure that the Ombudsman has a modern suite of effective information gathering powers to keep agencies accountable. While most agencies engage in good faith with the Ombudsman, the findings of the Robodebt Royal Commission made it clear that the Ombudsman should not have to be reliant on this assumption. The amendments made by the bill will ensure that the Ombudsman does not need to depend on government agencies to undertake searches and provide documents and information in the course of an investigation. The new and enhanced duties and powers in the bill will be extended to apply in respect to all statutory officers of the Ombudsman under the Act, such as the Private Health Insurance Ombudsman, Postal Industry Ombudsman and Overseas Students Ombudsman. This means that whether they are dealing with Commonwealth agencies or other sectors such as private health, postal or education providers, the public can have confidence that the Ombudsman has effective oversight powers. The Government also recognises the importance of the Inspector-General of Taxation and Taxation Ombudsman in providing assurance to the community that taxation laws are being administered with integrity. The bill implements the commitment in the Government response to the Robodebt report to introduce equivalent amendments for the Inspector-General as for the Ombudsman. In conclusion, strong institutions are fundamental to the key mandate of government, meeting the needs of the community that it exists to serve. The public must be confident that government agencies are acting with integrity and accountability, and that they act in a manner that is lawful, fair and transparent. The Government has committed to improve this public trust. This bill bolsters the powers and capability of oversight bodies to ensure that government agencies are accountable. I commend the bill to the House.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 3. Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024.
I thank the clerk. Can I give the call to the Minister?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank the Minister and call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Australian Education Act 2013 and for related purposes.
The Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. This is a bill to increase funding for our public schools. I'm a product of public education and damn proud of it. Education is the most powerful cause for good in this country. It doesn't just change lives. Its impact ricochets through generations. It changes communities and it changes countries. It's changed ours. And it's public education that does most of that heavy lifting. More than 6,700 public primary and high schools across the country, full of children from every background, every religion and every culture. And mums and dads up and down the income scale, doing every different sort of job. That's part of what makes public education special. It's for everyone. But it also does something else. It plays an outsized role in educating the most disadvantaged children in this country, the children who are most likely to start behind or to fall behind, the children who need our help the most. And these are the schools that are the most underfunded. 1 in 10 children today are below the minimum standards that we set for literacy and for numeracy. But 1 in 3 children from poor families are below that standard. And most of those children are in our public schools. Many never catch up, and many never finish school. Over the last 8 years, the percentage of students finishing high school has gone down, not up, from 85% to 79%. But that drop isn't happening everywhere. In non-government schools, the percentage of students finishing school is either pretty flat or it's going up. Where the drop is happening is in our public schools, from 83% to 73%. And it's happening at a time when it's more important to finish school than ever before, where more and more jobs require you to finish school and then to get a qualification from TAFE or at uni. And this is what we have to turn around. This is what we have to fix. And this is what this legislation is about. In 2011, David Gonski delivered the report that recommended a new funding formula for schools, what we now call the Schooling Resource Standard, or SRS. The SRS sets the estimated level of total public funding each school should receive to fund the cost of schooling each year. At the moment, the base per student amount is $13,570 for a child in primary school and $17,053 for a child in high school. As part of the model that David Gonski recommended, additional funding is also then provided for students with a disability, for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students, for students experiencing socio-educational disadvantage, for students with low English proficiency, and for schools based on size and location. These are what we call loadings. And for most non-government schools, the base per student amount is reduced depending on the median income of the parents of the children who attend the school. This means, for example, that at a non-government school where the median family income of the parents is very high, the school only gets 20% of the SRS base amount. All of this is what's often described as the Gonski model, or needs-based funding. At the moment, all non-government schools are funded at the level that David Gonski set all those years ago, or they're on track to get there, or they are above it and coming back down to it. But most public schools aren't. The Commonwealth Government provides 80% of the SRS funding for non-government schools, and the states and territory governments provide the other 20%. For public schools, it's the reverse. The Commonwealth provides 20% of the SRS funding, and the states and territories are supposed to provide another 75%. Some do, some don't. That means that there is at least a 5% gap. At the last election, we promised to work with all states and territories to get all public schools on a path to 100% of the SRS. What that means is both the Commonwealth Government chipping in more and the states and territories chipping in more to fill that gap. To do that, we have to amend the Australian Education Act. At the moment, the Act says the Commonwealth Government will provide a maximum 20% of the schooling resource standard to public schools. This bill turns that maximum into a minimum. It turns that ceiling into a floor. It enables the Commonwealth Government to ratchet up funding for public schools, and it makes it harder for future governments to rip that money out. It means that when the Commonwealth Government does a deal with a state or territory to increase funding to public schools, that bigger Commonwealth share becomes the new floor for the state or territory. It's locked in, and it can't go backwards without changes to the Act. We've done 3 of those deals so far this year, with Western Australia, with the Northern Territory and with Tasmania. All of them involve the Commonwealth Government chipping in more and the state and territory governments chipping in more. All of them mean more funding from the 1st of January next year. In the case of Western Australia, it means every public school there will be fully funded by the 1st of January 2026, just over 12 months away. In the case of Tasmania, it means every public school will be fully funded by no later than 2029. And in the case of the Northern Territory, it means something that promises to be truly transformational. At the moment, Northern Territory public schools receive approximately 80% of the funding that they are supposed to get under the Gonski model, less than anywhere else in the country. In effect, it means 1 in 5 children in the Northern Territory are not receiving any funding at all. The agreement that I signed this year fixes that. It doubles the Commonwealth's investment in public schools in the Northern Territory, and it brings forward the day that all Northern Territory public schools are fully funded by more than 20 years. And it means that some of the most disadvantaged public schools in this country today will now be some of the best funded. But to make this happen, we need to pass this bill. Now, there are some people who say that funding isn't important, that we just need practical reform. And there are others who say the exact opposite. The truth is we need both, funding and reform. As David Gonski said in his report, quote, "Resources alone will not be sufficient to fully address Australia's schooling challenges and achieve a high-quality, internationally respected schooling system. The new funding arrangements must be accompanied by continued and renewed efforts to strengthen and reform Australia's schooling system." I agree, and that's why the agreements that we've struck with Western Australia, with Tasmania and with the Northern Territory are not a blank cheque. They are tied to real and practical reforms that include phonics checks and numeracy checks in Year 1 or earlier to identify children early who are behind and who need additional support, and evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring to help children to catch up and to keep up. They also include extra funding for mental health and wellbeing services in our schools, including counsellors and psychologists and full-service schools, and providing access to high-quality and evidence-based professional learning for teachers and school leaders, and providing quality-assured
curriculum resources that have been developed in partnership with the teaching profession, and paying experienced teachers more to work in schools that need additional support. All of this is part of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement that the Commonwealth and the states and territories have developed together. It also includes targets and measures to make sure that this money glows in the dark. I want parents and teachers to know where this funding is going, and that's why this bill and the agreement strengthen the reporting and public transparency requirements around how taxpayer funding is invested without placing additional burdens on schools. The agreement includes requirements for states and territories to outline how the additional money is being invested in these key reform areas, and a new public reporting dashboard. And the bill includes a new annual ministerial statement to the Australian Parliament on the progress of school education reform agreements. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is important reform, but it is just one part of the reforms that we need to make our education system better and fairer. We need to reform higher education as well, and that's what the Universities Accord is all about. It's a blueprint for reform to higher education over the next 10 years and beyond. What it says is we need to build a workforce by the middle of this century where 80% of working age people have a TAFE qualification or a university degree. And the only way to do that, it says, is to help more people from poor families, more people from regional Australia, more people from the bush, to get a crack at university and to succeed when they get there. We also have to reform early education. That's what the Productivity Commission's report that we released a few weeks ago is all about. And what it says is that it's these same children, children from poor families, children from the regions and the bush, children from disadvantaged backgrounds, who are currently the least likely to get access to childcare or preschool and the most likely to benefit from it. And this, what we're doing here, is the critical piece in the middle, helping those same children who start behind or fall behind to catch up, to keep up, and to help more students finish high school. What the Prime Minister calls opening the door of opportunity, a country where no one is held back and no one is left behind. And that, at its core, is what public education is all about, what it's always been about. And that's what this bill is about. If you support lifting funding for our public schools, you will support this bill, and I commend it to the House.
I thank the Minister for Education for his contribution, and the debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
I thank the Shadow Minister. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order for the next sitting day. And with that, I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have that. The Clerk.
Government business, notice number 4, Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024.
The Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
The Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to aged care and for related purposes.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Today I introduce the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024. Ahead of the anticipated passage and commencement of the Rights-Based Aged Care Bill, the Aged Care Legislation Amendment Bill 2024 makes small changes to the 1997 Aged Care Act needed now to improve integrity, fairness and choice in aged care. The bill will amend Chapter 6 of the Aged Care Act 1997 to enable the Secretary of the Department of Health and Aged Care to conduct residential care data assurance reviews. Modelled on the home care assurance reviews already enabled by the Aged Care Act 1997, residential care data assurance reviews will assure the completeness, accuracy and reliability of specified classes of residential care information and documents aged care approved providers submit to the Secretary. Residential care data assurance reviews will also help better inform residential care policy and education for providers to provide complete, accurate and reliable data. Good data underpins good administration. Complete, accurate and reliable data resulting from residential care data assurance reviews will ensure older people can make better and more informed choices about their care, better residential care subsidy payment integrity, better evidence about how extra funding provided following the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety results in additional care, better risk targeting by the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission when regulating approved providers, and extra information about aged care costing and pricing. Importantly, providers who do not provide reasonable assistance to assurance activities or who are found to have provided false or misleading documents may be subject to a civil penalty. The bill will also amend Chapter 3 of the Aged Care Act 1997 and Chapter 3 of the Aged Care Transitional Provisions Act 1997 to introduce a stronger foundation for income and asset determinations administered by Services Australia and the Department of Veterans Affairs. These amendments will support care recipients by enabling an income and asset determination to be varied and will also better align processes and procedures used for the income and asset determinations, introduce a provision to make it easier for care recipients to update their financial information with the ability for the updated information to be made either retrospectively or prospectively, and enable the government to use the information that is currently reported in the refundable deposit register for the purposes of calculating the means tested amount, verify that care recipients' income and asset details are up to date, and ensure their aged care fees are calculated correctly. Finally, the bill will amend the Aged Care Act to clarify the maximum accommodation payment that may apply for voluntary moves within a residential aged care service. The amendments to the Aged Care Act 1997 and the Aged Care Transitional Provisions Act 1997 will ensure the next phase of reforms is undertaken using a stronger information base than currently exists.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have that. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, House Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
The Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Leader of the House, I move the motion relating to the appointment of a House Select Committee on Nuclear Energy in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I thank the Minister and give the call to the... The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move, as an amendment to the motion moved by the Leader of the House, that paragraphs 1, 4 and 11 be omitted and replaced with the following. 1. A House Select Committee on Nuclear Energy be appointed to specifically inquire into and report on the consideration of nuclear power generation, including deployment of small modular reactors and modern larger plants in Australia, including A, deployment timeframes, B, fuel supply and transport of fuel, C, the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, including value-add opportunities such as fuel fabrication and uranium enrichment capability, D, waste management, transport and storage, E, cooling options, including water, its use and impacts on other water uses, F, relevant energy infrastructure capability, including brownfield sites and transmission lines. G. Federal, state, territory and local government legal and policy frameworks. H. Risk management for natural disasters or any other safety concerns. I. Ability to complement renewables and potential share of total energy system mix. J. Necessary land acquisition. K. Costs of deploying, operating and maintaining nuclear power stations. L. the impact of the deployment, operation and maintenance of nuclear power stations on electricity affordability. M, the impact on energy affordability. N, the impact on energy reliability. O, the impact on emissions reduction. P, the impact on energy security. Q, the impact on the environment, including geographic footprint. R, the impact on regional communities, especially coal communities. S, the potential for employment and broader economic impact. T, the potential to leverage and expand the uranium sector. U, ability to leverage existing nuclear institutions and capabilities, including ANSTO, ASNO, ARPANSA and AWA. V, synergy with AUKUS. W, potential to replace coal as a source of 24/7 baseload power. X, global trends and lessons to be applied in the Australian context. Y, market design options to facilitate lowest cost electricity supply. Z, a cost comparison between alternate pathways to achieving a net zero electricity grid, including nuclear energy, and the 2024 Integrated System Plan of the Australian Energy Market Operator, and AA, any other relevant matter. 4. The committee consists of A, 7 voting members, 3 members of the House of Representatives to be nominated by the government whip or whips, 3 members of the House of Representatives to be nominated by the opposition whip or whips, and 1 crossbench member to be nominated by the opposition whip. And B, 3 supplementary non-voting members, 1 government, 1 opposition and 1 crossbench, who may be substituted from time to time as advised by the government whip or whips in the case of a supplementary government member, and the opposition whip or whips in the case of supplementary non-government member. 11. The committee, A, have power to appoint subcommittees consisting of 3 or more of its members, including at least 1 government and 1 opposition member, and to refer to any subcommittee any matter which the committee is empowered to examine or conduct public hearings, and B, appoint the chair of each subcommittee, who shall have a casting vote only. Deputy Speaker, it has taken 2.5 years for the Australian Labor Party and the Albanese government to make some form of an attempt to engage with the debate of the potential of zero-emissions nuclear energy in Australia. They do that today at a time when the Prime Minister happens to be out of the country.
How convenient.
Which might be convenient because we know he's not very good at handling this debate. It is also noteworthy that the motion being put by the Leader of the House only appeared on the papers here this morning and therefore only gave the opposition an hour or so to have a read and come into the chamber, which makes one think why they are doing it. In the midst of such a mess of this government, they sought to pivot yesterday and talk about the NBN. That fell flat. So today they're talking about nuclear energy. Let's see how that goes. But, you know, Deputy Speaker, for now, I'm happy to stand here in this chamber and take the Leader of the House at his implied word, because I haven't heard him say this yet. And the implied word is he is seeking to make a genuine attempt to have nuclear energy genuinely considered by this House. Therefore, today the amendments that I put forward represents a test to the Labor Party, represents a test to the Albanese government and the Leader of the House. This is a test of whether or not the motion they put forward on nuclear energy is genuine or disingenuous. Is it a matter of them being interested in good public policy, or is this another example of trying to be cunning in playing politics? The test is whether or not they support the amendments that the coalition has put forward. Let me be very clear about what those amendments do not do before I cover off what they do do. We have today not put forward any amendments which changes the words or the substance of what the government wishes to cover within the inquiry undertaken by this new standing committee. That is, we have not deleted any terms of reference. Every term of reference of substance the government wishes to cover, the opposition stands and says, yes, we come to the party, let us talk about that. But we have added other things that need to be covered, Deputy Speaker. Anyone in the energy sector talk about three big priorities. 1, affordability to consumers. 2, reliability of energy. 3, emissions reduction. It's what they refer to as the energy trilemma. Interestingly, these terms of reference omit 3 key aspects, Deputy Speaker. 1, electricity affordability for households and businesses. 2, reliability. 3, emissions reduction. And so we offer our gratuitous advice and recommendation by way of amendments today to say, let's include those 3 considerations in a new terms of reference. It's also interesting, Deputy Speaker, that Australia already is a nuclear nation, and yet the terms of reference put forward by the government do not include the institutional and capabilities of nuclear within Australia already today, including Arpanza, including ANSTO, including ASNO. Ignored. Let us include that in any consideration. Let us also include the AUKUS deal and the synergy of AUKUS, because we know nuclear technology in Australia saves lives today by way of ANSTO, and we know that nuclear technology has the capacity to protect lives in the future because of AUKUS. So let's have a look at that. Let's also compare the cost from a total system cost perspective of a balanced energy mix to take Australia to a net zero electricity grid, including zero emissions nuclear energy, to that which the government supports, which is the Australian Energy Market Operators Integrated System Plan. Let's compare those 2 pathways to net zero. That's vitally important. Let's also look at the importance and the opportunity of ensuring we maintain a source of always-on 24/7 baseload power in our system, the transition from coal to nuclear. Let's have a look at the impact on the environment beyond emissions, the geographical footprint of those options, the options of having a rollout of an all eggs in one basket, renewables only grid, to a balanced energy mix, including zero emissions nuclear energy. Lastly, we need to ensure the committee is equally represented, government and opposition, which is not what they put forward. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the Shadow Minister. The Shadow Member for Fairfax has moved an amendment to the motion, and is there a seconder to the...
I second the motion, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome.
You speak to the motion.
I am. I welcome the opportunity that the member for Fairfax brings to this chamber to improve and create a genuine mechanism for us to have a proper parliamentary inquiry into the great opportunity that civilian energy generation provides to the Australian economy. And I start by commiserating with the Minister for Climate Change and Emissions Reduction, because of course he's spent months, if not years, bellowing at the opposition about his presumed confidence in the facts around nuclear, and his own government are now saying we need to have an inquiry to reconsider everything he's said to us in every single question time, any time that he's been asked about nuclear, and that is extremely humiliating to him. And I feel for him. It's interesting that he's not even in the chamber for a debate on this issue, but I suppose he is still really being consoled and resuscitated from the humiliation of his own government saying despite what you've been saying in the parliament and despite the confidence that you've portrayed about your views on nuclear and your supposed confidence in the facts on nuclear, we're going to ask the House of Representatives to undertake an inquiry reconsidering everything that you, as our minister with these portfolio responsibilities in this area, have said to the House. So I deeply commiserate with the minister there. I thank the Minister for Social Services for being the one to move this, because of course she's a Labor member from South Australia, and the Labor Party in South Australia, particularly her faction, have been the great leaders of changing the Labor Party's position on nuclear for a long time. There was a time when the Labor Party would be in here demonising nuclear from safety angles, and they can't do that anymore because they signed up to AUKUS, Deputy Speaker. And their greatest argument against nuclear for decades and decades and decades, which the Labor right, particularly the South Australian Labor right, sought to fight against within their own caucus and amongst their own rank-and-file branch membership, was this fiction that nuclear was dangerous and could be demonised from a safety point of view. And when we announced our position on nuclear, some members of the government caucus sought to make those safety arguments, and of course they were immediately pulled into line by those in the government that said, you know that we're bringing nuclear to Australia anyway. You know that there will be 8 nuclear reactors in the bellies of submarines lashed to the wharves out at Port Adelaide. You can't actually demonise nuclear because we're part of a government that is purchasing 8 nuclear reactors, putting them in submarines and saying it is safe to have Australian submariners work adjacent to these nuclear reactors while they're out serving our nation and defending our nation's interests. The Labor Party's come a long way on safety, but now they need a new argument against nuclear because they can't use the safety one, and they have been trying this bogus one to demonise the economics of nuclear when nuclear is an embraced technology across the planet. But at least now we have an opportunity to have a sensible process to reconsider the rubbish lines and the faux criticism that's been put forward so far. So establishing a committee makes a lot of sense. But I will say that the member for Fairfax is ensuring, by amending or seeking to amend the terms of reference to this committee, that we actually achieve a very genuine, proper, comprehensive outcome when it comes to assessing the great opportunity that nuclear provides to our economy. Now, if the government don't accept this very sensible proposition from the member for Fairfax, then what they will be belying is the fact that what they're seeking to do here is concoct a process that is not hoping to be genuine, that is not hoping to achieve an outcome of a proper body of work that shows the pros and cons of the opportunity of civilian nuclear generation in this country, but instead is a base political tactic where they seek to establish a committee that they control. They seek to therefore stack it and control the outcome of it because it would be majority controlled by government members, setting terms of reference that don't allow us to look at all the comprehensive, important issues to be considered. And of course what we will therefore have is, rather than opportunity to genuinely move this debate forward, something that is just a low-rent political tactic from the government. Now, that is only if they vote down the sensible amendment that the member for Fairfax is putting forward here. And I'm sure that that won't happen. I'm sure that won't happen, Deputy Speaker, because I'm sure the government are genuine, I'm sure they want a genuine process, and I'm sure, therefore, that they don't require to have the numbers on the committee to control its outcome. Because if the facts are on their side, they should have nothing to fear. Correct. They should have nothing to fear from the broadest terms of reference of this committee whatsoever. Because apparently this is a process that will get the answers. And why would they fear having a proper, open, genuine process that they don't control? Well, we're about to find out, Deputy Speaker, and I look forward to the next speaker from the government indicating that, having reviewed the member for Fairfax's sensible proposition, they very happily support it, because the most important thing here is to achieve a process and a mechanism to get proper, genuine answers. Now, regrettably, if they don't support it, then that will mean from the very beginning this whole thing is a complete sham, will have absolutely no credibility, will be a complete stunt and will be a worthless waste of the resources of the parliament. So let's have a proper conversation and debate about nuclear. Let's amend the terms of reference that are being proposed so that we can have a proper, genuine process. Now, I'm a South Australian, and in South Australia we've had a long history of leading the nation when it comes to nuclear technology. Indeed, not just in this country, but beyond. I'm very proud that Sir William and Sir Lawrence Bragg, pioneers of the X-ray. Of course, Sir Lawrence went to school in my electorate, and indeed the great nuclear physicist Sir Mark Oliphant was born in my electorate. And I recommend Australians having a better understanding of the great heritage and contribution of Australian scientists in the nuclear physics field, and also the contribution that South Australia has had to the nuclear industry. Of course, we had the great debate in the 70s about opening up the Olympic Dam mine, and a former brief Labor member for Sturt, Norm Foster, was expelled from the Labor Party for crossing the floor in the upper house to support the Olympic Dam indenture bill, which allowed that mine to go ahead. Now, the Labor Party have come a long way from the days in the 70s when we weren't even allowed to dig uranium out of the ground. It was Jay Weatherill, the Labor Premier, that undertook a Royal Commission into building the planet's biggest high-level nuclear waste repository in South Australia. And it was his ambition, the Labor Premier of South Australia, to store half of the world's high-level nuclear waste in South Australia. He undertook a Royal Commission, he built a business case, his own party abandoned him on it, but of course he took the Labor Party forward quite significantly on the issue of dropping the blinders and the ideological dogma against nuclear. And even recently, the current Labor Prime Minister of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, of course probably getting in a reasonable amount of trouble from his colleagues here in Canberra, has been very ambitious for the nuclear future of his home state of South Australia. And the AUKUS agreement provides a great opportunity for South Australia again to be the centre of taking the next step forward in our participation in nuclear industries by constructing nuclear submarines in Adelaide. How logical is it, therefore, now to be taking the next step again to say we dig uranium out of the ground in South Australia? Labor want half the world's high-level nuclear waste to be stored in the ground in South Australia. We are building nuclear submarines in South Australia, which will of course have nuclear reactors installed in them. Why would we not have a proper, comprehensive, engaged analysis of how we can embrace the next opportunity of the nuclear industry, which is zero emissions civilian nuclear generation to complement our electricity grid to provide baseload power security as we transition to net zero by 2050. That's the obvious opportunity that we have. That's the sensible policy leadership that the Coalition has been providing in our term in opposition on this issue. There's an opportunity through the creation of a genuine process, thanks to an amended terms of reference from the member for Fairfax that we have before us, to continue the process of properly revealing the facts and the great opportunity of civilian nuclear industry in this country. It's now over to the government to show that they're genuine about having a process that is dedicated to uncovering the facts and the opportunities of nuclear, to support the sensible amendments from the member for Fairfax, and for us to all as a parliament take the next step forward to embracing the next opportunity that the nuclear industry provides to our nation. I commend the amendment to the House.
I thank the member for Sturt, who's seconding the amendment, and the question before the House now that the amendment be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion moved by the Minister for Social Services on behalf of the Leader of the House. I've been out and about in the Hunter electorate listening to my constituents, and I've heard from people all across the nation about the opposition's proposed nuclear scheme. One thing that has been absolutely clear is that people have many questions. Whether they support or oppose the scheme, the questions raised by the Australians show that they want to have more details. Right now, the information Australians need to fully understand the proposal is simply not there. We believe that for a policy of this magnitude, which could have significant impact on the future of our energy production and the direction of our country as a whole, it is critical that the details are provided to answer the questions many Australians have. Whether Australians' future energy needs will be met by incorporating nuclear or whether energy needs will be better served without nuclear power is an important decision that must be made with accurate information and the proper consideration. In the interests of providing clarity about the true potential for nuclear energy to play a role in our future energy mix, I support the establishment of this House Select Committee. This committee will allow the experts to be consulted and heard. Its role will be to inquire and report on feasibility of nuclear power generation, including the deployment of small modular reactors in Australia. The focus of this committee, as outlined by the Minister, will include the deployment timeframes, fuel supply and transport logistics, uranium enrichment capacity, waste management, transportation and storage, water usage and impacts on other water-dependent sectors, our existing energy infrastructure capability, including brownfield sites and transmission networks, what are the federal, state, territory and local government legal and policy frameworks, risk management concerning natural disasters or other safety concerns, the potential contribution to the overall energy mix, the necessary land acquisitions, and the costs associated with deploying, operating and maintaining nuclear power stations. These are questions that have all been asked since the opposition's nuclear announcement, but these are all specifics that we simply do not yet have concrete details about. These questions are crucial, but so far have gone unanswered by those opposite. The future Australia that includes nuclear energy cannot be either embraced or rejected outright without these important specifics being thoroughly evaluated. By establishing this committee, we will gain a clear understanding of whether exploring nuclear power is in our national interest. I look forward to the establishment of this committee and welcome the informed decision and discussions that will bring regarding nuclear energy. The people of the Hunter deserve it, as do those that live in Lithgow, Collie and the Latrobe Valley, Port Augusta, Tarong and Clyde. I also look forward to contributing information to the committee on behalf of my community in the Hunter. I would also like to just address a couple of things that the Shadow Minister for Climate Change and Energy had to say as well. He has said that there was only 1 hour notice on this motion. That is not correct. They got this information yesterday evening. Whether his team passed that on to him or not is a different story, but they've had plenty of time to talk about this and to think about this. So for him to continue on with him saying that it's only been 1 hour is really misleading the Australian public. So I'm really looking forward to this committee and hopefully being part of this committee and making sure that Australians are well informed on what the possibility of nuclear energy is or is not. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Hunter, and the question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and let me say from the outset that I strongly support the amendments put forward by the member for Fairfax at the beginning of this debate. It is no secret, of course, that I'm a supporter of nuclear energy. I think it is the right way forward for Australia. Not only do I think it's the right way for Australia, it seems that the top economic nations of the world actually agree with that point of view, and they want to go in that direction as well. And so I don't have I'm a little bit more jaded than the member for Sturt, maybe. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've been here a bit longer than him, and he seemed to show great faith that the government was doing this in good faith, that they are actually looking for the possibilities for a nuclear future for Australia, to give it real consideration and put the merits on the table. As I say, Mr Deputy Speaker, next month I will have been in this place for 17 years, and I'm afraid my confidence in his assessment of the government is severely tested. Has the government come to a reality moment, Mr Deputy Speaker? I suspect not. I mean, the minister who is in the chamber at the moment, it's not hard to find quotes from him on his opinion of nuclear energy. So I suppose if the government's going to push ahead, one of the first casualties would be the minister's future as minister, because obviously he could not pilot that kind of policy reform through the chamber. He said it's the most expensive form of energy in the world. It won't work, and it definitely will not happen in Australia. And now, presumably, it is him behind this piece of legislation that is set to throw light on this issue. Now, he may be in for a great disappointment, Mr Deputy Speaker. He's called this story wrong just about every step of the way thus far. And of course, any committee will have to accept contributions from the public as they come forward. And I suspect there will be a lot of very strong scientific contributions on this committee. It will be a far better committee, of course, if the amendments put forward by the member for Fairfax are agreed to. And I don't think that the evidence coming forward to the committee will suit the minister's point of view. The problem the government has with nuclear energy is that it just doesn't fit their narrative, the 100% renewable future that they are determined to take Australia on. Worth noting that this committee will be, as all committees are, a select committee controlled by the government, and it'll be interesting to see what its findings are at the end. But it just doesn't suit their narrative. But it shows how out of touch they are with the Australian public, because the conversation has moved on, not just in Australia but around the world, as countries, as nations are facing the reality of net zero and how we get there. Now, we do know that the further any nation, any country, any economy goes down the pathway of fully renewable or down the pathway of renewables, they find how much the firming up of that technology actually increases exponentially. You will remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, earlier on in the stories in the debates around the world on climate change, there was a lot of discussion about the J curve. Well, I'm telling you there's a new J curve in vogue here now, and it comes to renewable energy. That when you begin to install renewable energy, it's very cheap to back up. It's already there. It's for free. It's for free. But as we've seen in South Australia, if you have enough cheap energy coming into the market, and renewable energy is cheap to generate, I don't make any bones about it. The problem is that it actually puts the baseload generators out of business, and then you've got nothing to back it up when the wind's not blowing and the sun's not shining. Now, I've said in this chamber before how lucky we are in Australia to have South Australia as a test case, as the canary in the coal mine, if you like, because we have demonstrated in South Australia this is exactly not the way to go. I mean, we have in South Australia the highest level of renewable energy, barring Tasmania, highest level of renewable energy in Australia by double, twice as high as any other state in Australia. And our electricity prices, our retail prices, are 50% higher than the next state. 50% higher. I have a bill sitting on my computer at the moment. I was speaking to a business owner in Port Augusta the other day. Interestingly, that it was Port Augusta. The member for Hunter mentioned Port Augusta. And 2 years ago, this business owner was paying 32 cents a kilowatt for electricity. The last bill, 60 cents. Now, we haven't quite hit 100% increase. That is, how on earth is anyone expected to run a business under those circumstances? He's installed a large amount of solar rooftop generators, PV. He's getting the princely sum of 5 cents a kilowatt hour for his contribution to the power network. And so it is interesting that was in Port Augusta, because Port Augusta, of course, is one of those places that the Coalition have nominated as being a possible site for a nuclear reactor or nuclear power stations. I thought the best I could do was put a circular out in Port Augusta. It was a nice 4-page contribution, and with a letter from the member, Rowan Ramsey, to the people of Port Augusta about how I thought this would be very good for their future. Now, I asked my staff the other day, what feedback did we get on that? Turns out we haven't had any feedback. So I rang up a mate in Port Augusta. I said, did you get a publication from me about nuclear energy with a letter from me on the front of it? He said, yeah, I got that all right. And I said, I haven't had any negative feedback. I haven't had any feedback at all. He said, oh, no, that's because everyone I know just reckons it's a good idea. Let's get on with it. So if the government thinks they're going to run a scare campaign around these places that have been nominated as the possible sites for nuclear reactors, they're wrong. And that is why I say they are out of step with public opinion on this. And what has changed here is two things, I think, that have primarily changed things. And I thank the member for Sturt for bringing up the issue of AUKUS. You can't on one hand say it is safe to put nuclear reactors in a tin can, stick a heap of our Australian sailors in it, and then park it in the middle of the biggest cities of Australia, because they won't be just parked in Adelaide, they'll visit Sydney and Melbourne, and say, well, that's perfectly safe, but if you were to move that reactor onto the dock alongside the submarine, well then, of course, it's a horrific idea, and it would poison the whole of Australia. I mean, these are ridiculous arguments. It is immature of the government to assess the Australian public's perception, understanding, intelligence by just belittling nuclear energy. Now, maybe they have had that dose of reality, as the member for Sturt hopes. I suspect not. This is all about a government in panic leading up to an election. Why did we spend half of question time yesterday talking about selling off the NBN, which no one has any intention of selling off? I mean, these are distractions. Why did the Prime Minister have question time in the morning and scurry out of Australia? Because the torch is well and truly on this government, and they are seeking to divert the attention away from their failings on just about every level, on any issue that you would like to bring up. It is to watch a government in meltdown, in the final stages of attacking itself. We're seeing a contribution to the media this morning from the Minister for Defence's former CEO, it would seem. I mean, things are coming apart at the seams. The government have been talking about putting legislation forward, putting in regulations around on advertising on gambling. And we go month after month after month after month because they're stuck. They can't work their way through the muddle. So what do we do now? Well, let's bring out nuclear energy and let's bring out the scare campaign and give the Greens a chance to come into this committee and try and scare the belittlings out of all those poor Australian children out there and tell them that their future is going to be clouded by the green vapour of nuclear energy. It is so shallow, it is so transparent and it's so pathetic. And it will be seen through by the Australian public. I have absolutely no doubt about that. It will be seen through by the electors of Grey. And I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, in fact I'm becoming increasingly confident that by about May or April, when I no longer have a job in this place, I'll be picking up the newspaper in South Australia and reading about Prime Minister Dutton. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. The question is that the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I move the amendment as circulated in my name.
Is the amendment not just? I'll give the call. Have we seen the circulated amendment? No, lovely.
It's being circulated as I speak.
I'll give the call to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the government for bringing up this very important issue. The reliability and affordability of our energy system is a grave concern for all Australians. Every day in our communities, every one of us hears about constituents' concerns about the cost of power, and it is contingent on all of us to ensure that Australians have the cheapest and most reliable form of electricity possible. If that happens to be nuclear, and much of the evidence to date has suggested that that is not the case, then we should move towards making nuclear power part of Australia's energy mix. All of the evidence that we've seen so far suggests that that is not the best option, but I commend the government for taking on board the importance of this issue and recognise as well the commitment of the opposition to exploring all options as part of our potential energy mix. And so I and other members of the crossbench are very much supportive of the establishment of a committee to look into this really important issue. I also really commend the member for Fairfax for acknowledging the great importance of the crossbench in this process and for effectively offering the crossbench the balance of power on this committee. It's a very kind and generous move by the opposition, one which is very much appreciated by me and by my peers. I would say, however, that there's a bit of a procedural problem here. It's not appropriate for the opposition whip to be the person who nominates the crossbench member on a committee such as this. And so the amendment that I've circulated today merely cedes the responsibility for nomination of the crossbench member of this committee to the crossbench. It's an appropriate thing to do. It affords the respect to the crossbench that we deserve, and it's as a simple measure of good faith on the behalf of both the government and the opposition that I hope that all sides will accept.
Is the amendment seconded? I thank the crossbenchers, and the question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Unsurprisingly, I respect the different views that have been given, but the government's view on the make-up of any committee in this place is it should reflect the numbers that are in this place, and that's how committees ought to operate. So we won't be supporting the amendment, but we've had a very good airing of the issues, which is proof of the need for the committee. I'll move the question be put.
The question before the House now is that the motion be put. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
No, so the question will be put and Kevin, you're out today. I want the feedback.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result is ayes 74, noes 64. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Order. The original question. Order. Members on my left. The original question was that the motion moved be agreed to, which the honourable member for Fairfax has moved as amendment, that certain paragraphs be admitted with a view to substituting other paragraphs. Then the member for Kooyong moved an amendment to the member for Fairfax's amendment. So the immediate question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinion say aye. Against no. No. Think the noes have it? Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kooyong be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Gray and Parkes as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
It's like people do extreme sports, I do extreme eating.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 52, noes 75. The matter was resolved in the negative. We shall now deal with the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fairfax to that certain paragraphs be admitted with a view to substituting other paragraphs. I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Fairfax be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 53, noes 75. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. I'll give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present, and members might want to know this one, I'm presenting the sitting calendar for 2025.
Order.
I ask leave of the House to move that the proposed parliamentary sittings be agreed to.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Give the call to the Member for Fairfax. Leave is granted. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thank you very much. I move that the proposed parliamentary sittings for 2025 be agreed to. I would advise members that once again I have failed in my bid that we would sit every week, but the sitting calendar is there in a similar pattern to what has previously existed for election years. For those who have taken an interest in it, it does mean we will again be sitting on Melbourne Cup Day next year, which I might add, there are more than 1 or 2 Australians who do work on Melbourne Cup Day, and we will again be among that number. And I would also add that even the Howard government did so in my first term in 2005. I commend the sitting schedule to you all and hope that in future years I can win my endless argument that we would sit every week.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a message from the Senate transmitting a resolution agreed to by the Senate relating to the behaviour standards for Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces. Copies of the message has been placed on the table for the information of honourable members. I do not propose to read its terms, which will be recorded in the votes and proceedings. The Senate requests the concurrence of the House in this resolution. I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Mr Speaker, I move that the message be considered immediately.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move, 1, that the House concur in the resolution of the Senate relating to the behaviour standards for the Commonwealth parliamentary workplaces, and 2, that a message be sent to the Senate acquainting it of this resolution.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I have to report that the Federation Chamber has been unable to complete its consideration of the Treasury Laws Amendment 2024 Tax and Other Measures No. 1 Bill 2024 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with a schedule of the question which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately. The unresolved question then is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Petrie be agreed to. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I used to be hard on them. Very nice players last night, Keith. Oh, thank you. Button.
Thank you.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the House agrees to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Beatry. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
Two votes here, two votes. Two votes.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 57, noes 79. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to Member Petrie.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Just on the consideration in detail, Schedule 1 will modify the existing foreign resident capital gains withholding regime. Now, one of the changes it makes, it removes the threshold, which is currently at $750,000 before the withholding obligation applies. The regime first started with a $2 million threshold and then $750,000 and above. It's now going to be on everything. The government will now remove this threshold entirely and impose the burden of compliance on everyone. As a result, Schedule 1 will impose a broad compliance cost by expanding the requirement to obtain and provide a capital gains withholding clearance certificate to all Australian residents, vendors disposing of taxable Australian real property. This regime was originally designed to be targeted at the higher value sales, and stretching it to cover the entire market will have some impact, if not an adverse impact. So I put the following questions to the Minister in good faith to consider. How will the Minister streamline the operation of foreign resident capital gains withholding regime to minimise the compliance burden and cost on everyday Australians? Because this is effectively an extra cost when selling a home, for example, that will be passed on to Australians, and in a time when housing's going up and cost of living is increasing, and I'm sure the Minister for Housing wants to see more people in houses, this is an extra cost. So just want to ask that. Has the Minister considered alternatives which would shift the burden of compliance to foreign resident tax avoiders? And in relation to foreign resident capital gains tax compliance, what other actions is the ATO taking in relation to strengthening monitoring and enforcement? And has the Minister considered the impact of regional areas and parts of the country with a lower value medium house price? So obviously in regional areas the homes are of a lower value, and it'll affect a lot more given this legislation will bring it in on everything under $750,000. And why is the Schedule 1 measure described as complementary to housing affordability measures in the explanatory memorandum when we believe it could have the opposite effect? So I just ask those questions in good faith. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be agreed to. The Assistant Treasurer.
Thanks very much, and I thank the member for Petrie for his questions. Deputy Speaker, this is a compliance mechanism, and it goes to the capital gains tax that is payable by foreign residents who are who are selling or purchasing real estate in Australia. It's about ensuring that we have compliance with the existing regime. Now, since 2016, Australian residents selling property assets that fall inside the regime have needed to obtain a clearance certificate from the Australian Tax Office to prove the purchaser that they are, to prove that the person that they are, to the purchaser that they are not a foreign resident. This ensures that they do not inadvertently incur the non-final withholding tax amounts that the member for Petrie refers to. Now, applying for the ATO clearance certificate is free and it's lodged online using basic personal information. For most Australians, the certificate is also auto-generated. Certificates are valid for 12 months from the date issued and can be applied for at any time. Intermediaries, and this is important, intermediaries such as conveyancers and solicitors are very familiar with this. Okay, I'm sure the member for Petrie is familiar with this. They're familiar with the regime and assist people in selling their properties to navigate the process. So the overwhelming majority of sales are conducted through intermediaries, conveyancers, lawyers, solicitors, I should say, to assist them in the conveyancing, and this is one of a number of the compliance measures that they go through in advising their compliance to ensure that they're in compliance with Australian law. If an Australian resident does not get a certificate in time for the sale of their property, they will be able to claim a refund from the ATO for the full amount that was withheld. And the ATO has advised that if this circumstance arises, that they will prioritise the refund for that taxpayer. I hope that deals with the questions that have been asked by the member for Petrie.
The question is that this bill be agreed to. I will now put that question. All those that have opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this. I seek leave to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Leave granted.
Leave is granted. Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be read a third time.
I'll now put that question. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 2, National Broadband Network Companies Amendment Commitment to Public Ownership Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise in support of the National Broadband Network Commitment to Public Ownership Bill as introduced by the fabulous Minister for Communications. This bill is all about safeguarding the NBN and ensuring its future and ongoing benefits for all Australians. The Albanese Labor government committed to delivering accessible internet for all Australians, and this bill supports this. I want to start by saying that the NBN is a fantastic Labor initiative. It was conceived under former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. It came about because Labor fundamentally believed that every Australian should have high-speed, high-quality access to internet services. Not just those who live in the cities or large regional centres, but every Australian. The NBN helps Australians in so many ways, in education, in health, in recreation and, very importantly, in business. And the Menzies Party of Small Business is now the party of small minds. Let's be honest. Labor understands how the NBN expands education, health, recreation and business, but those opposite do not. Labor led the charge, championing the use of modern fibre optic technology for better broadband connections. And think of all the benefits that come when it comes to education, to health, to recreation and business because of the modern internet. Deputy Speaker, those opposite obviously took a different view. They thought that the existing copper networks, the stuff that was rolled out when horse and buggies were on our roads, that the existing copper work that was already unsuitable and unreliable for Australia's needs, they thought that that would be perfect for the NBN. And, Deputy Speaker, it is a tale of two Tonys. I mentioned one, a farmer called Tony Windsor, an independent, former National Party MP at the state and federal level, but an independent who saw the benefits that would come to the bush in his sector. And that's one of the reasons that he chose for the 43rd Parliament the Gillard government. So that Tony saw the future. He understood farming methods. You go to a farm now and they can geolocate individual plants when it comes to dealing with water. And for a nation that has water challenges, we need to do all that we can to support our farmers. So The other Tony, who eventually became Prime Minister, had a different approach. He chose Malcolm Turnbull to destroy the NBN. I'm sure he sent him a fax off to Malcolm's electorate office down in Double Bay, wherever it was, saying, I want you to destroy the NBN. Now, the irony is Malcolm Turnbull was the only dinosaur in that dinosaur pack that actually understood the NBN. He'd made money out of investing in it. He understood it, but Tony Abbott chose him to destroy the NBN. The only bloke who understood it was sent to destroy it. And Turnbull, to his everlasting shame, accepted that Faustian deal with Tony Abbott. Politics is a cruel business, and it is very hard to maintain one's dignity and sense of noble purpose in this building on occasions. We have one wild and precious life, and, that was the choice that Malcolm Turnbull accepted. You're young until you're not, as Regina Spektor said, and we destroy that life when we devote our times to not being true to ourselves. And to Malcolm Turnbull's shame, he took on that job for Tony Abbott. And Malcolm Turnbull, the bloke who actually said Australians should just move if they want faster broadband. Yeah, move to Double Bay if you're having trouble. That sort of hardwired privilege would get the starving to dine out to solve their hunger problems. So naive. So the LNP fired up their Commodore 64 and decided that Australians were okay with copper, that we had enough bandwidth. But in the late noughties, they sent out their fax to their electorate officers confirming that they would sabotage the NBN. Well, fast forward a few years, Deputy Speaker, and we've got a $30 billion blowout. And finally, those opposite admitted that they got it wrong and they adopted Labor's original fibre optic policy. The policy advanced by Tony Windsor, a man who had a national vision, who understood not just the Nationals' vision, but he had a national vision in that how this would benefit Australia. And now, not having access to affordable high-speed internet is unthinkable. Today, the NBN reaches to over 12.4 million premises across Australia. More than 8.6 million homes and businesses across Australia are connected to the NBN, a network that is worth about $51 billion. Australians in the cities, in the towns and in the bush rely on the NBN for their businesses, for their remote working, for healthcare, for education, for time spent with their families, for entertainment, looking at cat videos or even dog videos. The NBN is an integral part of our lives. It's not a luxury. Connectivity is a necessity, and it's one that we need to be able to rely on. As the Minister for Communications said, it remains vital that the ongoing mission and focus of the NBN to deliver affordable, accessible, high-speed broadband to all Australians be guided by the public interests rather than the commercial interests of a privileged few. Now, those opposite have an opportunity to adopt another Labor policy. They have the opportunity to do right by all Australians by supporting this bill to keep the NBN in public hands. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, we know that those opposite are all set to sell off the NBN, just like they did with Telstra. It seems that it doesn't matter if it's local, state or federal. The Liberal and National parties just want to cut jobs and funding and then sell off public assets. Deputy Speaker, you'd hope that those MPs with electorate offices near the bush would be the NBN's Praetorian Guard. But no, the modern-day Nationals are weak. The tail no longer ever wags the dog. Lapdog is their new canine nomenclature. They'll sell off the bush for 30 pieces of silver and an extra minister spot down the track somewhere near the trough. This is a common theme from those opposite about public ownership. They'll spend significant amounts of public money fattening up a public asset only to sell them off for the benefit of a privileged few, leaving hard-working Australians to suffer with the higher prices, poorer and more unreliable services. We don't believe in that on this side of the House. We believe that public assets like the NBN should benefit all Australians. That's why we've introduced this bill today, Deputy Speaker. This bill amends the National Broadband Network Companies Act 2011. We've committed to keeping the NBN publicly owned, and this bill incorporates changes to Part 3. It clarifies the wording regarding public ownership. Specifically, It makes it clear that the preservation of the NBN is an explicit requirement. It also removes the provisions which enable an NBN company sales scheme. We made this clear in the Statement of Expectations to the NBN company back in 2022, and this bill makes the commitment part of the legislative framework. These measures are necessary and they're responsible. They will ensure that regulatory oversight of wholesale pricing is ongoing. This means access to broadband will remain affordable for Australians. The reforms also mean that the required upgrade of the network will be ongoing. These are all part of our strategy to deliver a more connected Australia. This includes more fibre in the fixed line network and, crucially, it has a national security impact. The NBN is critical national infrastructure and is a key element of any planning and operations in regard to cybersecurity and national security imperatives. This includes transitioning to next-generation satellites. Strong government oversight is key when you're talking about a system that incorporates national security. Because, let's be honest, Deputy Speaker, if this asset was sold, it would be bought by foreign capital, and national security could then become more problematic. Those opposite might be happy to privatise the NBN and let ownership fall into foreign hands, but the Albanese Labor government is not. So we need to take these simple steps to protect the NBN, not only from potential external threats that would open up with foreign ownership, but also from that other enemy, the opposition. After all, they have formed. Privatising Telstra was a disaster for many Australians, particularly those in the regions. Under former Prime Minister John Howard, they made big promises on telecommunications prices and services and then sold up. And the opposition has tried to set the NBN up for sale before. They said the NBN was finalised and built back in 2020, almost like putting a finished product on the shelf with a big for sale sign. As I said, a big for sale sign that was pointed only at foreign companies. The LNP also supported increasing wholesale prices to bolster income streams, making the product shiny for prospective buyers, if you like. The plan was to increase the cost by CPI plus 3%. Thankfully for consumers, Labor and the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission pushed back at this dastardly plan. The Albanese Labor government will never leave regional Australians behind. The Prime Minister knows, there is a reason that our Prime Minister knows his yappin from his yapoon. He knows the bush and he loves the bush. We have invested $2.4 billion to expand full fibre NBN access to an additional 1.5 million premises by 2025. 660,000 of these are in rural and regional locations. This project is proceeding on time and on budget. From September next year, download speeds will be boosted by up to 5 times the current speed at no additional wholesale costs. And we're installing more fibre in the fixed line network to ensure that future needs are catered for. We've also listened closely to Australians and know those living in rural and remote Australia want to be able to rely on the NBN. A fast and reliable NBN also has a substantial impact on the Australian economy, fuelling economic growth. As the Minister for Finance said about a faster, high-quality network, it will deliver a $400 billion uplift in GDP by 2030. Productivity uplifts, carbon emissions avoided by people working from home, lives saved, global markets reached, so much to offer. The Minister has said economic analysis commissioned by NBN Co shows that for every 1 megabit per second increase in average broadband speed, Australia's productivity-driven GDP increased on average by 0.04%. Like the great and proud institution that Labor has brought this country, such as Medicare, the NDIS, well-funded schools, the NBN must stay in public hands for the good of every Australian, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Moreton's eloquent advocacy for the public ownership of assets, and I lament he won't be serving in the next parliament to support legislation to provide public funds to build nuclear power generation for our national effort to secure the grid and achieve net zero by 2050. Another great example of public infrastructure that we will have the opportunity to talk about investing in the not-too-distant future. I also pick up his criticisms of the privatisation of Telstra, and he ran out of time to criticise things like the privatisation of Qantas, the privatisation of the Commonwealth Bank, but no doubt he'll have an opportunity to reflect on the merit of those decisions of a former Labor government in other debates in this chamber before he departs. We in the Coalition, Deputy Speaker, are somewhat perplexed at this legislation coming before this House. There are a lot of things we could be spending our time on. There are important bills on the notice paper. You would assume they were a priority of a government that introduced that legislation themselves well before this legislation was hurried into the Parliament yesterday as part of a distraction mechanism from a difficult period that the Prime Minister was enduring publicly in the media. And I wish we were progressing some very important legislation that we have on our notice paper right now. National security legislation, economic legislation, important things that the Parliament, this House, should be doing. And instead we're debating a bill to answer a question that no one out there is asking. There is no suggestion or proposition whatsoever that the national broadband network would be privatised, and indeed even the government failed to properly explain or articulate or build some kind of political strategy around why they were introducing this legislation in the way that they were. Now, we've seen all this before. We've seen them run very good scare campaigns. We've seen the Mediscare campaign. That was a good one. They really did trick and deceive the Australian people on that one. They really did frighten unnecessarily and mislead some of the most vulnerable Australians with outright lies. The Labor Party did that in their 2016 campaign. This one's kind of bizarre because it hasn't even been set up to have any political effect whatsoever. In fact, when I tried to look for any coverage whatsoever in the media on the fears that might be there out in the community at the privatisation of the NBN, or why there was a necessity to amend this legislation, all I could find was commentary on how bizarre and weird the political strategy was of the government to bring this bill into the Parliament, because no one understands or can make sense of what the point of this would be, because even if it was a political tactic, it's such a poor and pathetic one. It's not like they properly created the fear and the scare out there in the community, and that we've been reading in the paper or watching on the nightly news this suggestion that the NBN is at risk of being privatised. No one has raised anything like that in the public debate whatsoever. But we know, of course, that this is a tricky sitting week for the government. They're dealing with a lot of pressure, a lot of bad press, a lot of articles about their competence, the competence of the Prime Minister. We've had Prime Ministerial apologies in this chamber for mocking and offending people with a disability. And one really does wonder about the interesting timing of this bill coming into the chamber. Don't forget that the relevant shadow minister, and for the millions of people watching at home, they might not be aware of this, but it is part of the decorum of government legislation that the opposition is offered a briefing to just properly understand the factual elements of legislation and to be taken through what the government might suggest were the merits of it, to, hopefully, in the government's case, have the opposition of the day be prepared to consider supporting that legislation. And the vast majority of legislation that we debate in this chamber is actually supported in bipartisan manner, and particularly through this House, when we often reserve our position for Senate inquiry processes and so on and so forth. Well, our Shadow Minister received his briefing on this legislation 2 hours after it was introduced into the chamber. So the poor old bureaucrats at the Department of Communications, the quickest they could move and scramble to be available to brief the opposition on this legislation was after the minister's very urgent need to introduce it into this chamber. We also know, of course, and we sometimes enjoy in a light-hearted way reflecting on our colleagues in the other place, in the Senate, that the speed at which legislation moves through the Parliament, I promise you, is never subject to the pace of the House of Representatives. And regardless of whether legislation moves through this place in hours or days or weeks, we'll have a complete irrelevant impact on how quickly the Senate chooses to or not deal with legislation when it comes from us to them. So there has been no articulated justification for the timing of this legislation. More importantly, there's been no articulation of the need for this legislation. The Labor government are amending their own legislation that they put through this parliament 12 or 13 years ago, when the now Prime Minister was in the cabinet, in the Rudd cabinet. So we've got a situation where there's urgent amendments required to 15-year-old legislation that the current Prime Minister was part of a cabinet that brought into the parliament. If this is truly urgent and a dramatic oversight, this is a equally dramatic humiliation of the Prime Minister. And this humiliation of the Prime Minister occurs while he's out of the country, Deputy Speaker. We've seen these things happen before. Prime Minister's away and behaviour in the parliament that's all about triggering the chattering and the dissent amongst the ranks. And whether it's on this bizarre, weird attempt at a scare campaign, or the other curious things that we're seeing in the parliament this morning, etc., the absence of the Prime Minister during a sitting week is an opportunity for those that might not genuinely support him within his own party room to cause trouble. And I think there's a bit more trouble to come in this parliament today, but we wait with interest to see that transpire. We should be addressing serious issues in the time that we've got. We've not got a lot of sitting weeks this year. We've just had the sitting calendar for next year. We know an election will reset a lot of that. But you can look at that sitting calendar and see that this is a government pretty frightened to be in this building and in this parliament. And we might not ever sit again after this year based on the way in which they've constructed the sitting schedule for next year. But we've not got a lot of time left, is my point. And what we're doing right now is having the government say we want to spend this Thursday, with only 3 more weeks to go, possibly in the term of this parliament, talking about legislation to amend their own legislation to address a fictitious nonsense of a proposition that the NBN might need legislative change to protect it from some kind of faux rumour or claim of privatisation. We support the NBN in the coalition, and in our time in government we were the ones that actually delivered the NBN. And I'm facting. That's what I'm doing. I'm facting. But I welcome the interjection to suggest that the NBN wasn't constructed between the years of 2013 and 2022. That's an embarrassing suggestion, but I'm pleased to have it on the record. I'm pleased to have it on the record, and we'll hold the front page for that spectacular claim across the nation's broadsheet newspapers tomorrow. But we built the NBN. And I'm a customer of the NBN, like a lot of members of this parliament would be. And we support the NBN and all and other best low-cost technologies available to Australian families to meet and achieve their connectivity needs. We do live in a time of technological change, and we encourage the NBN to embrace and think about how they're remaining to be a competitive service provider to Australians as technology marches forward and new ways of being connected come about. We've obviously seen competitors to the NBN enter the market with a degree of success. It needs to be honestly stated. The Starlink system is one of a reasonable amount of profile that a lot of Australians have been turning to. Hundreds of thousands of Australians have been turning to. They have got the option of a type of competitor service via the NBN wireless product, and regrettably it seems that the consumer decision-making process is leaning towards the alternative option being provided by Starlink. So I certainly take the opportunity in this debate to make the point to the NBN that I hope they're reflecting on their need to be a competitive, low-cost service provider to all Australians. Others in this debate have made the point about regional and remote connectivity in particular, and that's exactly where this point applies. Exactly where this point applies. And we know that, unfortunately, there are a lot of regional and remote customers who are turning away from NBN wireless and are embracing alternatives like Starlink. And they're doing that as consumers, and they factor in the quality of the service and the cost of the service. You know, the NBN can't stand flat-footed. It needs to make sure that it continues to look at how it can embrace being the highest quality service provider to the Australian people. We have spent a lot of money on this national infrastructure, and in our party we're about looking at ways to enhance and expand the quality of the service provision of the NBN. And there's nothing in this legislation about that, nothing whatsoever. So there's a way, there's different conversations we can have in this chamber about the NBN. One is the one the government wants to do, which is debate a fictitious and unnecessary rumour with no basis in fact whatsoever, and therefore spend the time of the House of Representatives of the Commonwealth of Australia with all the other options of legislation that we could be debating on an amendment to their own legislation from their own last time in government, when their own Prime Minister served in that cabinet that brought that legislation through the Parliament. Instead, we could be talking about other ways to invest in and enhance the quality of the NBN, the variety of service options that are provided to Australians, and consider why it is that there are parts of the NBN business model that are not succeeding right now, and are clearly being eclipsed by competitor options who do not enjoy the benefit of the significant public investment that we've undertaken in a bipartisan way into the NBN, both as infrastructure but also as a business. And this change is going to continue to happen, Deputy Speaker, into the future. We know that new technology will continue to come online. That puts at risk some of the what we currently see to be the most cutting-edge technologies that may become legacy technologies into the future. Satellite wireless connectivity is a very obvious one that could have and been predicted and has come to fruition, and there will be other technologies that we can't necessarily predict right now that provide an even better quality, lower cost connectivity option for Australian consumers. And so we could be talking about those things, and we could be ensuring that when we talk about the NBN, we talk about Australian families and how we deliver to them the best possible service that they require to be connected and to live in the 21st century and participate in the 21st century economy. But as I say, instead, we're debating an unnecessary amendment to Labor's own legislation that they now seem to urgently need to move through this House for reasons that have not even been articulated in the opportunities that they've had when they have been making their contributions on the second reading of this bill. So we in the Coalition are proud of what we've done when it comes to building the NBN, the actual building and delivery of the NBN through our time in government. There will be a lot of opportunities to talk about ways to further enhance the way in which Australians are provided with the highest quality services in a range of ways, including through telecommunications and internet connectivity. We are very proud of not only what we've done but what we will do into the future, and we are quite appalled that the government's main focus in this area is bringing forward this unnecessary legislation that they themselves can't even create an articulate or cogent argument to justify. So I commend the Shadow Communications Minister for his contribution on this bill and the work that he's doing more generally, because he's actually making sure that the debate in this country is about the real issues affecting Australian families in the communications portfolio, not what this legislation is about.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Lyons.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I often find it instructive to come into the chamber a little before your allotted speaking time to listen to the opposition member on the same speech, just to hear what they're going to say, and absolute patent nonsense from the member for Sturt. Just to pick up a few points from his delivery, he talks about the so-called Medi-Scare campaign. of 2016. I remember that campaign well, Deputy Speaker. It was the campaign in which I got elected to this place for the first time. And Deputy Speaker, people might not remember, but the Liberal government at the time had an actual task force called the Medicare Services Privatisation Task Force. So the Labor then opposition's campaign about the Liberals wanting to privatise Medicare was not a scare campaign, it was a truth campaign. The Liberal government at the time actually had a Medicare Services Privatisation Task Force, 20 people with a budget of $5 million to look at privatising the payment system of Medicare, which is in the billions of dollars. Not a scare campaign, Deputy Speaker, absolute fact. So the member for Sturt, I'll take that from the member for Sydney. Thank you, member for Sydney. That's right, they did. The fact is the Liberals have never been a friend of Medicare, and the Liberals have never been a friend of the NBN. It was Tony Abbott, who as opposition leader appointed Malcolm Turnbull to the communications shadow portfolio, no doubt a decision he came to regret later on. But it was Tony Abbott who appointed Malcolm Turnbull to the shadow communications portfolio in 2010 with an instruction to demolish the NBN. That's how much of a bipartisan supporter of the NBN the Liberal Party has been of the National Broadband Network, is when they were in opposition, they wanted to demolish it. And then, of course, they come to government, and that's exactly what they did. 10 years of neglect on the NBN. Now, neglect takes many forms. You can, if you think of a house, you can just leave it there, not maintain it, not do anything with it. And over 30 years, it'll slowly fall apart. The nature will take its course. That's one form of neglect. That's benign neglect. But what the Liberals did in government was active neglect. They neglected the NBN, but they also took active decisions to make it less than it could have been. The Labor government of Kevin Rudd and Julia Gillard had a plan for the NBN which was based on full fibre to 98% of households and businesses. Think of that, 98% of the Australian population would have had full fibre connectivity. Super fast, eminently upgradable, to bring on new technologies and new services. Fantastic for telehealth, fantastic for education, incredibly important for business. That's what full fibre would have delivered. The Liberals came to power and they absolutely smashed the NBN. They demolished that Labor plan for full fibre connectivity to most Australians, and instead they brought in this sort of hybrid monster, this multi-technology mix of fibre to the node, fibre to the curb, all sorts of different technologies, using, I think, cable, coaxial, even in some places. They made an absolute mess of it. And they said it would be cheaper. And you know what? It wasn't. It wasn't. They had to completely and consistently upgrade their budget offerings. The cost of the NBN under the Liberals spiralled while the quality of the delivery went down. So they declared job done, wipe the hands, job done in 2020, and far from the truth. So many homes, so many businesses still not properly connected. Now, what have we done in the 3 years since we've been here? This terrific Minister for Communications, the member for Greenway, working and like an absolute Trojan. I've got the great privilege, Deputy Speaker, in this place of being the Chair of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts. I work closely with the Minister's office. I see how hard she works across the incredible depth and breadth of her portfolio. And she has been tireless, absolutely tireless, in improving the NBN, and particularly in improving the NBN's delivery and outreach to regional and rural Australians, and especially in education services, an absolute passion of hers. She's delivering more fibre to the homes, regional homes that were left out by those opposite when they were in government. She's delivering fibre to the homes and fibre to businesses in regional Australia. So that's our commitment to the NBN. We know what a powerhouse the NBN is as national infrastructure when it comes to delivery of health, delivery of education, delivery of commerce, and, of course, it must be said, delivery of recreational services for so many Australians. Millions of Australians love to stream, TV and movies and whatever else, and why shouldn't they be able to do that with a high-quality service? So what we have before us today is a bill to ensure that the NBN stays in public hands, because we learn from experience. We know that those opposite, the Liberal Party and the National Party, they sold Australia out when they sold Telstra. Telstra used to be a magnificent piece of public telecommunications infrastructure. Those opposite, they saw the dollar signs in their eyes. They couldn't wait to privatise it. That's exactly what they did. The Nationals, to their great shame, sold out the bush, sold out regional Australia by allowing Telstra to be sold on the false guarantee that certain services would be guaranteed. Those guarantees have not come to pass in the way that we would hope. There are so many regional communities, homes and businesses that miss out on the full suite of telecommunication services, mobile services in regional Australia, despite those so-called guarantees. And if only Telstra had remained in public hands, then we would have the surety and the accountability of this parliament and whatever government was in charge of ensuring services were maintained, particularly to regional and rural Australia. The fact is, Telstra is now responsible to their shareholders, not to the Australian public. So they have a corporate responsibility to make as much profit as they can under the law. And when you have a corporate responsibility to make as much profit as you can under the law to deliver the best result for your shareholders, that means areas where there's no profit or low profit, they miss out on, in favour of areas where there's high profit. And you know what? Regional Australia, sparsely populated, not a lot of customers, not a lot of profit to be made there by Telstra, so they don't get the services unless they are forced to the table by this guarantee. And it's very hard work getting the terms of this guarantee met. So we don't want to see the same thing happen with the NBN, because we know that's what the Liberals and the Nationals will do if they are ever returned to government benches. We are putting in guardrails for the NBN, because we know how important it is as a piece of national infrastructure, both in terms of delivery of service but also in terms of cost control. We don't want to see NBN service prices under a privatised NBN just going up to what the market will demand. That's what this bill is about. That's what this bill is about. And I continue with the member for Sturt's contribution, where he made allusions to the PM being out of the country. And I'm not sure if the member for Sturt was here yesterday, because I'm pretty sure the Prime Minister stood at that dispatch box when this bill was introduced and very proudly and very passionately spoke in favour of this bill, and how passionate he was about how the NBN should stay in public hands. And indeed, I've got his speech here. It's a very good speech in Hansard. I recommend it to anybody listening to this to read the Prime Minister's speech from yesterday morning on the introduction of this bill, because he spoke eloquently about the importance of the NBN as national infrastructure. And, quote, "The national broadband network is a vital national asset. It delivers an essential public service. It was built by Australians for Australians. It belongs to every Australian citizen, and it belongs in public hands." Very fine words from the Prime Minister, who has not been shy at all in his support for this bill. And in fact, I think it speaks volumes, Deputy Speaker, that in the hours before he was to depart the country for those very important talks at ASEAN, he took the time out of his schedule to speak to this bill. That's how important this bill and the NBN is to this government in remaining in public hands. Further to the member for Sturt was a repository of nonsense. I've got more quotes here from him, where he talked about how the Liberal Party in government, quote, "enhance the quality and service of the NBN." I mean, this was the mob that got rid of full fibre NBN to 98% of Australian homes and businesses, and went out and bought, was it 60,000 kilometres of copper? I don't want to mislead the House. Yes, 60,000 kilometres of copper, enough to wrap around the entire planet Earth 1.5 times to build their version of the NBN. Yeah, I mean, copper was terrific in the 20th century, In the 21st century, we've got optic fibre cable, much better delivery for telecommunications. They turned their back on optic fibre in favour of copper, 60,000 kilometres of it. Made the copper markets very happy, but not great for telecommunications customers. They said, when they were in government, that their NBN version would cost $29.5 billion. Then there was an update. No, now it's $41 billion. Then no, it's $51 billion. And then before they settled at $58 billion, which of course was around what a full fibre NBN under the Labor government had been budgeted to cost. So we could have had a full fibre, if they'd continued with what then Minister Conroy had started out with, which was full fibre to 98% of the Australian population. If they'd simply continued with that, we would have ended up with a first-class NBN over their 10 years in government that we could all have been proud of, for around the same cost as the mess they left us with 3 years ago, and which the Minister for Communications is diligently still trying to fix and repair. It's like, we inherited a highway full of potholes and smashed up curbsides, and there she is trying desperately to fix this mess they left us with and deliver a first-rate NBN that the Australian people deserve. So I'm very pleased to be standing here in support of a public NBN. It is so important for this country and to make sure that it doesn't fall into privatised hands, because under a privatised NBN will mean higher costs for consumers. And frankly, I'm also concerned about the national security implications. The NBN's an expensive bit of kit. You're not going to find too many Australian buyers, too many Australian investors who would be leading the pack to purchase it. So we're looking at possibly foreign interests in wanting to purchase it. There are national security implications in vital telecommunication infrastructure being purchased by foreign investors, and that's a concern of mine as the chair of the House of Reps Standing Committee on Communications and the Arts. It is absolutely in the public's interest, in our economic interest, in our national security interest, to keep the NBN in public hands. That way it remains accountable. That way we can plug the gaps that the Liberal Party left us with the 3 years ago after their shocking term in government, which this government is trying so hard to repair. So, Deputy Speaker, I'll leave it there. The NBN is absolutely vital to the national interest and it must stay in public hands, and I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member for Lyons. The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Cook.
Thank you, Speaker. What's really going on here? We've got an attempt, a desperate attempt, to change the media narrative by the Labor government. So bereft of ideas, so bereft of things to say, so bereft of things to bring up, they go clutching at a scare campaign on the NBN. Now, the average Australians are facing a cost of living crisis. Many of Australia's businesses are facing an energy crisis. They're facing a cost of business crisis. There's big issues like gambling reforms that we should be addressing and we should be discussing, but unfortunately those members across the aisle cannot get these issues up in their party room, cannot get aligned perspectives, so instead they cynically cook up an NBN scare campaign. And the irony, as they're pushing a misinformation bill to stop misinformation, they cynically come up with an NBN scare campaign where there's nothing here. We were discussing it, saying, what is this? What do they want to talk about? We've never heard of it. We hadn't. Our communications shadow minister had not even been briefed or reached out to on this bill before it was brought on. So what you're seeing here is a scare campaign to try and change a media narrative about a government that's running out of steam, that is flailing and that is failing to address with the very real issues that everyday Australians are facing. Real incomes are down 9%. What does that mean? People can buy 9% less than they could 2 years ago. Inflation is still stubbornly high at 3.4%. People's mortgages are still incredibly high. Interest rates at 4.75%. They're going down everywhere else in the world, but not here. We could be talking about these issues. We could be talking about gambling reform. Months after the Murphy report was passed and widely acclaimed, Labor's been, the coalition, the leader of the opposition has come out and said in his budget reply speech what the coalition would be doing on gambling, yet we're still waiting for the Labor's position. We're still waiting. We could be talking about that today. I would much rather be talking about that today, taking a moral stance on gambling and actually addressing a problem that's affecting millions of Australians. I'm sick of explaining to my kids during the live sport why they should be talking about the first try score. I'd love to be debating this, actually getting some legislation up, actually addressing an issue that's facing everyday Australians, actually solving a problem that's facing everyday Australians. Instead, we're talking about a non-event. We are talking about misinformation. We are talking about how can we distract Australians from the problems they have and the crisis this government's in. It's sad, it's cynical, and it's disappointing. And it's not something, I've only been in the House for a very short time, and it is. We could be talking about how to make this place more efficient, because I at least believe, and I think the Australian public would believe, we could have better things to be talking about than this. You might scoff over there, but I don't know why. I'd love, if you're speaking next, please explain to me why we're talking about something we don't have a policy on. Through the Speaker, if they're scoffing over there, I'd like to understand why we're talking about something we don't even have a policy on.
Scoffing at all.
Okay, well, my apologies if I misinterpreted that, but that's how I interpreted it. This is nothing but a distraction, and it really brings out the lack of economic credibility. It was actually the mid-afternoon before the Shadow Communications Minister was actually engaged on this, despite the debate being brought on by the Prime Minister at an attempt to change the media narrative. The only problem is the media's seen through this. It's not getting picked up, it's not getting any buy-in, it's not getting any cut-through. We debated the bill 2 hours before this briefing of our Shadow Communications Minister was to get underway. So desperate are they to try and create a wedge or try and create a public headline. And look, it's not the first time we've had scare campaigns. People will remember the Medi-Scare campaign, and it actually worked. It was much closer to an election, but it worked. It actually did pull votes away, but this is not. People have seen this movie before and they're looking straight through it. So this distraction, the Australian people have looked through it and they're much more focused on cost of living. They're much more focused on how they're going to pay their mortgage. They're much more focused on why energy continues to go up and will continue to go up after this one-off subsidy runs out. Everyday Australians will not forget they were promised $275 reduction on their energy bills, a $275 reduction. Instead, what are we seeing? The average Australian household in New South Wales and in my electorate is facing energy prices that are up over 20% since they came to office. Not a $275 reduction, but a 20% increase. That's left some households more than $1,000 poorer a year out of pocket. They were promised their mortgages would be better. They'd be better off with better mortgages. The Prime Minister said that in the lead up to the election. That hasn't happened. Interest rates are through the roof. Inflation's stubbornly high. Interest rates are coming down in New Zealand. They're coming down in Canada. They're coming down in the US. They're not coming down here. And why? Because of the persistent government spending. Government spending, the Reserve Bank's trying to keep a foot on the brake. That's why they're leaving interest rates where they are. While this government with loose fiscal policy is jamming its foot on the accelerator and the economy is shuddering and staggering and everyday Australians are left bearing the price. And it's mortgage holders and renters. It's those people in our society that those people across the aisle claim to represent and want to help the most. Mortgage holders, renters, but these are the people in a cost of living crisis who are getting smashed up and crushed. It's people in the outer Western Sydney suburbs, in the outer regions of Melbourne, in the peri-urban areas and the rural areas of the rest of our states and territories. Now, if you want to more evidence that this bill is not real. Look, normally you get a briefing as part of the consideration of the bill and we go through normal internal processes. This did not happen. This did not happen, and so look, we will review this bill in the usual way, but in this farcical approach from this government, we're doing things the other way around. We've brought it on for debate. The Prime Minister got up and started talking about it before we'd even seen it or had a chance to talk about it. Debate first, consult second. It's a silly stunt, and that's all it is, a stunt. And there's no need for it. There is no need for it. We'd much rather focused on things we could work on bipartisanly, like getting the NDIS under control. My office knows I get flooded with requests for the NDIS. You know, people getting funding cut, people not getting funding, people getting abuses on it. I'd love to work out how we can fix some of these endemic problems with the NDIS, or more like what we did on aged care, where there was a bipartisan approach in actually getting the aged care sector under control and fiscally under control. Or the fact that the non-market sector of our economy is now the highest it's ever been. That means healthcare, childcare, they're all very important things, but as that part of the economy just grows and grows and grows, it's crowding out the business sector, the market sector of the economy, that actually makes money, that actually provides taxation revenue to pay for all these things. Why don't we sit down and talk about this? Or how to improve productivity in this country. Productivity is down 7%. And why does productivity matter? Well, if you look at the last 30 years of Australia, all the wealth, all the improvement in our living standards, 80% of it, of the increase in gross national income, has come from productivity. That means for the same amount of inputs, the same amount of labour, you get more output. That is what productivity does. But productivity for the last 2 years is down 7.5%. That means for that same amount of input, the same amount of labour, you produce 7.5% less. That is unheralded. We have never had that in the history of our country. And what does that mean? It means average Australian households get poorer. And we would be in a recession. We would be in a recession for a year and a half without immigration. The only way this country is not shrinking as an economy is we're bringing more people in. We're not growing the wealth of the people existing here. We are just bringing more people in. So Coles, so Woolies, so CBA just has more customers. More people buying capsicums. That's how people are growing profits at the moment. It is just by more people coming into the country, not because we're investing in productivity and growing wealth. So we could be talking about this. We really could, and I would love it. I would love to be able to tell my constituents or my former colleagues we're dealing with real tough issues in Parliament for the good of the nation. But instead, we've brought on this bill about NBN without consulting Speaker, without consulting the opposition first. We're having a debate on it without being consulting. We're wasting everybody's time. We're wasting the Parliament's time. We're wasting the public's time, instead of actually focusing on issues that are hurting this country. And don't we know there's a lot of them? Gambling reform is another one. I would love to see this brought on and actually see the coalitions come out with their policy. And I think it's abhorrent. I get emails and calls from my electorate from people who are sick of having gambling ads go through live sport all day, every day, watching the grand final last weekend or 2 weekends ago if you're watching the AFL. Wouldn't we love to see that and actually have a clear policy position on it? We had a bipartisan Murphy report. It was bipartisan. This is something that the Liberal Party and the Labor Party agreed on, the Murphy report. And we agreed the recommendations we unanimously put forward of the changes we should make to gambling advertising. Yet those opposite are unable to bring a coherent policy, are unable to govern. And this is the ultimate test. And coming into an election within the next 12 months, it is not a good test to see them cooking up an NBN scare campaign, something we have no policy on, something we have not debated, something we have not been consulted on. We would love to be debating these real issues, and it's unfortunate. It is incredibly unfortunate that I'm now filling time on a topic that has no real substance. And look, well, the Prime Minister could have sat down earlier too. We could not be here.
Order. Through the chair, please.
Mr. Speaker, those opposite are telling me I could sit down earlier. The Prime Minister could have sat down earlier.
Order. The member for Werriwa. Thank you.
Point of order?
Yeah, a point of order, Deputy Speaker. 76. Seeing as the member for Cook is having trouble staying relevant and finding something to say, maybe he could finish his contribution.
I thank the member for Werra. I think that the member for Cook was, in broad terms, trying to be relevant. So the member for Cook can continue.
Look, I'll go straight back to this bill. The irony of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I'll address and try and go straight back to the bill, to the members' concerns. It's their own bill from 2011. They had the time, if they thought there was something in that bill when it was drafted, or to amend it shortly afterwards. Why is it now this has become such a big issue? And the Prime Minister had the opportunity to actually address issues that mattered. Before he flew out of the country, he saw this as the biggest priority before he left the country yesterday, to bring this on. And I'd love to see him explain, Speaker, to the country why this is the biggest pressing problem. Something, the NBN, a word he had only uttered 6 times since the election, 5 of them to sledge the coalition about copper. He'd uttered the word NBN 6 times since taking office as the Prime Minister, 5 of them to sledge us, and now suddenly this bill's come up as this government's flailing around. We'd much rather deal with our homegrown inflation crisis, stubbornly high at 3.4%, still outside of the RBA's aim, still where it's much higher than where we can cut interest rates or reduce them. And under this watch, we've actually seen a major decline in the NBN. The previous speaker was telling me, or was telling the House, oh, we may not be able to find a local buyer for it. Well, what a decline we've seen under this. Australians are being hammered with price increases. Service increases aren't going better. We're seeing people go to Starlink. We've seen 6 million families smashed by NBN price increases of up to 14%. Now, Australians are dealt with a double whammy of higher internet costs, with 2 price hikes in the space of just 8 months since the Albanese government backed a new pricing deal for the NBN last year. We're not talking about that. And what did the Communications Minister say about this? Infamously, she described these price rises as, quote, great news for consumers. Its satellite business is collapsing. 2 years ago, the NBN had more than 120,000 satellite customers and Starlink had virtually none. Today, the NBN is down to 85,000 customers, so it shrank 33%, and Starlink has gone from 0 to 270,000 customers. So under those across the aisle's watch, the NBN is leaking customers, leaking value, increasing prices, and the last member was saying he didn't think there would be a buyer within Australia for it in his own speech. Well, that's not a very good indictment for the management under this government, is it? So I would ask the government to return to issues, even bipartisan issues, whether it's on gambling, whether it's on making this place more efficient, which I'd personally like to work on, rather than discussing farcical bills.
I thank the honourable member for Cook for his contribution, and the question is that this bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order for the hour later for the day later in the hour. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. And I've received an advice from the Chief Whip nominating members to the member of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy. Minister?
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion to appoint members to the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
The Minister.
I move that Mr Burnell, Ms Mascarenhas, Mr Perrott and Mr Repicoli be appointed members of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy.
I thank the Minister and we'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have that. The Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
If I could, sorry. Yeah, I thank the House, and I give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. On behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Human Rights Scrutiny Report 9 of 2024, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Very kind of you,
Member for McNamara has the call.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. I'm pleased to table the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights 9th Scrutiny Report of 2024. In this report, the committee has considered 14 new bills and 82 new legislative instruments, and has substantively commented on 5 bills and concluded its examination of 2 bills and 4 legislative instruments. In this report, the committee commented on the Aged Care Bill 2024. This large bill seeks to establish a legislative framework for the Commonwealth aged care system. The committee considers that multiple measures in the bill would promote human rights. By providing the legislative authority for the delivery of funded aged care services to individuals, which may include access to subsidised accommodation, food and other services, the bill would promote the rights to an adequate standard of living and health and the rights of people with a disability. However, the committee also notes that there are several other measures in the bill that would engage various human rights, and these relate to the Statement of Rights allowing substitute decision-makers to consent the use of restrictive practices, giving decision-making authority to suppliers and guardians, publishing banning orders, and authorising the use of sharing personal information. The committee would ordinarily write to the Minister seeking a response to any questions it has about the human rights compatibility of these measures. However, the bill is currently subject to a short committee inquiry with several upcoming public hearings, and as such, the committee has instead offered recommendations that may improve the compatibility of human rights of specified measures. The committee intends that these recommendations are available to the Minister, the Senate Standing Committee on Community Affairs and the Parliament for a timely consideration. The committee has also commented on the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation Bill 2024, which has also been referred to a committee inquiry. This bill would empower the Australian Communications and Media Authority to establish a regulatory framework that would require digital communication platforms and providers to manage the risk of content without constituting misinformation and disinformation on their platforms. The committee notes that the statement of compatibility accompanying this bill is very comprehensive and considerably assisted the committee in the consideration of the compatibility of the bill. The committee considers that regulating the dissemination of certain content on digital platforms may promote numerous human rights where that content may cause and contribute to serious harm, but would also necessarily limit freedom of expression and privacy. The committee considers that while the scheme pursues a legitimate objective, some questions remain as to the proportionality in practice, noting that much of the operational detail will be provided for in delegated legislation. Again, as this bill is currently subject to an inquiry, the committee has recommended some amendments to the bill to assist with proportionality, and it draws its concerns and recommendations to the attention of the Minister and the Parliament. The committee also concluded its examination of the Better and Fairer Schools Information Management Bill. This bill seeks to extend the unique student identifier scheme to all Australian primary and secondary school students by enabling the assignment of schools identifier to each student. The bill would authorise the verification, collection and use of disclosure of child school identifier and their school identity management information. In doing so, the bill would engage and limit the right to privacy and the rights of the child. The committee received a response from the Minister and considers that that it has not yet been demonstrated that the measures pursue legitimate objectives for the purposes of international human rights law, or that the proposed limitations on the rights would be proportionate in the current form. The committee considers there to be an impact on the rights to privacy and the rights of the child, and recommended some amendments to the bill to assist with proportionality. So on that note, I want to thank the Secretariat. I want to thank the committee members for their work for Scrutiny Report 9. As always, it is a huge amount of work that goes into the Human Rights Committee. I encourage all members to consider the committee's report closely, and with these comments I commend Committee Scrutiny Report 9 of 2024 to the House.
I thank the honourable member. Looks like no other statements. I will call the clerk and move on to the next item of business.
Government business. Order of the day number 3. Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024. resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrieff.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Moncrieff has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words, and the question that the amendment be agreed to. And I give the call to the most honourable member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Since I've been elected, one of the greatest joys in this job has been to visit early childhood education centres and meet with the hard-working educators and meet with the bright young residents in my community who benefit so much from the time they get to spend with educators. And I hear from families all the time about what a difference our policies in the early childhood education and care space are making to their lives and improving the capacity for workforce participation, which I think we all know benefits women most. I'm also really proud to be part of a government that has recognised the importance of addressing the gender pay gap when it comes to feminised industries. And of course, there have been a number of measures that our government has taken since we were elected to do this, and I'm pleased that the gender pay gap is the lowest it's been ever before, although of course there is an extraordinary amount of work we still need to do. But this piece of legislation really goes to the heart too of making sure that there is, as the title of this bill would suggest, wage justice for early childhood education and care workers, a highly feminised industry. I visited many early childhood education and care centres in my electorate, including a recent visit to the Good Start Centre in Mount Waverley with the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. And we received a wonderful welcome, a very warm sense of hospitality, and a beautiful painting created by the children, which I know now sits in the Prime Minister's office. And the reason I mention this is because I think it really underscores how important making sure that we offer the very best possible education and care and the very best wages possible in this sector. And the fact that the Prime Minister has engaged so deeply in this area, I think, demonstrates our very sincere commitment to improvements in this sector. This bill establishes a special account to fund grants to approved early childhood education and care providers to support a wage increase of 15% for eligible workers over 2 years and limit increases to fees charged by providers. So this is really a win-win situation. We are going to make sure that early childhood educators are paid more, an increase of 15% to their wages, and we're also going to limit the increases to fees that are charged by providers. I know this will be very welcome for households right across my electorate of Chisholm and indeed right across Australia. This bill builds on our government's support for the early childhood education and care sector and our support for Australian families more broadly, and including reflecting on the cheaper childcare measures which we've already implemented, which have made ECEC cheaper for more than 1 million families. We know that providers have been delaying expansion plans, they've been closing rooms, and they've been limiting enrolments, unfortunately, because it's been really difficult to find staff. And we know that one of the reasons this has been the case is because the wages have not been a fair remuneration for the kind of work that is being undertaken in centres right across the country. Fair wages for what I hope we can all agree are some of the most important workers in the country is critical to reversing the attrition we've seen and to growing the sector workforce. This is a really crucial step in charting the course to universal early childhood education and care. This bill delivers on the joint announcement made to deliver a wage increase to address ECEC workforce shortages, improve service quality, support the affordability of early childhood education and care for families, ensure the sustainability of the sector, and to encourage good faith bargaining and the making of enterprise agreements in the sector. This bill provides the legal framework for the establishment and operation of a special account, which will be used to administer the Early Childhood Education and Care Worker Retention Payment grant. This grant program will deliver targeted financial support to ECEC providers, enabling them to offer wage increases to their eligible workers. The creation of this special account aligns with our government's commitment to supporting the ECEC workforce. This bill also establishes terms and conditions of the ECEC Worker Retention Payment Grant, including a limit on fee increases charged by the provider. The grant guidelines will set the limit at 4.4% in the year from the 8th of August 2024, and the ABS will develop a new ECEC cost index to guide limits on increases in future years. This is a really important affordability condition that will ensure we keep downward pressure on fees for families. This is just another example of the focus our government has on relieving cost of living pressures that households are experiencing. And I would hope that people in this place can support this initiative. The Wage Justice Special Account will be established from the date that the Act comes into effect, with funds to be drawn from the 1st of July 2025. The account will be credited over 2 years based on the estimated annual expenditure profile for the ECEC worker retention payment. The special account will be time limited and will self-repeal on the 30th of June 2028. To enable the first payments to be made in December of this year, grant agreements will initially be supported using a special appropriation, which exists already under family assistance legislation. Transitional provisions in the bill will ensure grant agreements are subsequently deemed to have effect under the bill, with funding supported by the new special account from the 1st of July of next year. This is a really important piece of legislation and recognises that decent wages, fair wages, are critical to reversing attrition and growing the workforce. And this is really, the lack of fair wages has been impacting on the availability of early childhood education and care for families, and has been limiting opportunities for people who are really passionate about working in this industry but require higher wages to support their own families. It is really a significant development that early educators are going to get a 15% pay rise. And in the time I've been in this parliament and before, I've met with many early childhood educators and carers, and I know just how passionate they are about the work that they do, but also the level of burnout that workers in centres are experiencing as a result of attrition, and the concern they have for the children that they care about and the families they care about if they aren't able to provide the level of service they'd like to. I want to thank very sincerely and acknowledge the many, many educators who have been advocating for change in this area, and to acknowledge the families who have been advocating for change in this area, and to commend them for their steely focus on this issue and to elevating it to ensure that it has received the national attention that it deserves. We all know that early education gives children their very best start in life and gives families the support they need to return to their workforce and the confidence to return to the workforce, because they know that their children are being educated by well-paid, highly skilled professionals. The pay rises we're seeing here will set a new standard in early childhood education and care, and there's no going back. This is a really important, big step forward. I've spoken to early educators who say that this pay rise is transformative. This has been a missing piece, as far as they're concerned, in the work that they do in providing children and families the high-quality early education and care they deserve, because, as I said, there has been a lot of attrition, and there has been, as a result, a lot of staff burnout for those who remain. This pay rise will mean that around 200,000 educators who have been struggling to meet their barest daily essentials will now have the opportunity for stability and security in their lives. And I think we could all agree that's what they deserve. it's clear that this pay rise is part of a broader approach that our government has taken to lift the standards and accessibility for early childhood education and care. And as I've mentioned earlier, this really goes to the heart of gender equality in this country. Not only are we lifting the wages of a highly feminised workforce, but through doing so, we're also enabling carers who are largely women to enter the workforce should they choose to do so with confidence. And we saw our government make a similar decision in relation to aged care workers, again, a highly feminised industry, by delivering a pay rise there that recognised and respected the highly skilled and very important work that they do. I feel really proud to be able to stand here and speak on this issue as part of a government that recognises the importance of this sector. But I wouldn't be able to do so if it weren't for the many people who've spoken to me about this over the years and have been fierce in their determination to see this change. Every time I enter an early education centre, the love that educators have for their work is so apparent, and the children are clearly thriving in the centres in my electorate. I've spoken to families who say that this is a really key issue for them in relation to ensuring they've got confidence to go back to work, and that their children are being educated from their earliest years. We know the first 5 years are incredibly important in a child's life, and it is absolutely so significant that our government is recognising that importance through ensuring that the sector has certainty and through pay rises and other changes has the respect that they deserve. I look forward to, once I return to my electorate, visiting more centres. I know I'll be opening an early childhood education centre very soon. There's a lot of growth in this sector in my electorate, Deputy Speaker. But for the moment, I'm very pleased to stand here as part of a government who is delivering wage justice for early childhood education and care workers, and wage justice that is much deserved. Thank you.
I do thank the honourable member for her contribution, and the question is that the amendment now be agreed to, and I give the call to the most honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The word care is undervalued, and by extension women's work is undervalued, because historically women have been the caregivers and men the breadwinners, and social norms are hard to shift. But the good news is this is changing. The word care is finally getting the attention and respect it deserves, and Australia's new Governor-General, Sam Mostyn, is leading the way. At her swearing-in, she said, "If I can capture in a few words my aspirations for our country, I believe these testing times call for an unstinting focus on kindness, on care and on respect. Care is that gentle thought and the outstretched hand that Australians have always been ready to share when great challenges present themselves. Care is the quieter, better part of ourselves, and it is that sense of care that Simeon and I will seek to depict and amplify as we take on this role." Deputy Speaker, the binary system of women as caregivers and men as breadwinners, and the value we give each, is reflected in the type of work that women and men do. The Australian labour market is highly gender segregated by industry and occupation, a pattern that has persisted for decades. According to UNSW's Social Policy Research Centre, Australia's most feminised jobs are those of midwives, early childhood teachers, dental assistants, child carers, beauty therapists and vet nurses. In the early childhood education and care sector, 92% of workers are women, and this is reflected in my electorate of Goldstein. Of the 1,500 early childhood educators in Goldstein, 95% are women. Men are more likely to work as childcare centre managers than any other type of ECEC role. The segregation of women and men into different occupations and industries is a key driver of pay inequity. Female-concentrated industries and occupations tend to be on the lower end of the pay spectrum, while many male-concentrated jobs sit on the upper end. And this inequality accumulates across a woman's life course. But the undervaluing of women's work isn't just about money. The care sector itself is undervalued because it's an area of the economy that we tend not to think of as being productive or about investment. This is also changing, and it must for the sake of the country. Economists are at the forefront of this change. They've come up with the term, the care economy. This consists of all those services that provide care in one way or another to people of various ages and abilities. It includes aged care, disability services, and early childhood education and care. It's not well understood, but the care economy is the largest single employer in Australia, with over 1.8 million people, 80% of whom are women, currently working in care economy jobs. It's also our fastest growing industry, as measured by job growth, by a long stretch. This growth has far eclipsed the growth in traditional industries such as manufacturing, and it offers an unprecedented opportunity to innovate at scale while generating meaningful jobs and fulfilling careers. La Trobe University in Melbourne is seizing on this opportunity. Its vision is to transform the Australian care economy from a fragmented welfare and consumption industry to a global leader driving economic growth and productivity. I support La Trobe Uni's mission 100%, and I've spoken to the Industry Minister about the importance of this transformation. It requires a shedding of outdated views about the care sector and a willingness to embrace a new way of thinking. And the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Bill represents a shift in thinking, a shift towards respect. A valued and respected workforce underpins everything. This is why I was among those who fought tooth and nail for a pay increase for early childhood educators. For a sector that nurtures children, the educators have been left unnurtured for years. These mostly female workers have been victims of a discriminatory system that has devalued women's work and the care economy. As a result, they've left the sector in their droves to seek higher wages elsewhere. And who could blame them? This bill provides a legal framework for the establishment and operation of a special account which will be used to administer the pay rise. The 15% pay increase will support women and families with cost of living pressures and help attract and retain workers to the early childhood education sector. It's also a critical step in achieving equal pay for workers in occupations that historically have been undervalued based on gender. Importantly, the bill also limits increases to fees charged by providers. Supporting the early childhood workforce is a win for gender equality in the female-dominated early childhood sector, and it's a critical step towards universal early childhood education and care in Australia. Now is the time to start shaping the system we want for our children. Every child should have access to a minimum of 3 days of free or low-cost early childhood education in a week. It would give all children the start they need by increasing attendance, especially for those experiencing disadvantage. It would help alleviate cost of living stress for families by reducing out-of-pocket expenses. And it would get women back into the workforce. I've said it many times in this place, Deputy Speaker, affordable and accessible childcare is good for children, families, women and the economy. This policy ticks all the boxes. I promised the women of Goldstein I would fight for their economic security, especially for those who are not in the room, and I will continue to do so. I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question is now that the amendment be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Lalor and the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, early education, quality early education and care is a hallmark of a Labor government. The previous Labor government took to this place legislation to ensure quality early education and care, setting milestones for early education, setting targets for the training of the professionals who are going to work in the sector. When I came to this place, of course, we were in opposition, and for 9 long years I watched as the dream of quality education and care went down the gurgler, while those opposite now twiddled their thumbs and watched it do so. And the costs were great, but the costs were greatest to families in electorates like mine, where the majority are young families with children who need to access this, where the majority are double income families trying to make ends meet with both parents working. And from opposition, watching those who worked in the sector, particularly during the pandemic, when they were hailed as heroes of the pandemic, part of the essential workforce that kept us safe, it was in those moments, dark moments, when early educators were being asked to show up to work, to look after the children of essential workers, because they were seen to be essential workers themselves, when everybody wanted to be out first to thank them for their service, that very serious conversations began again inside the Labor Party about the care economy, about the value, about the investment that was going to be required, about feminised workforces again, and about how far behind we were in the gender pay gap. And Deputy Speaker, I spent my life working in a feminised workforce called education. Spent my life working in schools, spent my life working alongside predominantly other women, predominantly beside other women who often felt that their work was not valued. So I completely understand how those working in the early education and care sector felt, A, during the pandemic, but B, generally. This legislation sees the conversations that we had during those dark days of the pandemic about gender equity, about how we could create equity in the care economy, the conversations we had about the power of change in this space to drive economic change, how making early education and care affordable for families could mean that families ended up with predominantly the women working 2 extra days a week, and what that would do in terms of boosting our productivity as a nation. So we know that what we're putting before the Parliament today is good for the economy, it's good for families, but most importantly, it's good for the women who work in this sector. And it is part of this government's driving agenda, which now sees the gender pay gap the lowest it has ever been, around 11%. But there's still work to be done. But this piece, this is a seminal piece. The early education and care sector is the backbone of our nation. The people who work in it should be valued by our nation. Parents across our country rely on their passion. We rely on their commitment to create a strong foundation for our smallest Australians. So I fully support the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Bill, because I've seen firsthand the contributions they have made and continue to make to our society. I saw that as a mother when I dropped my children off to early education when they were toddlers, so that I could be part of our economy and part of our education system and make my contribution to this society. So this legislation will help address significant workforce shortages that we're also seeing, because it supports the delivery of a much-needed wage increase of 15% for eligible workers across 2 years, a wage increase that is long overdue for some of our hardest workers in this heavily feminised workforce, a wage increase needed but ignored by those opposite for such a long time. In fact, more than ignored, they openly said that it would be a bad thing for the Australian economy if women were paid more to do their work. This bill is a step forward for the sector, for our nation and for our nation's women. It sends a strong message that without their work, their support and their care, our nation would lack the contributions of so many. Now, across my electorate, one of the youngest electorates in the country, one of the fastest growing regions in the country, I've spent a fair bit of time recently visiting our local childcare centres. I've enjoyed friendly conversations with staff at Good Start Tarneet. I've cuddled little ones before nap time at Good Start Werribee, talked about the demand for quality early childhood educators at Child's Play Early Learning Centre in Wyndham Vale, met children who could already spell out their names at Good Start Heaths Road, spoke to staff about their incentives to stay in the sector at Good Start in Morris Road. I've witnessed incredible staff diversity at Good Start Deloraine Drive and across these early education facilities in my electorate. I've spoken to students on rounds in these centres across the last few weeks. The one common factor I found amongst all of these centres, amongst all these children, was the quality staff and how much they cared, not just in that nurturing way, but cared about the children they cared for's development. They also cared about their job, and they cared about the children they looked after and about their futures and about their development. I've heard stories about the demand for experienced staff in centres and the pressure workers are under. We want to ensure that our workers are adequately rewarded for the tireless work they do and the contributions they make. We want to say more than thanks. We want to say you are valued. And we want to say that we see your work, we value your work, and that our country can't run without your work. Decent wages are not just critical to reversing attrition in this shortage and growing the workforce. They demonstrate that this Labor government cares like the educators do. Workers simply don't stay where they aren't valued. We've seen delays to expansion plans, closing rooms and limited enrolments because centres are struggling to retain quality staff. The struggle this sector is facing needs to end, and this is part of the solution to that. I had the pleasure of visiting Aspire Childcare Centre in Manor Lakes for Early Learning Matters Week. We read a story together, had a lovely morning tea and created some beautiful artwork to commemorate the week. The meaning behind Early Learning Matters Week could not have been clearer. Having spent time in secondary schools as both a teacher and a principal, I know that childcare centres are fundamental to not only a child's development in their early years, but how that shapes their future years. We need to do the right thing by Australia's future generations by enhancing the early education workforce so they can put their best foot forward. And this piece of legislation is part of that. It will give a 15% pay rise across 2 years and cap what the centres can increase their charges by 4.4%. The significance of the Albanese Labor government's changes to the sector benefit not only the educators and the workforce, but also will allow parents to have confidence in their children's future and well-being. I remember the reality of relying on those same educators to provide my own children with the care and support they needed. I know how vital childcare services are to all Australian families. A factor of this legislation that we must not overlook is also that it will provide cost of living relief for the parents and guardians of our nation's youngest. It establishes terms and conditions which are inclusive of a limitation on the fee increase. As I said, centres will be prohibited from increasing fees by a set amount, with that amount being set at 4.4% until August 2025. It will put downward pressure on fees and will help to make childcare more affordable for the families in my electorate. It is a measure I know many in my community will appreciate. It is a measure I know they do appreciate because they have already said so in communications to me. Families should not have to choose between going back to work and ensuring their children are well looked after. This legislation is a part of ensuring that that's not the case. Like many in the care sector, the early childhood education and care workforce is comprised of over 90% women. Previous governments, for too long, have undervalued the work of this sector, despite this being a service that even those opposite have had to rely. The announcement of this pay rise is grounds for celebration, and it was certainly being celebrated in the childcare centres that I visited. It is recognition that this sector provides more than the outrageous claim that they are a child-minding service. My good friend Jo Brisky has been an incredible asset to the early education sector through her work in the union. I recently met with her to chat about this win for childcare workers. Jo's been a strong advocate for the sector for as long as I can remember. The legislation is a result of the impacts and importance of her work and the work of many others. Her work in being available and reliable and in bringing people forward to have the very important conversations with the members of the government to ensure that we all support this action. Through organisations such as the Parenthood and the United Workers Union, Jo has left an impact, and I'm sure today at home she's very proud as this legislation is being debated in the House. I wish her well as the Labor Party candidate for the seat of Maribyrnong in the upcoming election. The Wage Justice Bill is good for workers, good for parents, and most importantly, good for children. It is charting the course to universal accessibility of early childhood education and care. It puts children first and ensures they are receiving the highest quality care because they are our future. This legislation is part of a better future for all of Australians. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. As someone who's worked for most of my adult life and has also had a family, I know exactly how essential access to good quality early childhood education and care options are. It wasn't easy when my kids were little. Using a combination of great care facilities, private services and a supportive partner and family, we were able to cobble together a system that worked for us. And this was important as not only did it allow me to continue to pursue my profession, but also ensured that I always knew my kids were in safe hands, benefiting from stimulating and good quality care and education. In this context, then, I welcome the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Special Account Bill 2024, as it introduces a 15% wage increase over 2 years, tied to the condition that providers limit their fee increases. Having come to Parliament in 2022 as North Sydney's independent MP, I have to confess that I was frustrated that one of the government's first priorities at that time was moving on its industrial relations reform. In doing so, they consistently referenced the need for wage increases in the early childhood education and care sector to promote multi-employer bargaining provisions that they were desperate to introduce. Yet at the time, I spoke to the Minister and actually advocated for an immediate review of the award system covering these workers to ensure real-time wage increases for them were prioritised over widespread industrial relations reform. Indeed, the peak body for the sector, the Australian Childcare Alliance, also stated at the time that they were concerned the multi-employer bargaining provisions of the new legislation could result in the imposition of higher wages across the whole sector without government planning or financial support. They warned wage rises hoisted upon small operators could force them out of business and reduce access to high-quality services for families, and instead they called for a coordinated national wage increase with a transparent mechanism to ensure the wage supplement was passed directly on to the workforce. So it remains disappointing to me and many in North Sydney that the wage increases were not introduced by this government at that time. We have waited too long for this reform, and when your pay is low and your costs of living are high, every month matters. It comes as an immense relief then for many that the government is finally acting on calls for better pay conditions for early childhood education and care workers. Undervaluing and underpayment of work is not unique to this industry and pervades every part of the care economy, from aged care to social services, and with workers having to deal with low wages and challenging work conditions while the cost of living has continued to climb. Despite this, the care economy work is fundamental. In the early childhood education and care sector in 2021, 93% of workers identified as female. The predominance of women in this and other care workforces, coupled with this historic underpayment, means this legislation is not just significant for the industry, but for the economic empowerment of women overall. According to the 2022 report from Chief Executive Women, workers in female-dominated industries with a bachelor's degree or above earn 30% less per hour than workers in male-dominated industries. 30% less per hour than workers in male-dominated industries. For workers in these industries with Certificate 3 or 4, the earning gap increases to 36%. Currently, the more than 200,000 early childhood educators in Australia are among the country's lowest paid workers. Not only do wages in the sector pale in comparison to other industries, but they're also well below the wages of other educators. According to the Productivity Commission, median wages for early childhood education and care workers are about 20% lower than those of primary school teachers, and working conditions can be poorer than in other education sectors, with fewer leave days and greater workplace pressures. It's little wonder then that more than half of the graduates of early childhood education seek employment in primary schools rather than the early childhood education and care industry, where they are so sorely needed. And I've experienced this personally in the last couple of years as my niece has pursued a career in early childhood education to only now be in a position where she sees her only viable professional pathway to be in actually the school system. But it doesn't have to be this way. In the Netherlands, there is no gap between pre-primary and primary school teacher earnings. As Australians, we need to recognise the work our early education and care workers do is just as valuable as the work of primary and secondary teachers, as the research is clear. The early years are incredibly important for learning and development for children. Additionally, workforce retention in the early childhood education and care industry is an increasing problem that, if left unaddressed, will risk facility closures and a reduction in accessible childcare options that would significantly impact families right across the nation. The severity of the problem was recently highlighted by a snap poll by the United Workers Union, which found that more than 60% of childhood education and care workers surveyed were planning to leave the sector within the next 3 years. High staff turnover and persistent vacancies will lead to a decline in the quality of education and care provided to children. And this decline in quality not only affects the immediate experience of young learners, but will have ongoing effects on their development outcomes and future educational success. Indeed, many are arguing that at a time when we should be advocating for universal access for all children to early childhood education and care, our economic structure is such that the opportunities are becoming fewer and fewer. To be specific then about what this bill before us offers, the bill will introduce a special account from which to pay a 15% wage increase for early childhood education and care workers over 2 years, tied to a condition that providers limit fee increases. The first period of this bill's implementation would limit fee increases to less than 4.4% in the year from August 8th, 2024 to August 7th, 2025. To be eligible, providers will need to increase workers' wages by 10% above the current award in the first year of payment and 15% above the current award in the second year. This worker retention payment aims to attract and retain workers in the sector without passing costs along to families via higher fees. The 4.4% fee cap is a key measure to ensure costs are not passed on to families through increased fees. Yet, while it makes sense to tie the wage increases to the fee cap to protect families from excessive price hikes, it's unknown how it's going to be enforced. And when you live in an electorate like mine, where families are paying over $200 a day currently to access early childhood education and care services, this is a very real issue. I've heard from people in North Sydney who are concerned that the fees will rise regardless of this measure. To effectively limit fee increases, fees will need to be properly monitored, and early childhood education and care providers will need to be held accountable for meeting these conditions. Interestingly, the legislation will affect early childhood education and care providers differently depending on where they're based, with different regulations in every state and territory making wage increases contingent on a blanket fee cap of 4.4% will have varying impacts. For example, in my home state of New South Wales, we have one of the highest educator-to-child ratios of any state or territory, but we will still be held to the same fee cap as other states with lower ratio requirements. We also need to consider the impact this bill will have on providers, particularly the many small and family-owned businesses that may struggle to adjust to the changes required of them. I have heard from owners of small childcare centres in North Sydney who are concerned about the administration of this bill. They absolutely welcome the pay rise for workers, but they've expressed two key challenges that they will face due to this legislation. The first is that the impact of fee caps, they believe, will be felt more by small businesses compared to big providers, as the owners of small childcare centres often operate on thin margins and higher operating expenses. In this context, imposing limits on fees could have a disproportionate impact on them. Secondly, they fear that the fact that they're concerned about the added administrative burden will place on them as privately owned centres, as they already have, in their words, huge amounts of administrative work to deal with under existing laws and government programs. Arguably, large childhood education and care providers have greater capacity to deal with increased administration, while smaller providers, who make up to 79% of the sector, may struggle to keep up with increased administrative burden. Ultimately, the message I've heard from people in North Sydney is clear. We must improve the wages for early childhood education and care workers, whilst also ensuring smaller operators aren't disproportionately impacted. We want a triple win. We want a win for industry, workers, and parents and carers and children who use these essential services. As a working parent, I know how difficult it is to have a career while raising children, to educate them, care for them, and do all this while working, and all with a clear conscience. Parents like me rely on the incredible work of the 221,000 Australians who put their hearts and souls into childhood education and care, work that is challenging, and it's just as challenging as it is rewarding. Until now, these workers have been underpaid and undervalued, and despite their work being essential to more than 1 million families. As we continue these conversations then around reforms in the early childhood and education care space, I will actually be hosting the North Sydney Community Early Childhood Education and Care Deliberative Democracy Forum later this month. The event will bring together subject matter experts and around 30 to 40 randomly selected residents of the electorate to discuss the affordability and accessibility of early childhood education and care services, with the goal being to arrive at a consensus on a policy approach that they would like to see the federal government pursue to ensure these services are affordable and accessible to everyone. It will be democracy in action in its truest terms. I look forward to hearing what my community has to say as a result of this event. In closing, there is so much more to be done to ensure early childhood education and care is valued, is affordable, is accessible, and is of a high quality for all Australians. And paying workers what they deserve is an essential first step in this journey. I welcome this bill, and I very much look forward to supporting it as it moves through the House. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Since coming into government, the number of early childhood education and care workers have grown by more than 30,000 people. This growth reflects Labor's drive to improve the sector. From Hampton Park to Limbrook, Narre South to Cranbourne and Clyde, early childhood educators are some of the most important workers in our community. I have visited many of the childcare centres in my electorate, including Aspire early learning in Cranbourne West, Clyde North and Bella Estate. Miranda Park Kindergarten, Pebble Patch, Cranbourne West, Good Start, Hampton Park, Kids House Early Learning, Clyde North, Cranbourne Drive Early Learning and YMCA Early Learning in Cranbourne North. At each of these centres, I met dedicated professionals who take an enormous responsibility of caring for and educating our children while we work and manage our lives. I have met you, I have heard you, and I know that your work is irreplaceable. I want to say a heartfelt thank you as you shape the next generation and ensure that our children have the best possible start in life. Holt is one of the youngest electorates in the country, with 1 in 4 residents under the age of 14. Early childhood educators play a crucial role in our community. We place a huge amount of trust in you, relying on you to care for our children and support their development and well-being. But we know that simply increasing the workforce isn't enough. We must also ensure these educators are properly supported and fairly paid. Despite the importance of their work, many early childhood educators face low wages and heavy workloads. Decent wages are crucial to retaining staff and attracting the most talented and passionate people to the sector. This is why I'm proud to stand here today to speak to the Albanese Labor government's commitment to funding a 15% rise for 200,000 early childhood educators across the country. This commitment recognises the vital contributions these workers make to our community. This is fundamental Labor policy, a policy that comes from a party that puts Australian workers and families first and recognises their essential contribution to society. This wage increase acknowledges that these workers, predominantly women, deserve to be paid fairly for the important role they play in supporting our families and communities. It is about respect and recognition for the hard work and dedication these educators show every single day. This increase will also provide much needed boost to wages, with the average early childhood educator earning the award rate seeing an increase of at least $103 per week by December 2024 and at least $155 per week by December 2025. This is an additional $7,800 a year for these workers. This wage rise is tied to a commitment from childcare centres to limit fee increases, ensuring that workers are paid fully without passing the cost onto families. This builds on Labor's previous efforts to make childcare more affordable for families. Since coming to government, the number of early childhood workers have grown by more than 30,000, but we need more. Last year, we implemented the cheaper childcare reforms, which significantly reduced the cost of childcare for 96% of families. These changes mean that a family on an income of $120,000 today is now paying about $2,000 less in childcare fees than they would otherwise have to. This policy was designed to allow parents, especially women, to re-enter the workforce without the burden of high childcare costs. It has been life-changing for families in Holt, enabling them to earn more, invest in their family's future, and contribute to our local economy. This is the kind of support we aim to provide to all families in our community. The Albanese Labor government understands that when we invest in early childhood education, we are investing in our future. Our commitment to fairer wages for early childhood educators is a part of a broader commitment to ensure every Australian child has the best start in life. By improving access to quality early childhood education, we lay a strong foundation for children's development and learning. Research shows that these early years are crucial for cognitive, social and emotional growth. Children who receive high-quality education during this time are more likely to succeed academically and thrive later on in life. Accessible early childhood education ensures that all children, regardless of their background, can benefit from nurturing environments that foster curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. Moreover, it empowers parents to pursue their careers with the confidence that their children are in a safe and supporting settings. This in turn leads to stronger families and a more resilient community. Investing in early childhood education is not just an investment in individual children, it's an investment in the future of our society. Deputy Speaker, paid parental leave was introduced by the Gillard Labor government in 2011. It is a policy that highlights the positive outcomes when women are a part of the decision-making process. This policy has provided hundreds of thousands of mothers with the financial support to take time off work and focus on what truly matters, spending those precious first weeks with their newborn child. It has lifted the financial burden that many new parents face, allowing them to bond with their child without the stress of returning to work too soon. The Albanese Labor government has made significant improvements to paid parental leave. From July 1 every year, we will increase paid parental leave until it reaches 26 weeks, because we believe that when parents have more time with their babies, it strengthens their bond and creates priceless memories that last a lifetime. My electorate is home to a diverse community of families, and every week I have the privilege of meeting countless parents who have benefited from Labor's reforms. They share stories of affordable childcare and paid parental leave have made a real difference in their lives. These are real stories from real families. Families like my brother Hamish and his amazing wife Christine. Last year, they welcomed their beautiful baby boy, my nephew Xander. Knowing that Hamish and Christine could spend more time with Xander during those first few weeks brought me great comfort as a proud auntie. These changes are crucial for families across Holt, especially as they navigate the challenges of parenthood. They provide much-needed support, allowing families to focus on what truly matters, raising their children and building a future together. Deputy Speaker, we are focused on ensuring that children get the best education at all stages of their life, from kindergarten to primary school, high school and onto university and TAFE. Our education reform agenda doesn't just end at early childhood. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement will see an additional $16 billion invested in our public schools over the next decade. Public schools are the backbone of our education system, and this funding boost will provide more resources for teachers, better support for students with diverse needs, and upgraded facilities that foster learning and growth. This will mean, for the first time, public schools outside of the ACT will be fully funded. This investment will ensure every student, regardless of where they live or their background, have access to the highest quality education. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is dedicated to supporting families in our communities through cheaper childcare, through extended paid parental leave, through paying new mothers superannuation, and through cutting taxes so that every Australian has more money to spend on their families. Only Labor is committed to ensuring that no family is left behind and that every worker is valued for the work that they do. We recognise that it is our government's responsibility to create an environment where early childhood educators are recognised, respected and paid fairly for their essential work. I would like to take a moment to thank Minister for Education Jason Clare and Minister for Youth Dr Anne Ali for their outstanding work on this bill. Their tireless efforts have been instrumental in ensuring that early childhood educators receive the respect, recognition and fair wages they deserve. Minister Clare's leadership in education reform and Minister Ali's unwavering commitment to supporting Australian families have brought us one step closer to a system that values both educators and the children they care for. Their vision and advocacy have made a real difference for countless families across the country, and I am proud to support their work in this vital area. I urge everyone in this chamber to support this bill and to celebrate the work of our early childhood educators. Together, we can build a better future for our children, one where every educator feels valued and every family has access to the quality of care and education they deserve. I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. When discussing this bill, I think it's very important that we put on the record the Coalition's record when it comes to childcare.
Absolutely.
We almost doubled childcare investment to $11 billion in 22-23 and locked in ongoing funding for preschools and kindergartens. We made the biggest reforms to the early childhood education system in over 40 years. More than 1.3 million children have access to the childcare subsidy from around 1 million families when we first came to office. Under the Coalition, 280,000 more children are in early childhood education. And our targeted extra support introduced in March 2022 made a real difference. Childcare costs came down 4.6% in the year to June 2022. Now, Deputy Speaker, that is worth repeating. Our targeted extra support introduced in March 2022 led to a 4.6% decrease in childcare costs to June 2022. And while doing all that, we saw women's workforce participation reach record highs at 62.3% in May 2022. Now that's compared to 58.7% when we came to office. So our track record in this area is an excellent one. And not only that, we were also able to carry the childcare sector through the pandemic because, as you will remember, the sector faced its darkest hour when the pandemic hit. But we were able to take the sector through that period, and their resilience and their ability to work with the government meant that when we came out of the pandemic, they were ready to go. And those in this place today will remember, and I remember it because it was Easter Sunday, I'm pretty sure, when we announced free childcare during the pandemic. And that approach was able to carry the sector through the pandemic. We, of course, readjusted after some months, and then we were able to set the sector up to be able to blossom again once the pandemic had ended. And can I just once again give my thanks to the sector for what they were able to do throughout the pandemic, because especially when it came to emergency service workers and others who had to work, we needed a childcare sector to be able to look after their children, and they stepped up to the plate and they did it incredibly, incredibly well. Now, I have two areas of concern when it comes to this bill. The first is that it does nothing to address childcare deserts. And the sad reality is we've seen these childcare deserts grow in just 2 and a bit years that the Albanese Labor government has been in office. And where those childcare deserts have grown, sadly, most abundantly, has been in regional and rural Australia. And I say this to the government, you need to seriously look at what you can do to make sure that childcare provision is provided right across this nation, that it's provided into my electorate of Wannon. And you need to be mapping where we have the childcare deserts, and you have to be making sure that we can get the childcare provision that we need. And not only that, you have to make sure that we can get the workforce that we need. And that is one of the problems with this bill. We are not seeing anything which is going to help address the fact that we are not going to see these childcare deserts addressed. And that is very, very much problematic. The other thing that we also have issues with this bill about is what in it is being done to make sure that those out-of-pocket expenses for parents go down. What is it that will lead to those out-of-pocket expenses not continually rise for them? Now, just to give you a sense of this issue, after the last election, Labor promised cheaper childcare, and instead they spent $4.7 billion, which was mostly eaten by inflation, and delivered higher out-of-pocket costs for families. Now, to give you a sense of those higher out-of-pocket costs for families, they were 8.4% over the last 12 months. 8.4% over the last 12 months. So you've got a cost of living crisis, you've got a cost of doing business crisis, and your out-of-pocket costs for families for childcare have gone up by 8.4%, even though Labor has spent $4.7 billion. And the major concern with this bill, and we all recognise and we all know how important our early childhood educators are, and all of us want to see them get extra income in their pockets because of the cost of living crisis. We know that and we want that. But what we don't want is that parents see more inflation and the parents see their out-of-pocket costs continue to rise, because 8.4% over the last 12 months, if that continues, it's going to make life harder and harder and harder for those working families. And so I say to the government, there are more things that you need to do. Looking at wages amongst our early childhood educators is important, but you need to have a holistic policy approach, which means that it won't cause inflation, that it will mean that we can get more workers into the workforce, more childcare providers into areas especially where there are childcare deserts, and you won't see out-of-pocket costs go up by 8.4% for families. That's the challenge. And it's so often the case with this government is that they'll see one aspect that they think needs addressing, but they don't understand that you need a holistic approach to do it properly. And that is my worry with this bill, the lack of this holistic approach. Because as I go around the electorate of Wannon and I talk to people, they're deeply concerned about the costs when they go to the supermarket. They're worried about the cost of insurance. They're worried about the cost of housing. They're worried about the costs of rents. They're worried about the costs of driving on the roads due to the maintenance cuts that we've seen from the federal and state government for our roads over the last 2 and a bit years. They're all the things that they worry about, and there is nothing in this bill to ease that concern that out-of-pocket costs for families aren't going to continue to rise by 8.4% year on year. And if that does happen, 8.4% year on year, the compounding aspects of that will really hit families hard. And that's why the government needs to take a holistic approach. Because if they don't, and inflation continues how it is, what we're going to see, sadly, is this continuing. And this is the record. Since the last election, costs of health up 10.5%, cost of education up 11.2%, cost of food is up 12.3%, cost of housing up 13.1%, cost of rents up 16.3%, costs of financial and insurance up 17.3%, cost of gas up 33.8%. Cost of gas up 33.8%. And of course, as I've mentioned, childcare up by 8.4%. Now, we have to remember Labor have had 3 budgets now, 3 budgets to try and address this. Yet working Australians have seen their living standards collapse under Labor because of these soaring costs. And their failure to break the back of inflation means that hard-working families have seen their standard of living decline and decline dramatically. As a matter of fact, it's one of, if not the highest decline in real living standards anywhere in the OECD, anywhere for comparable countries. And that is why this bill really needs to be far, far more holistic in its approach, because we know and understand our early childhood educators deserve a pay increase. But we also know that there has to be a way to do that which doesn't lead to inflation going higher and doesn't lead to those costs going higher and doesn't lead to out-of-pocket costs for parents continuing to rise year on year, as it has for the last 12 months by 8.4%. So my challenge for the Minister and for the government is this: what guarantees are you giving that parents won't see out-of-pocket costs continue to rise by 8.4% or higher year on year? I remember when we were in government, those opposite said it was all about out-of-pocket costs for families, yet now what we see is quiet, very much. We don't hear much noise at all when it comes to these out-of-pocket costs. And referring to those out-of-pocket costs and making sure that you're saying to Australian families that needs to be a key component of what we're doing is critically important. The other thing that the government needs to focus on are these childcare deserts. What are you doing to make sure that the sector expands? What are you doing to make sure that the childcare providers have that surety to be able to invest and keep investing and providing that opportunity for families to be able to get access to childcare? And I can tell you we're not seeing anything when it comes to my electorate in that regard. And that is one of the disappointing things, and there's many disappointing things, that we have seen recently, because what you have to remember is that our record was 280,000 more children in early childhood education. Well, what I would love to see is that number continue to grow and grow and grow, especially in rural and regional areas. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a government who could point to its record of seeing childcare provision in regional and rural Australia expand into these childcare drought areas? That's where we're seeing the extra numbers. In Warrnambool, in Port Fairy, in Portland, in Hamilton, in Colac, in Ararat, in Winchelsea, right across my electorate, I would love to see a government focused on providing more childcare opportunities for my constituents, and doing it in a way which isn't going to see out-of-pocket costs for parents rise year on year by 8.4%. So that's the challenge for this government. What about bringing into this chamber a holistic approach to childcare which is going to work for everyone?
The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it gives me quite proud. I'm quite proud to stand up here and support this bill, the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Bill, because it is a very special bill. It's a bill that will enable early childhood education and care workers, who are some of the most important workers in the country, and it will also enable a betterment in our economy, but most importantly, it will enable them to be paid fairly. They deserve to be paid fairly, Deputy Speaker. Achieving quality outcomes for children relies on a highly skilled workforce, well-supported and professionally recognised early childhood education and care sector workers. Decent wages are absolutely critical to reversing attrition and growing this crucial workforce. Now, Deputy Speaker, every day around this country, parents, Australians trust early educators with the most important people in their world, and in fact the most important people in our nation, the next generation of Australians. We ask of our early childhood educators to do some of the most important jobs imaginable, and they deserve a pay rise for doing that. That's what this bill delivers. Deputy Speaker, it delivers a 15% pay rise for up to 200,000 childcare workers, a 10% pay rise from December of this year, and then a further 5% pay rise from December of next year. So, Deputy Speaker, a typical early childhood educator will receive an additional $103 from December 2024, increasing to at least $155 from December 2025. A typical early childhood teacher will receive an additional $166 a week from December 2024 and increasing to at least $249 extra from December 2025. This is important because what happens, Deputy Speaker, in early education and care is very important. It's not just babysitting. It's not babysitting, it's early education. 90% of our children's brain development develops and occurs in those first 5 years of life. So it's crucial, and all the research that we've seen shows that the earlier you start in educating a child, the better for that child. The long-term benefits for education are huge when you start early. And that's been with studies that have been done all around the world, and especially here in Australia. There is no child expert that would argue with that point. So this pay rise, we hope, will encourage more people to stay more people to come back to the industry and more people to think about becoming an early educator. And more educators means more children and more parents can benefit from the life-changing work that they do. Deputy Speaker, this bill also sets up the Wage Justice for Early Childhood Education and Care Workers special account. Now, this account allows us to deliver that 15% pay rise over 2 years through the Early Childhood Education and Care Workers Worker Retention Payment Program. And it supports affordability for families by establishing a fee increase cap in the terms and conditions of the Worker Retention Payment Grant. Now, Deputy Speaker, this means that providers won't be able to rise their fees in the first year of more than 4.4%. And this will ensure that it puts downward pressure on fees, helping to make early education and care more affordable for the families that need it. The Wage Justice Bill also encourages good faith bargaining and the making of enterprise agreements in the early childhood education and care sector. It will also help support the steps the government has already taken to make early childhood education cheaper for Australian families. And this is extremely important across the nation. Deputy Speaker, the ABS, the Australian Bureau of Statistics census data, shows that there were 2,280 childcare workers working in just the metropolitan Adelaide area, mostly in my area, in 2021, which compares with 862 in 2011. Deputy Speaker, this is an equivalent to an increase of 1,418 or 164.5%. As of July 2024, there were 157 early childhood education and care services within my federal electorate of Adelaide. This includes centre-based daycare, outside school hours care, family daycare and preschools. There were 70 centre-based daycare services and 50 outside school hours services in the electorate that I represent. And there was 9,530 families using a childcare service in the Adelaide electorate and receiving the subsidy in 2023. So, Deputy Speaker, like many people in this place, I've had the privilege of visiting many childcare centres in the electorate. And I know in recent times, I know well this news that we're hearing today through this bill. And I know also that it'll be received by these centres positively. For example, I'll be visiting very soon the Lady Gowrie Childcare Centre in Thebarton, which is a great facility doing renowned work through the Lady Gowrie system that was set up many years. In fact, both my children attended Lady Gowrie when they were preschool, and the education they received there as toddlers was basically amazing. So I take my hat off to Lady Gowrie Childcare Centre. Many others that I've visited: Good Start Early Learning Plympton, Good Start Early Learning at Prospect, the Parkside Community Childcare, and the Unley Community Childcare Centre, and many others: Precious Cargo Montessori Early Learning, and of course the Little Oxford Montessori, all doing amazing work, all caring for our children, but most importantly providing an early education. So those children that are there preschool, their brain is developing, they're learning, and they're going to get the best start and the best chances in the world when they start their primary school. When you visit these centres, Deputy Speaker, you get a greater sense of the importance of their work. When you sit and see the child educators working and meeting with parents, the committee members, and of course childhood educators who work there, you get a sense of how important this work is, and you also get a sense of how hard they work, but most importantly you get a sense of the absolute commitment of these people who have been in this sector, many for a number of years, who do it because they're committed to this sector, not because of the pay. As I said, I've sat and spoken with them. Certainly recently, I went to the Unley Community Child Centre where I met with Jara Lyotanaya. She was the early childhood educator there, and with Nika Hilditch, Kate Goodwin-Smith, who are advocates and parents, and they told me about their trials and tribulations. They told me about the long hours that they work and their difficulties in recruiting staff. Even though it's wonderful to see families receiving cheaper childcare under this government's proposal, there is still simply not enough educators to meet this demand. And that's why this bill is so important. And it's clear how critically needed this pay rise is for child care workers. We are desperately excuse me, Deputy Speaker, keen to retain many workers, and how important it is to help parents and carers struggling with cost of living pressures. Excuse me, thank you. That's better. Now we can say it again, hopefully without the coughing. Deputy Speaker, as I was saying, our government is absolutely committed to seeing the Australians earning more and keeping more of what they earn, and we will keep working every day to deliver for all Australians, including the child educators. We all know that Australians are doing it tough, there's no doubt, and I hear it when I go door knocking, when I'm out and about in my electorate, when I'm talking to people, and certainly the child educators. They are some of the lowest paid in the sector, across industries. And this is why our government's #1 priority is easing that cost of living, the cost of living and the cost of living pressures that are around at the moment, by bringing inflation down, as we've seen, nearly halved since we got into government, and the tax relief and a whole range of other things. That's why this Albanese Labor government, Deputy Speaker, has introduced this bill. That's why we delivered, as I said, a tax cut for all Australians, and that included $93,000 in my electorate alone, with an average tax cut of $1,540 per annum. So, Deputy Speaker, those tax cuts are providing greater tax relief to low and middle income earners who are low paid, for example, as our child educators and especially women. This bill will see 90% the tax cuts will see 90% of women taxpayers retaining an average an additional $707 per year compared with the previous legislated tax cuts. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill that we're debating here today will also help reduce the gender pay gap. As the Prime Minister outlined yesterday, in his speech, this is a good policy and a very, very necessary policy. Wages in early childhood education and care work sector, which is very female-dominated workforce, are among the lowest of the caring professions. The lowest of all most of the caring professions. These are the people that are looking after our children, are developing them, are developing our grandchildren. These are the people that are doing all they can to give those children the best chance in life as they grow older and go into school. As I said, the award rates for professional qualified educators often comparable to rates for most unqualified workers, are pretty much the same. Deputy Speaker, an effective supported bargaining process also will lift pay and conditions for the workforce and contribute towards the government's ambition for universal high-quality sector. With gender equity at the heart of the workforce relations system, government funding in response to supported bargaining will contribute to the improvements in attraction and retention within the early childhood workforce sector. Having a sustainable, qualified workforce, Deputy Speaker, promotes workforce participation by enabling more parents and carers to engage in work, study and training, and improves educational outcomes by providing, as I said earlier, that high-quality education and care to the most important people in this nation, the next generation of Australians.
Order. It being 1:30 p.m. The debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. I call the Honourable Member for Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At 6 o'clock last night, in my office, we quietly celebrated the closing of the polls in 2004, which saw me re-elected to the Parliament after being defeated twice before and being a once-a twice, of which the member at the table was a participant in one of those election campaigns. It has been an honour to serve the people of Macmillan and Monash, accordingly, in that time. But in my 25 years in the Parliament, of course, I served as a member for Coronella for 3 years as well.
And I'm sorry, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. Sorry? Sorry. Please proceed. That was my bad.
Oh, righto. So it's been a very difficult time in that two great achievements is that you were on the wrong side of every leadership ballot for the whole 25 years because you supported the leader. And secondly, to be in a place where policy was particularly important to me, no matter who the government was of the day, and I was prepared to speak out on those issues. I've never stepped back from the time that I spent in this place in the alternative, and I look forward to continuing in that role.
Sorry to the member for Monash, but we are seeking statements by honourable members. I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we all keep talking about times are tough, and they are. Over the last few weeks and in the few weeks coming, I will have the opportunity to meet with a number of our welfare agencies in my electorate. And what the volunteers tell me at the food banks and at the pantries is that demand is great, and it is growing. We recently opened Bendigo Food Share, who is responsible for supplying the goods for many of these outlets. And they call themselves outlets, or these welfare organisations, because they kind of are a bit of the on-seller in many ways. They hand out the food that these people need. It is helping people get week to week. But what they also tell me, the volunteers in these places, is that the cost of living relief delivered by this government is helping, particularly in the areas of rent assistance, back-to-back increases to rent assistance, a 45% increase in rent assistance since our government was elected, a 21% increase to the job seeker rate since our government was elected. These two measures alone are helping people from falling through the cracks. Increases to disability, aged and carers payment and pensions are also helping. This is what responsible governments do. They help those most in need to make sure that they can get week to week.
Member for Flynn.
Madam Speaker, today I'm proud to share the ideas of two remarkable Year 8 students from the Emerald High School who have taken part in the Raise Our Voice in Parliament program. This initiative gives young Australians the opportunity to express their concerns and ideas and have their voices heard at the highest levels of government. Ariba, one of the young students, wrote passionately about the issue of rubbish littering her hometown of Emerald. She noted that despite council efforts, community participation is lacking, and she urges all of us to address this issue before it escalates further, calling for stronger efforts to encourage everybody to properly dispose of their waste and keep our communities clean. Amber, also in Year 8 at Emerald High School, raised her voice and wrote strongly about her beliefs that there should be more Indigenous involvement and greater opportunity to embrace Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander culture in the Gemfields and the Greater Central Highlands region. I want to thank Ariba and Amber for their thoughtful contributions and for taking an active interest in shaping our future. Their participation in the Raise Our Voice program is a testament to the power of young people in influencing positive change, and I encourage other students to follow in their footsteps and participate in the program next year.
Thank you. Member for Macon.
Deputy Speaker, Labor understands that living costs are straining many Australian families. That's why the Albanese Labor government has delivered tax cuts for all taxpayers, energy bill relief for households and small businesses, wage rises for childcare and aged care workers, cheaper medicines, more bulk billed GP visits, including a bulk billing urgent care clinic in my electorate of Macon, increased rent assistance, free TAFE courses, and Labor will cut $3 billion off student debt and is taking action to prevent price rorting by supermarkets. Labor has done all that whilst delivering 2 budget surpluses, lowering inflation and getting more people into work. But what has been the response from the Dutton-led coalition? To oppose all of Labor's assistance measures, to float a vague, uncosted, expensive nuclear energy policy, which, even if it was an option, is years, if not decades, away. And to cut $315 billion of government expenditure, which we know is code for cuts to pensions, cuts to welfare programs, cuts to Medicare and cuts to public service jobs. We know there is more to do, and Labor is focused on easing living costs, whilst the opposition leader's only plan is to be obstructive.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak on the Raise Our Voice in Parliament campaign and to share with you Eden from my community, what Eden had to say. My name is Eden, I'm 16 years old and I live in Mayo. I live in a regional area and sport is a big part of our community, yet we don't have the correct facilities to use our sports. For example, the basketball seasons are held in the gym of the public school with only 1 court. This means that some people don't go home until 9:15 p.m. on weeknights. The idea of a new stadium has been proposed several times, but nothing has actually gone ahead. Strathalbyn is a growing town and more people are playing sports, especially young people, with not enough space to fit them all in. I know a lot of people that have moved to a different club because the club has more resources and a better training capacity. In 10 years, I want my community to still have sport as a way of bringing people together and to have the resources to facilitate that. If Strathalbyn could fund and get funding and get support to build a new multi-sport stadium, it would benefit everyone, regardless of what sport they play. Eden, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I've met with council. It's going to need all 3 levels of government to make this work. I'm here fighting for you to make sure that we can get a new sporting facility for Strathalbyn.
Member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We hear you, we see you, we understand the pressures families are facing. And that's why we've delivered tangible cost of living relief. We have cut taxes for every Australian, provided $300 in energy rebates and increased wages for workers by the highest rate in 2 decades. While Labor delivers real cost of living relief, the Liberals are distracted by overseas issues and secret plans to cut vital services like pensions, Medicare and housing. And only Labor is focused here at home. We've frozen the cost of PBS medicines, made childcare more affordable and funded 500,000 fee-free TAFE courses. Rental assist is up by 43%. We are bringing back manufacturing back on shores, and we have expanded bulk billing to ensure better healthcare access. On top of that, we are providing $3 billion in student debt relief, and we are cracking down on dodgy behaviour at supermarkets by empowering the ACCC. We are delivering for families and tackling the cost of living.
Member for Melbourne.
Millions of people across the country are on the front lines of a full-blown housing catastrophe. Rents and mortgages have skyrocketed. People are being forced to skip meals to keep a roof over their head. So many are sleeping in cars and tents because it's impossible to find an affordable rental. It's beyond clear that our housing system isn't working for anyone except wealthy property investors. Meanwhile, this government has nothing to offer except band-aid answers that are more slogan than substance. The Greens won't just roll over and rubber stamp Labor's woefully inadequate band-aid approach because you deserve better. Renters deserve better than unlimited rent increases. Mortgage holders deserve better than massive unrelenting interest rate hikes. First home buyers deserve better than to be outbid by wealthy property investors racking up their 7th, 15th or 30th property. People deserve so much better than a government that's throwing them to the wolves in a dog-eat-dog housing market. A government that's willing to let you struggle when it doesn't have to be this way. Big problems need real solutions. The Greens want to work with the government to take action that will actually make a difference. Freeze rent increases, lower rate mortgages, build public housing and end the tax breaks which stack the deck in favour of wealthy property investors at the expense of everyone else. Labor needs to stop bulldozing and start negotiating with the Greens to fix the housing and rental crisis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. When it comes to the economy, the Libs talk the big game. But under the Libs, inflation had a 6 in front of it. It now has a 2. We've had 2 budget surpluses when the Libs had exactly 0. Crickets, donuts. These surpluses mean that we've avoided $80 billion in interest charges over a decade, and that means that we can build up our financial buffers again. On housing, we've had a housing minister from the get-go. They had none for at least 6 years of their decade in office. Is it any wonder that a housing problem morphed into a crisis? Under us, the gender pay gap has been crunched from 14.1% when we came to office to 11.5% now. Under the Libs, it was stuck in neutral, going nowhere fast because they deprioritised women. It's closing thanks to wage rises for 2.6 million low-income workers, wage rises for childcare workers and for aged care workers. We've banned wage secrecy. We've forced big business to reveal their gender pay gap. This all happened thanks to a female-dominant government, which channels the spirit of a female Prime Minister who stood at that dispatch box 12 years ago this week and said to those men who were blocking her path, "Not now, not ever."
Member for McPherson.
Today I rise to wish Mervyn Sydney Latham a happy 100th birthday on the 14th of October 2024. Born at Port Macquarie, Merv spent his early years helping out on the family farm and at his grandfather's blacksmith shop. His hard work at school meant he passed the rigorous entrance exam for the public service, where he subsequently started work as a clerk in the Correspondence and Records branch of the Department of Mines and Forests. He joined the Naval Cadets as a telegraphist and crewed on a coastal patrol vessel, including on the 31st of May 1942, the night the Japanese midget submarines entered Sydney Harbour and fired torpedoes at USS Chicago, missing it but hitting HMAS Cuttable, killing 21. Later, Merv enlisted in the Army, serving in a number of posts and then undertaking training through the Commonwealth Reconstruction Training Scheme in fitting and turning, diesel engineering and boot making before his discharge in 1946. Merv's post-military career was long and distinguished and included various roles with the Departments of Mines and Forests and also Industrial Relations. Throughout his life, Merv has travelled across Australia and around the world to places including Canada, Europe, England, the UAE and the Americas. All of these experiences have made Merv the person he is today, a serviceman, accountant, traveller, inventor, husband, father and companion, a true gentleman. Happy 100th birthday, Mervyn Sydney Latham.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Our government's #1 priority is helping Australians with the cost of living, and our economic plan is focused on helping people while fighting inflation. We're making it cheaper and easier for households to get the medical care and medicines they need. Where we've tripled the Medicare rebate to see a GP for eligible patients, and our Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in my electorate in Mount Waverley, mean that medical care is more accessible and people can get the care they need when they need it without having to worry about costs. I've spoken to residents in my community in Chisholm about this, and it has been incredibly well received. I know our cheaper medicines initiatives have relieved cost of living pressures too, because that's what constituents have been telling me. And Chisholm residents have the highest number of 60-day prescriptions in the state of Victoria, saving millions of dollars for locals. In addition to these changes, we've also delivered a tax cut for every Australian taxpayer, not just some, $300 in energy bill relief for every Australian household and $325 for eligible small businesses, a third consecutive pay rise for 2.6 million workers, and we know that there's more to do, and we'll keep fighting hard every day to deliver for every Australian. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Longman.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Bribie Island is a little piece of paradise in the electorate of Longman, and as more and more people discover that the southeast Queensland is probably the best destination in Australia, our airport has grown and the flights have grown. And part of that is that the flight paths now and the air traffic going over Bribie Island has become quite horrific. And Air Services Australia have been approached by many of the people on Bribie Island, and unfortunately to this date they haven't been heard. We had organised a drop-in session back in August, but unfortunately they weren't able to attend because of illness, so that's now been rescheduled until the first quarter of next year. So I want to say to the people on Bribie Island, please keep an eye out, let me know and I'll keep you up to date when that drop-in session will be. Bribie Island is 90% national park, and for the life of us we cannot understand why the flight path can't be moved just a few kilometres north so that it's not going over this populated area, which, by the way, has the oldest average population in Queensland. So these people, needless to say, don't like a lot of air traffic, particularly at night when they're trying to sleep. So I'm asking for common sense to prevail. I wrote to the Minister. Unfortunately, I didn't get much of a reply, but hopefully between Air Services Australia, the people of Bribie and myself, we can sort it out and we can have a common sense solution to this real problem.
Member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Delivering cost of living relief is the #1 priority of the Albanese Labor government, a government that has spent the last 2.5 years working for Australians. We know people are doing it tough, so that's why we've acted to help all Australians. This government has delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer. Our fairer tax cuts are helping with the cost of living, ensuring people keep more of what they earn. On top of this, every household is getting $300 off their power bill, and 1 million small businesses are getting a $325 rebate. We've made medicines cheaper and allowed 60-day dispensing, a decision very popular in my electorate of Dunkley. PBS medications have been frozen, meaning no one will pay more than $31.60 for a script. And we've helped families out by making childcare cheaper. Out-of-pocket expenses are dropping to $4.22 an hour in the June quarter, which is excellent for families in my community. The Albanese Labor government has done more for the people of this country than the opposition. We have been exceptional in looking after the people that are doing it tough in our communities, across communities like Dunkley. I am very excited to be an MP for Dunkley with this government that is also amongst 53% of women, which is exceptional.
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The time has come to hold Queensland Labor to account for the youth crime crisis that has swept through our state and hurt my home city of Toowoomba so badly. And as we come to this election on October 26, it is clear that only the LNP is willing to do what it takes to stop this youth crime crisis. Speaker, our city, our people in our hometowns feel helpless in their own homes. I've spoken to residents who now sleep with weapons under their beds, under their pillows. I've spoken to residents whose children cannot get to sleep unless they're right beside their parents because they witnessed a violent home invasion. I've spoken to elderly residents who watch as gangs of criminals ransack their houses, abusing them on the way through, Speaker. And I've spoken to police who feel absolutely helpless, that they cannot in any way steer the kids that they're picking up on a Monday away from the crimes that they know they're going to commit on a Wednesday. This cycle has continued through our state, and Speaker, I've spoken to friends of Robert Brown, who died at the hands of a youth criminal on the streets of Toowoomba in a terrible assault that quite frankly just was the last straw for Toowoomba, and we demanded change. But Speaker, we are not helpless. We are not helpless. On October 26 we can stand up and tell Labor we've had enough, we're sick of your soft on crime stance, and we want to change. In Toowoomba we have David Janetsky, Trevor Watts and Pat Weir the right team with the right policy, adult crime, adult time, to sort this youth crime crisis out and finally bring it to an end.
Member for Moreton.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. While some MPs grandstand on social media, the truth is that Labor is the only party committed to genuine housing reform. The Greens political party talks about housing but then blocks housing projects in their own electorates. They are a hypocritical cliche. Right now the Greens are blocking more homes for the rental market and 40,000 Australians from home ownership, all in the name of fantasy rent freezes. What exactly is the evidence on rent freezes? The Guardian, formerly the home of the magnificent Amy Ramakis, says all experts Guardian Australia spoke to said this would not be sensible in Australia. The Australian Financial Review concurred. Economists from left to right agree it would make things worse by squeezing housing supply, and the Productivity Commission stated rent control is not an effective way to improve affordability for renters. The study the Greens cited as their grand evidence of how good rent freezes are concluded there was no significant difference in affordability for renters. Maybe it's this complete policy illiteracy that has the party of whinging Puritans faltering on their own insane ideas. Is the fact that only 20% of Greens voters support them blocking Labor's legislation while the party of populism is now running scared? In politics, second chances are hard to come by, but we're giving the Greens one more chance to do the right thing by Australians. We need builders, not blockers, workers, not whingers. It's time to back Labor's housing legislation in the Senate.
Member for Petrie.
On October 26, Queenslanders have a very important decision to make. Change is needed. Over the last 35 years, the Labor government have been in power for almost 3 decades. And as a result, we've got derelict MPs that do not do their duty. Labor MPs throughout Queensland that have failed on public housing and homelessness, failed on infrastructure, roads and planning, failed on health, and failed with basically corruption, where they're basically giving money to unions and ensuring that infrastructure programs are 30% dearer than what we should be. Well, Queenslanders have had enough. We need change. We need David Crisafulli and the Liberal National Party, who have the right priorities for Queensland. A plan to restore safety where you live, a plan to reinstate health services when you need them, a plan to return respect for your money, a plan to reimagine a place to call home, and a plan to redesign a government that works for you. And in my electorate, we have exceptional candidates, people like Amanda Cooper in Aspley, Rob Barridge in Bancroft, Gary Fulton in Marumba, who will take on the Premier and can beat him, Kerry-Ann Dooley in Redcliffe, who will be my state MP if given the opportunity and be one of the best members that Redcliffe has ever had, Chris Mangan in Sandgate, and Fiona Hammond in Stafford, Dean Clements in Pine Rivers, Ariana Dula in Pumicestone, Sarah Ross in Morayfield. Show Labor the door in 24.
Has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Delivering cost-of-living relief is our top priority, but every day the Coalition throws a tantrum claiming we're not doing enough. What a joke. They continue to block our cost-of-living relief, even though they've been about as helpful as a screen door on a submarine. I'm happy to help them out with a little memory jog. Let's run down the list, shall we? Tax cuts for every taxpayer. You're welcome. Wages moving again. Big pay rises for minimum wage workers, aged care staff and early childhood educators. Same pay, same job. The Hunter Valley is still celebrating this. When it comes to the cost of living relief, those opposite are just jealous. They hate us because they ain't us. And while they whinge and whine, we roll up our sleeves with cheaper childcare for families because raising kids is expensive enough without having to pay for it twice, $300 off the family electricity bills, lower medicine costs because coughing up shouldn't cost you an arm and a leg, free health care at Medicare urgent care clinics. Oh, and let's not forget, Commonwealth rent assistance increased every year we've been here, the first back-to-back hikes in more than 30 years. To the Coalition, it's been an absolute pleasure reminding you of what we've done. We know how hard Aussies are doing it right now, and this is why this government delivers real cost-of-living relief, and we'll keep doing that because, unlike those opposite, we're not just talk, we actually get stuff done. Cheers, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Dawson.
Deputy Speaker, I'm excited. I am so excited because in 16 days, Queensland residents finally had the opportunity to change the government. For a very long 9 years, we've had to endure nothing but incompetence. for a lazy, pathetic Labor government who's put their hands around the throats of our family businesses, our farmers, our fishers and our miners. Queensland Labor have put thousands at risk on the Bruce Highway by not rolling out the millions of dollars that was allocated to them by the previous coalition government. They have robbed hard-working Queenslanders of their money with increasing power costs. They have kept Queenslanders locked up in their homes because they've let criminals walk free within our communities. Labor has created the worst ambulance ramping in the nation and the worst housing crisis in history. It's time this stopped. Queensland cannot suffer any longer. Deputy Speaker, there is a better way, a better choice, a safer choice. The LNP will reduce crime. The LNP will fix the health debacle. The LNP will fix our roads, and the LNP will back small business. There is only one choice this 26th of October, and that is to vote the Crisafulli-led LNP government in Queensland. Say it with me, Queensland. Let's show Labor the door in 2024.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, the 10th of October, is World Mental Health Day, and I can't stress enough how important this subject is. Because Aussies who can talk to someone about their mental health, who can receive quality care and support when they need it, those Aussies are given the best opportunity to thrive. To thrive not just in their personal lives, but also in the workplace, our nation's engine room, where we spend a third of our lifetime. I point that out because the Productivity Commission estimates tens of billions of dollars are taken from our economy every year, from poor mental health at work alone. And this government's investment in mental health is addressing that issue, helping everyday Aussies on the ground while supporting a stronger, more productive economy around them. This is happening right now in my electorate of Spence, with the opening of the Medicare Mental Health Centre in Elizabeth in June this year, one of over 60 across the country being delivered by the Albanese Labor government. And that followed the announcement of a new headspace in Gawler in April of this year, as part of a $290 million investment by the government, which will open in 2025. Efforts like these in Spence and across the country are helping boost our economy by putting everyday Aussies and their mental health first in our communities, which is most important of all.
Member for Hinkler.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's on. In Queensland, it's on. There's a state election. We have seen the campaign buses, we see the promises, we see the scare campaigns. But in Bundaberg, what we see is our local candidate for the Liberal National Party, Bree Watson. What a champion. Local champion, schooled locally, works locally, raising a family locally. She is a cracking candidate for Bundaberg, and yet has promised, has committed to a level 5 hospital for Bundaberg. And what have we seen from the opposition, from the state Labor government? Well, in August 2020, they promised a level 5 hospital. Then they decided it was a 5-level hospital. Now, the people that I represent, they know the difference, Madam Deputy Speaker. And guess what they've built so far in 4 years? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. In fact, the member for Bundaberg, the Labor member, was in the paper celebrating yesterday that they've delivered mulch. They've raised some areas and they've delivered mulch. So the mulch man has delivered free mulch for community organisations instead of a level 5 hospital. Can you believe that that is the strategy? Even celebrated someone bought him a beer because they provided free mulch for them. Well, the people in that region know they deserve a hospital, they need a hospital. It is only the LNP that will provide that hospital in that region, and that's with Bree Watson as the local member. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pretty sure that this state Labor government, the people of Queensland know what it is. There's another name for a mulch pile, and it's a pile of something unparliamentary.
Member for Hawke.
Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government's economic plan is about one thing: helping Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn. Every day, this side of the House works tirelessly to reduce household costs, bring down inflation and put more money in the pockets of working Australians. This week has been no different. On Tuesday, we opened applications for Commonwealth funding to deliver the long overdue 15% pay rise to early childhood educators, including those supporting over 30,000 families in my electorate of Hawke. Yesterday, the Communications Minister introduced crucial legislation to keep the NBN in public hands, ensuring fast, reliable and, most importantly, affordable internet for all Australians, now and into the future. And just this morning, the Treasurer introduced legislation to reform our merger rules, boosting competition and putting downward pressure on prices, particularly in the supermarket sector. This follows last week's announcement of a funding boost to the ACCC to crack down on supermarkets and make sure our shoppers get a fair price at the checkout. Deputy Speaker, these are the latest steps in a long line of actions that this government has taken to support Australian households, from tax cuts, energy bill relief and increased childcare subsidies to more bulk billing and real wage growth, all while delivering consecutive budget surpluses. Only the Albanese Labor government can deliver for working Australians, helping them to earn more and keep more of what they earn.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I'll invite members to take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible and to give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the Prime Minister will be absent from question time today as he is attending the ASEAN meeting in Laos, and I will answer questions on behalf of the Prime Minister.
We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Defence. Dan Kieran, who was awarded the Victoria Cross for his heroic actions in Afghanistan, has been forced to sell his medals due to the cost of living pressures. He said, quote, "The reason for getting rid of the medal is to look after my own family. It'll afford the opportunity for schooling. Times are tough, things are hard, especially for a family of 5. Will the Deputy Prime Minister apologise to Dan for the Albanese Labor government's policies which have led to his heartache and for so much heartache for all other Australians?"
Order. Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, look, I thank the member for his question. I actually wasn't aware of that fact in relation to Dan Kieran, and that is a very sad set of affairs. And Dan Kieran is an Australian hero, and whatever is the physical place of those medals, nothing takes away the honour that has been bestowed upon Dan Kieran rightly, and the way in which our country should view him. What I would say in relation to the questions of cost of living is this. Since we've come to power, we have been utterly focused on the economy. We have come into here each and every day focused on the economy and focused on Australians in the challenges that they face in respect of cost of living. Now, we get that Australians are doing it tough in the global pandemic and the aftermath of it, disrupted supply chains, global crises. What that has seen is inflation impacting countries around the world, and Australia's not been immune from that, which is why we have been utterly focused on that task at hand each and every day. The most significant thing that we have done is to fight inflation. And I remind the honourable member that inflation today is at a rate of half of that of what we inherited from those opposite. Because the truth is that what we inherited from those opposite was an absolute economic basket case. What we had was a Liberal government, no less, which gave this country $1 trillion of debt with nothing to show for it. Headline inflation when you left office, when those opposite left office, was at 6.1%. It is now half of that today. And the most important thing we've been doing is fighting inflation through prudent economic management, and that has seen us deliver 2 surpluses, something that those opposite never did, despite the fact that they promised to the Australian people that they would be delivering a surplus each and every year. They are out there printing mugs around their achievements before they had actually made them. What we've done is printed surpluses which have had an impact on reducing the inflation rate. In fighting inflation, that is now starting to succeed. And where we have spent money, it has been focused on the cost of living. Rental assistance, looking at ways in which we can have more affordable childcare, cheaper medicines, energy rebates, most of which you there opposed. So that is the record when it comes to the economy. We are focused on the economy. We are focused on Middle Australia. You are focused on everything else.
Prime Minister's time has concluded. The member for Kingsford Smith is warned. Member for Petrie is now warned. I'd like to hear from the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government working to support families to keep children safer on social media?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, because the safety and mental health of our young people is paramount. The Albanese government is committed to ensuring that we make the environments where children live, learn and interact safer, and that includes digital environments. We're taking a whole-of-government approach to minimising the harms that come from children accessing content online that's not appropriate for them. The Prime Minister has committed to introducing legislation this year to enforce a minimum age for access to social media. Implementing this legislation will be informed by the age assurance trial funded in this year's budget. And the legislation is also being informed by engagement with National Cabinet, the Safety Commissioner and recent work by former Chief Justice Robert French. I acknowledge the Premiers of New South Wales and South Australia who have kicked off the Social Media Summit today in Sydney, and I will join them in Adelaide tomorrow. This legislation is one part of a comprehensive approach this government is taking to address online safety. The Attorney-General delivered legislation making it a criminal offence to share non-consensual, deepfake, sexually explicit material, and he is progressing important work to strengthen online privacy for children. The Social Services Minister and I have delivered an Australia-first dating app industry code to ensure the industry improves the safety of Australians using dating apps, especially women. And with the support of the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, the Albanese government quadrupled ongoing base funding for e-safety to ensure that they are equipped to respond to online harms. As Minister, Mr Speaker, I've amended the basic online safety expectations so that platforms must place the best interests of the child at the centre of their products and services. And I've also brought forward by a year the independent review of the Online Safety Act to ensure it's fit for purpose, and I expect to receive that report in coming weeks. Mr Speaker, collaboration and cooperation within and across governments is the best approach to making digital environments safer. As we navigate solutions for parents, we're applying these principles to our social media age limits legislation. And we're also engaging with experts and advocates around the unintended consequences that young people may experience through this reform. Let me reassure the House, our approach is not about punishing young people or letting big tech off the hook. We all have a role to play. Social media services must act to address the impacts of their content on their platforms and how they affect young people. Platforms have shown they're capable of doing more, and we welcome their efforts to make services safer. But the Albanese government is determined to do our share to make digital environments safer for all Australians.
Give a call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to the allegations that were made today by the Chief of Staff to the Deputy Prime Minister. Under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, ministers have an obligation to, quote, demonstrate and uphold the highest workplace standards, including maintaining a safe and respectful workplace for their staff. Is the Deputy Prime Minister satisfied that he has complied with his obligations under the Code?
Give a call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. And given what's happened, it's an important question to be asked. The short answer to the question is I am satisfied, but I would like to say this. Joe Tonorski first started working with me as my Chief of Staff when I was the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs back in 2012. Joe is a person that I've known, therefore, for a long time. And she is a wonderful person. In her role then and in her role now, she has given me great service, and I remain deeply grateful for that. Jo is a person who is completely committed to social justice in this country, and I very much admire her for that. And given all of that, I mean, it's to state the obvious that in this moment I feel deeply sad that events have got to where they have. This is obviously very difficult. Now, let me say that in the way in which I've tried to manage this, I have done so with Jo's welfare in mind at every moment, as I would try to manage things on that basis for all of my staff. As is evident, this matter is now in the hands of lawyers, and of course that is absolutely Jo's right. But it does mean that it is very difficult for me to say anything more on this issue.
Call to the honourable member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government future-proofing the NBN after a decade of mismanagement by making it more affordable and accessible for all Australians?
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question. In April of 2009, more than 15 years ago, the Rudd Labor government established the National Broadband Network, and we understood back then that fast, reliable, universal broadband would go a long way to defining Australia's economic potential. The ability to transfer large amounts of data, or detailed architectural drawing, medical imaging, complex computer modelling in real time was the future. And while we did not imagine the advent of artificial intelligence, we did understand back then that there would be future technologies which would require increased data, and that this form of connection would be at the centre of the way of life in the 21st century. And there was something deeply democratic about the National Broadband Network, particularly for a country which has most of its population in large cities, because for the first time it was now possible to do businesses in places like Toowoomba or Orange or Geelong, which had previously only been able to be undertaken in places like Brisbane and Sydney and Melbourne. Now, at the heart of this was fibre optic cable, and when those opposite came to power, they swept that aside and they doubled down on copper, and in the process they doubled down on the past. To be clear, the ability to transfer data by copper was first patented by Alexander Graham Bell in 1881. And the limitations of their imagination when it came to the National Broadband Network was completely encapsulated by Tony Abbott when he said, and I quote, "Do we really want to invest $50 billion of hard-earned taxpayers' money in what is essentially a video entertainment system?" This blinkered, this dogged commitment to the past remains writ large on the faces of all of those opposite. And just like with Telstra, we know that those opposite want to privatise the NBN. Well, as a result of the legislation that was put into this parliament this week, this side of the House has guaranteed that there will be universal access for all Australians to the NBN forever. So while those opposite have their gaze fixed on the 19th century, the Albanese government is committed to walking Australia confidently into the future with a modern, with a reliable, with a first-rate, publicly owned NBN.
Before I call the honourable member for Wentworth, I'm pleased to advise the House that joining us today is His Excellency Mr Gabriel Vicenten, the Ambassador of the European Union to Australia. We have students from Bright, Wandalingong and Harriet Vale from the electorate of Indi joining us today. Hope I got that right, member for Indi. And also Mr Mark Robertson, the retiring member for Udjeri from the Queensland State Parliament. But I am also pleased to invite to inform members that present in the gallery today is a delegation from the Republic of Fiji, led by the Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Manoa Kamete Kameta. They are joined by His Excellency Mr Ewan McDonald, the High Commissioner for Australia to Fiji, and are here in Parliament today on Fiji Day. We are privileged to share this day together in Australia as Vu Vale, which means family, reinforcing the deep respect of our relationship. Welcome to you all. And on indulgence, I call the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I join you in welcoming the Honourable Manoa Kameta, the Deputy Prime Minister of Fiji, and his delegation. To have Deputy Prime Minister Kameta with us in this place, where 1 year ago Prime Ministers renewed and elevated a Vuvale partnership, is really a distinct honour. In the past year, we've had significantly progressed shared priorities, including economic recovery, security and climate resilience, and deepened the strong personal ties our two governments have formed. I'd also like to recognise the exemplary role that Fiji plays in our Pacific region. We are deeply grateful for that. Australia and Fiji share an interest in strong regional architecture and a desire to work through the Pacific Islands Forum in the Pacific way on our shared challenges.
And on indulgence, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I join in support of the Deputy Prime Minister's kind words to our most honoured guest. I also welcome His Excellency Ewan McDonald, the High Commissioner for Australia to Fiji and Special Envoy for the Pacific and Regional Affairs. He does a fantastic job in our country's name. Deputy Prime Minister, as you know, this is a long and abiding relationship, and we're very grateful for your presence here today. More than ever, the relationship is important, and the government and the opposition stand as one in our support of the bilateral relationship and ways in which we can work with you in the PIF and in other bilateral ways. The only exception to that, I suppose, is rugby, where you give us a touch-up now and again. But quite apart from that, there is no tension within the relationship whatsoever, and we hope that you enjoy a most fruitful stay here in Australia, and we thank you so much for making the effort to be here.
I'll give a call to the honourable member for Wentworth.
My question is for the Treasurer. E61 research has shown that young, innovative firms drive productivity, yet Australia's early-stage investment per capita is roughly a third of the US and a bit over half the UK's. And I'm concerned we aren't going to close this gap. We know that large super funds have actually halved their allocation to venture capital over the last 10 years, and the taxation of unrealised gains is going to make it harder for those investments from super. So how will the government drive private capital towards the most innovative businesses that can drive Australia's next productivity boom?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Wentworth for her question and for her interest, and also for the earlier opportunities to talk about some of these really important issues. I'll go to the specific first and then the general. When it comes to the superannuation changes before the Parliament, before the Senate, these are all about making sure that there are still generous tax concessions for people in the superannuation system, but slightly less generous for people with the biggest balances. The honourable member knows that, and we've discussed it at length in this Parliament as well. As part of a lot of consultation that we've done over quite a long period now when it comes to the superannuation tax concessions, and I salute the Assistant Treasurer for his work on this as well. One of the things that we have discovered, and one of the things that we understand, is that the categories that measure venture capital in superannuation, there is only a very, very small sliver of venture capital in self-managed super funds. For example, if you think about the most recent comparison, a couple of years old now, listed assets are about 30%, but the sorts of categories that VC gets captured in is about 3%. And so a tiny sliver. And I think, in fairness to the honourable member, she also acknowledged in her question that the challenge of VC funding and capital flows when it comes to VC, and the Industry Minister has raised this in different ways in our forums as well, that's been a longer-term challenge and a longer-term trend which is completely unrelated to the changes that we are proposing to super. But it is a challenge. It is a challenge. and I acknowledge the concerns that the member raises and that others have raised about VC. One of the reasons why, when we first came to office, amongst all of the opportunities you have to put together different groups to help advise us externally on government policy, one of the most important things we did is we put together the Treasurer's Investor Roundtable. And that is all about trying to grapple with some of these challenges we have with capital flows in our economy. You know, our Future Made in Australia agenda, our agenda around superannuation, what we're trying to do in housing and the clean energy transformation and some of the other big beneficial shifts in our economy. A lot of what we're trying to do is about trying to get those capital flows right. But for some of these especially difficult challenges, the Investor Roundtable, which brings together trillions of dollars of capital around a table to advise us on how we nut out and grapple with and solve some of these issues, that's been a really important forum. Not because we have fixed every issue that the honourable member rightly raises, but because we know that we give ourselves a much better chance of addressing those issues if we work together with people inside and outside the parliament. And in that regard, I welcome and encourage the great work of E61.
We call to the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Minister, what has been the community's response to the government's commitment to keep the national broadband network in public ownership? And why is the government committed to providing affordable, accessible, high-speed broadband for Australians? And what are the alternative positions that have been proposed?
We call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I know she is pleased that more than 10,000 homes and businesses in Alice Springs can now order a full fibre upgrade on the NBN thanks to strong investment under the Albanese government. Mr Speaker, Labor founded the National Broadband Network to provide fast, reliable and affordable broadband to all Australians, irrespective of where they live. And only by keeping the NBN in public ownership can that vision continue to be delivered. But, Mr Speaker, it's not just the government that supports this policy. The regions support it. Mayor Ken Anderson from the Flinders Ranges Council said, "I support the Australian government in keeping the NBN in public ownership. I think it is more than fair to say that privatisation of essential services does no favours for regional South Australia." Mr Speaker, consumers support it. ACAN's CEO Carol Bennett said, "Retaining public ownership of this critical public asset will provide the opportunity for continued improvement in the communications services Australians need now and into the future." The workers support it. Shane Murphy, CW National President, said, "NBN workers and their families will also breathe a sigh of relief, knowing their jobs won't be on the chopping block because of privatisation." Yeah. The industry supports it. Optus interim CEO Michael Venter said, "Optus welcomes the federal government's legislation to keep the NBN in public hands. Keeping this critical asset under government ownership is likely to be the best approach for Australian consumers and will also provide a welcome level of ongoing certainty to the sector." Mr Speaker, the Albanese government's position on the NBN is crystal clear. It is not for sale. In 2021, we made an election commitment to retain the NBN in public ownership, to keep broadband affordable and to complete building a world-class fibre network. And, Mr Speaker, in 2022, we formalised this commitment in a new statement of expectations for the NBN. And yesterday, we introduced legislation to enshrine this position in law. Mr Speaker, the opposition's had 3 years to give their position on the NBN and to answer a simple question. Will you preserve the NBN in public ownership or will you flog it off? Will you flog it off? And yesterday, they finally revealed their hand when a Liberal MP confirmed that privatisation was always part of their plan. When asked whether the NBN should be privatised, the answer was, "It has always been in the contemplation that it will be privatised." Australians have a clear choice, Mr Speaker, to keep the NBN in public ownership or, under those opposite, have it flogged off.
Has concluded. The member for Latrobe. Order. Right from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister, and I refer to the allegations that were made today by the Chief of Staff to the Deputy Prime Minister. When did the Deputy Prime Minister first speak with the Prime Minister or his office about the allegations of bullying within the Deputy Prime Minister's office?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and again I thank you for the question. As I referred to in my previous answer, I'm limited in how much we can now talk about this, given that this is in the hands of lawyers. But in answer to your question specifically, what I can say is that it is evident now on the record that I've been working with the Prime Minister's office for months in respect of this matter, and the Prime Minister has been made aware of this.
The call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to ensure more competitive, dynamic economy and get fairer prices for Australians? How does this compare to alternative policies?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Because the member for Holt's such a good local member, she understands that we need to engage in this fight against inflation on every front that we can. We need to provide as much help as we responsibly and meaningfully can to people who are doing it tough, whether it's in her community or communities represented by all honourable members in this place. And that's why our cost of living relief is so important, but it's also why it's so important that we do what we can to make our economy more competitive, because a more competitive economy is an economy which is fairer for consumers and was also ultimately a stronger economy. And that's why it's so important that I was able to introduce to the Parliament today, and I acknowledge the work of the Assistant Minister Lee in putting together the legislation before the House, which represents the biggest change to our mergers regime in around half a century. It is a really important economic reform. It is a total overhaul of our mergers regime, and it will help make our economy more competitive, more dynamic and more productive as a consequence. The current system of merger approvals is too slow and too many mergers slip through the cracks, and these reforms will make the system stronger, faster, simpler, more targeted and more transparent. It's all about approving the good mergers faster, recognising that many are good, but also catching the damaging ones where we can. And this means more competition for consumers and more certainty and more clarity for business at the same time. I want to acknowledge here the really quite outstanding work of the ACCC Chair, Gina Cass-Gottlieb, who was at the press conference this morning reminding people that these were the sorts of changes that the ACCC itself has sought so that they can do their really important work when it comes to merger approvals.
Leader of the Nationals.
Now, in addition to the monetary thresholds that we also announced today, they're set by regulation, but we announced them today, we also made it really clear that there are some sectors of our economy which warrant particular attention, and one of those, obviously, is supermarkets. We know, and the honourable member knows, that a lot of the cost of living pressures that people feel, they feel at the checkout. And so we want to make sure that the supermarket sector is as competitive as it can be, and that means that I have determined that every supermarket merger will be screened under these new arrangements. Not just the ones caught automatically by the monetary thresholds, but all of the supermarket mergers that are proposed will be screened. And that's because we do understand that in order to make our economy more competitive, there are some sectors which are more sensitive than others. Supermarkets are an obvious candidate. Not the only thing we're doing when it comes to competition policy, but a really important part of it.
Has concluded. The call to the member for Hughes.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Communications. Minister, I refer to the June 2023 report prepared by the late Peter Murphy, a report I signed concerning online gambling restrictions. In December 2023, the Minister said she would ensure a policy would be resolved, quote, expeditiously and would be announced, quote, without delay. It is now October 2024 and the government still has not arrived at a policy. With which elements of the Murphy report does the minister disagree?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Well, I thank the member for her question. I acknowledge her interest in this matter, as I'm sure all members of this place are concerned about the harms that occur when it comes to wagering in certain contexts. Of course, we understand, given the high level of community concern here and the fact that Australians lose some $25 billion every year in response to gambling, that this is an area in which improvements need to be made. So I commend the member for her work on that committee and all members of this place who worked on that committee report. There are three things I'll say to the member. The first is that this is a report that set out some 30 recommendations, many of which go to the interaction between Commonwealth and state governments and their regulatory arrangements. So we're working carefully through those with the states, and I'm doing that in conjunction with a number of other ministers, including the Minister for Social Services. It is a complex area in that respect. It's complex because there are certain regulatory arrangements that the states obviously have a keen interest in, but it's one where, of course, the Commonwealth wants to ensure that we have the most robust response when it comes to dealing with wagering harms. The second point is, of course, we know that given the high level of gambling harms, not only in terms of economic but social consequence, that we need changes that not only go to regulation and to law, but also go to cultural change. And the way in which we are seeking to achieve that is threefold. The first is breaking the nexus between sport and wagering. Second, it's concentrating on the exposure of children to gambling harms. But thirdly, it's also addressing the saturation of ads, particularly as they are targeted towards young men aged around 18 to 35.
The Minister will pause and I'll hear from the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Speaker. I take a point of order on relevance. This was a question particularly directed at the Murphy report, and I'd say that the minister is not being directly relevant to what she disagrees with within that report.
The member for Hughes is entitled to raise a point of order. She's done so. I'll hear from the Leader of the House.
Just to the point of order, Mr Speaker, the question it was quite a long question, and obviously the Murphy report involves a large assessment of a whole lot of issues on this topic area. And so by virtue of what was just raised, with it being with respect to the Murphy report, that is in fact why the topic area is so wide.
I'll just make sure that the Minister in her answer is referring to either the recommendations or the topic of the report. I don't know what is every recommendation, I'll be honest with everyone, but I need to make sure that she's within the standing orders. She just can't talk about the broad topic. She was asked a specific question by the member for Hughes about the recommendations, and I'll just make sure that she's being directly relevant and that her answer continues in that way.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The recommendations go to two areas. The first is in terms of reductions in gambling harms, and secondly, the way in which they can actually be implemented. The point that I'm making to the honourable member, and I know that she asked this question from a good place, is that we need to understand, but we also need to ensure that the impacts in responding to this report actually achieve their desired outcomes. And to give some example of that, the need to be forward-looking and comprehensive in this response necessitates a response that is really not only whole of government, but is whole of nation as well. We're doing this through looking at areas where exposure might not be prevalent yet, but could be in future. And we're also looking at areas in which we need to ensure that there is strong legislative response from the outset. So these are complex areas. We're determined to make a difference, and the status quo, particularly in relation to advertising, is unacceptable.
Give the call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government's paid family and domestic violence leave making a difference to Australians?
The call to the Minister representing the Minister for Employment and the Minister for Workplace Relations.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Corangamite. We often refer to individual members for their commitment or association with an issue. The member for Corangamite is able to, with respect to paid family and domestic violence leave, have the status of having been the first employer in the world when she was Mayor of South Coast to have established this as a workplace right. 2 years ago, this parliament as a whole did a really good thing. It was world-leading legislation that we voted on. There'd been arguments about how soon we could get there. There were arguments about amendments, but ultimately when we got to the final question as to whether we should take this step, the parliament voted together in this place and in the other place. And effectively what we decided was a very simple principle, that nobody should have to choose between safety and pay. That's the principle of family and domestic violence leave. As part of the legislation we put through, there was a requirement that there would be a formal review. That review, 2 years later, has been conducted and is in. The program itself has been so far extraordinarily successful. Fears that some had that it may actually be, there might be abuse of it, that it wasn't being used properly, have not been well founded. But where it has been used, it has been life-changing. Now, one of the decisions that we took was unusual for a leave decision. Normally, paid leave is something that only applies to somebody who is in permanent employment, be they a full-time or a part-time employee. But of course, there are a number of characteristics for people who experience family and domestic violence. They are more likely to be women, and women experiencing family and domestic violence are more likely to be casuals. So we took the unusual step to have this as a leave entitlement that would apply to casuals. I just want to give one very simple case study that's appeared in the review that has been brought down as a result of the legislation that we passed. A casual at a discount department store accessed family and domestic violence leave to leave a relationship, and she accessed it again at a point where her former partner tried to re-enter her life. As a result of having the leave available, she was able to organise temporary accommodation. She was able to spend time finding care for her children, and at no point did she have to compromise her capacity to pay her bills. That is exactly the scenario that we wanted. This is a leave entitlement that in an ideal world would never be required. But in the world in which we live, where we know that this will be the experience of far too many Australians, and in particular far too many women, if we as a parliament can do as we have done and make sure that those who experience this don't have to choose between safety and pay, then we've truly done a good thing.
With the call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. Minister, it has been 470 days since the late Peter Murphy's report was tabled concerning online restrictions for gambling. Along with the member for Hughes, Cowper and many others of this place, I too signed that report. Australian parents are expecting the government to deliver on its promise of reform. Will the government make a decision this month?
Give the call to the Minister for Communications.
I thank the member for his question and again acknowledge his work and the fact that this is obviously an issue which impacts many people in all of our communities. The government is committed to responding comprehensively to the Murphy report. I have put on the record, and as have other ministers, that it is our strong intention to be able to deliver on that this year. We are working towards that. As I said, it is a complex area. I would point out, for the member's benefit, that under the previous government, of which he was not a member, he may not be aware that there was tinkering with the rules around advertising of broadcast of wagering, and it actually resulted, under the former government, in an increase in advertising, an increase, especially on regional TV. There was no comprehensive response that was provided. So we are very determined, Mr Speaker, to ensure that the response that we have covers whole of government, goes to all of the recommendations in the Murphy report, and actually delivers not only legislative and regulatory but cultural change. We are committed to achieving this, and I'm sure all like-minded members of this House are committed in achieving this. And I look forward to working with the honourable member to ensure that this comes to fruition.
Give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. After a decade of cuts and neglect, how are Medicare urgent care clinics making it easier for Australians to see a doctor and taking pressure off hospital emergency departments?
Call to the honourable member to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to my friend, the member for Macon, for that question. A big part of our promise to strengthen Medicare, Mr Speaker, from Labor was to introduce a network of urgent care clinics. And they would be open 7 days a week, extended hours and available for walk-in appointments. We promised to open 50 last year, Mr Speaker, and we opened 58. We'll open another 29 this year as a result of the strengthening Medicare agreement the Prime Minister struck with Premiers last December. And this week, Mr Speaker, we will pass 800,000 patients being seen since the clinic started to open last June. A third of them kids under 15, a third of patients seen on the weekend, and every single patient, Mr Speaker, importantly for Labor, every single one fully bulk billed. Now, last week, I was delighted to join the member for Macon to open clinic number 76, the Para Hills Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. Now, more patients in his community will be able to get the urgent care that they need when and where they need it, taking real pressure off those local hospitals, Modbury and Lyell McEwen and their emergency departments in particular, Mr Speaker. And the local clinical director, Dr Monkhouse, who joined the member for Macon and I, said this to the press, Mr Speaker. He said, "I'd just like to thank the current federal government for actually breaking the mould and doing something. There is a massive problem with patient visits to emergency rooms, and somebody has at last put their hand up, stepped up to the plate and done something about it, Mr Speaker." And I thank Dr Monkhouse for that. Once the network of 89 clinics is fully up and running, Mr Speaker, they'll see as many as 1.5 million patients every single year, most of whom would otherwise have turned up at the local emergency department. And already, with only some of those clinics open, we know that presentations for non-urgent conditions at the emergency departments of the 3 big states on the eastern coast are either flat or are actually trending down, confirming that these clinics aren't just good for patients and parents, they're also good for our hospitals, Mr Speaker. Along with rising rates of bulk billing and cheaper medicines, these clinics are making a real difference to millions of Australians, Mr Speaker, but we know it's still tough and we know we have to do more. But we also know that all of this progress, Mr Speaker, is under threat from those opposite. The Shadow Treasurer in particular could not have been clearer that Labor's investment to strengthen Medicare are all on the chopping block under a Dutton government. We know this. He could not have said it more clearly. The funding will be cut. The clinics will close, the patients will be forced back into the emergency department, and if you think it can't be true, Mr Speaker, just look at what the Leader of the Opposition did last time he got his hands on Medicare.
Order. Give the call to the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. The government's aged care reforms include changes to home care support, but people in rural areas of my electorate of Indi are concerned their packages will continue to be chewed up by provider travel costs, reducing the services they actually receive. How will you ensure regional and rural Australians won't be disadvantaged by the travel costs of delivering support at home?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
I thank the member for Indi for her question and for her ongoing dedication to making sure that we do improve aged care, particularly in the regions, but for everybody, lifting the standard across the country. We are acutely aware of the challenges facing providing quality care and better care to people in the regions, and that's why, like you talk about, the new Support at Home program that is due to come in 1 July next year represents $4.3 billion worth of investment in new money for the sector to make sure that we can deliver better and higher quality services. One of the features of support at home is that pricing and what pricing looks like for everybody, no matter where they live, will be determined by IHACPA, which is the Independent Health and Aged Care Pricing Authority. So that should give both providers and people needing care in your area some reassurance that there is an independent eye looking at this and advising the government on what those prices should be. So we will be looking at that advice. We are required to table it in the Parliament. It's very transparent, so you will be able to see it too, and that will dictate what we offer by way of services and how much those services need to cost. I'd add, by way of additional relevant information, that we provided, I think it's more than $600 million worth of services for providers in thin markets, which most frequently affect people in rural, regional and remote areas. That's $600 worth of measures, specifically acknowledging the fact that, like you say, people in the regions have particular challenges that we need to address as a federal government when giving them aged care. Support at Home more generally will assist more than 300,000 participants in the next 10 years. It's the most transformational reform that this sector has seen and will see in 30 years. It will help with shorter wait times for people who are waiting for these services. We know that we need to get those wait times down. It will give more tailored support, so people that you're talking about at the moment who are on home care packages, who use things like transport services, they'll move to 8 different permanent levels, which will better acknowledge the challenges that people face and the services that they need to receive as they stay at home for longer. There'll be support for home modifications, so up to $15,000 for people in homes in your electorate to put ramps in, to modify their bathrooms so that they can actually stay at home rather than needing to go into residential aged care. There's also better transit arrangements, so if you have a fall, we're going to uplift the allied health supports that you can receive both before going into hospital or coming out of hospital, so that you and your family aren't positioned in hospital having to make a decision about going into residential aged care purely because there's nothing to help you in the 3 to 6 weeks you need, where you need that extra support before you can go back to kind of normal living at home. So all in all, I'm on the case, and IHACPA will help regulate that pricing, particularly with respect to transport services.
The call to the member for Cunningham.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to ease cost of living pressures for early childhood education and care workers?
Call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Cunningham for her question. And it wasn't that long ago that I was in Cunningham with the member, where we visited Kids Uni at the University of Wollongong. And what a great opportunity it is whenever we visit early childhood education centres, whether it's in Swan or Reed or Bendigo or Robertson or Boothby, to have that opportunity to interact with early childhood education workers and with the children, and to see firsthand the vital job that early childhood educators do in supporting and educating our children's early learning and development in those very first 5 years of a child's life, where 95% of their brain development is occurring. But they also make it possible for millions of Australians to do their jobs, to take on extra hours, to take on extra study or volunteer work if they so wish. And that's why we are recognising the value of the work done by early childhood education workers and helping to ease the cost of living pressures for them by getting wages up through an historic 15% wage rise. Because we know that if we are to achieve that vision of universal early learning for every child right across Australia, we have to start with a strong, sustainable workforce. And I'm pleased to say, Mr Speaker, that early learning providers can now apply for the government funding to deliver early childhood education workers this historic pay rise. What this pay rise means is that 200,000 early childhood workers right across Australia will have at least $100 a week more in their pay packets by Christmas, just in time for Christmas. And by the end of next year, that's going to be more than $150 extra in their pay packet. Now, Gemma, a passionate educator from Melbourne, said this. She said this is what it means to her. She said, "It means we are acknowledged for the work that we do day in, day out. It means we can stay in our jobs and not live paycheck to paycheck. And it means we can build that strong and stable early learning workforce that we need." And Lisa, another educator from New South Wales, she said this to me.
She used these words. She said, "This is monumental, a history-making moment. It means I can stay in the job I love. I know it's going to change a lot of lives and not just my own." Now, along with our government's tax cuts, early learning workers will now be able to earn more and to keep more of what they earn. Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is delivering real cost of living relief for Australian workers and for their household budgets.
Call to the honourable member for Gippsland.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development and Local Government. Minister, after almost 2.5 years in government, how many Growing Regions Fund projects have been contracted, allowing local councils to actually start work?
Call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. A very important question, because we had a lot of work to do coming into government, cleaning up botched regional grant programs. We had regional grants given to the North Sydney pool. And I'm not sure where the member for Gippsland was there, because I'm not sure how many members of your community, because certainly none of mine, see North Sydney as a regional pool.
Just the minister's
It's really important.
The minister's going to pause. Member for Page, member for the Leader of the Nationals, the member for Gippsland's going to cease interjecting. The minister was asked a specific question about a grants program. She's had a 30-second preamble. She's going to have to return back to the question. And to assist the House, we're just going to cease the level of interjections. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, we've had a big job to do in cleaning up grants programs across Parliament. What we've done is put in place transparent grant mechanisms for the first time in a very long time. We've had a multi-party panel that has assessed those grants. We've announced successful grants through round one, and we are working with those successful applicants.
Order. The minister is referring to round one of the grant application, so she is being directly relevant. So it will be difficult. I can appreciate the member is looking for a number.
Thank you, Speaker.
Don't need to take a point of order. I heard that loud and clear. But under the standing orders, the minister can talk about the program, and I've already brought her back to relevance. So I'll hear your point of order.
Well, Speaker, the point of order was on relevance. It was a type question, and if it assists the minister, the number is between 0 and none.
It is disorderly to add extra commentary during the point of order. Order. The minister was talking about the grant process. She was talking about the round, so she is being directly relevant. The Leader of the Nationals, please don't interject while I'm trying to assist the House. I understand that the member would like a specific number or an answer, a bit like the debates we've had about yes-no. As the members know, I don't have the compulsion to deliver that for the member. I do have the compulsion to make sure that the minister is being directly relevant, and she is at the moment.
Mr Speaker, and just for clarity of the House, none isn't a number. I know it took a little while to land, but that was a joke. The laughing should have come straight after I finished.
Order. Members on my left. The Leader of the Nationals, the member for Hume, will just... Order.
She still is.
Order. Just everyone. We're just going to listen to the minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I was saying, round one has been announced. We have been working with those councils and states and territories to put in place those contracts now. Round two is now open, and round two is just about to close this week. What we've done on this side of the House is make sure our regional grants programs are transparent. We've heard from councils across the country, over 250 councils that I've met with, that they have spent time and money putting in applications when there were colour-coded spreadsheets available previously that meant that the time and money that they spent putting in grants were not treated fairly. We've heard from councils that they wanted a transparent process, so we've given them one, including a multi-party panel, which members from those opposite and on the crossbench are on, to make sure that our grants process is treated with integrity. And we've seen the ANAO do a report concurrently with growing regions to say that it is done with transparency and integrity, which I know is a new concept to some of those opposite. But on this side of the House, we want to treat local councils with dignity and respect. It's one of the reasons that we doubled Roads to Recovery funding, because for a decade those opposites didn't take their local councils seriously when they were asking for additional help with maintenance. They didn't take them seriously when they said they needed additional help with maintenance. On this side of the House, we're delivering not only a doubling of Roads to Recovery, we're delivering them back to the table of National Cabinet, and we're taking their voices seriously because they serve every community across the country.
Concluded. We'll hear from the member for Dunkley.
My question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government's responsible economic management helping to shield the Australian economy from global uncertainty? How is this approach different from others?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the member for Dunkley for her characteristically thoughtful question. Mr Speaker, we are gravely concerned about the escalation of the conflict in the Middle East, and we're primarily concerned about the human costs and consequences of that horrible conflict on the other side of the world. But there are also economic consequences. And we're seeing that, I think, most noticeably when it comes to the price of oil on global markets. If you think about the last year or so, Mr Speaker, the global oil price has come down about 11% over the course of the last 12 months, but in the last 10 days it's gone back up 7%. And that gives honourable members a sense of the extreme volatility in that market, which reflects the global uncertainty and volatility more broadly in the global economy. And so if you think about the consequences for us, we have been making really good progress in the fight against inflation. We expect that progress to continue. But it is also the case that some of these global events are putting pressure on prices when Australians are already doing it quite tough. Mr Speaker, this is an important part of the global economic uncertainty, but not the only part. We're also seeing weakness in the Chinese economy. It's one of the reasons why we welcome so enthusiastically the steps that the authorities have announced to support growth and support activity in the Chinese economy. Our forecast for China over the next 3 years, if they happen, will be the slowest 3 years of economic growth in China since it opened up around 40 years ago. And that's why it's so important that the Prime Minister has just wrapped up his meeting with Premier Li of China, because we believe that in that economic relationship, which is full of complexity and full of opportunity, we best represent the workers and businesses and investors of this country when we engage, as the Prime Minister has been doing along with a number of colleagues, with our Chinese counterparts, including myself, a couple of weeks ago. Mr Speaker, in the US, we're seeing data from the US which is causing wild fluctuations in share markets in the US and around the world as well. So there is always a premium on responsible economic management, but especially when the global conditions are as uncertain and as volatile as they are right now. And our responsible economic management has meant that we have halved inflation. We've got real wages growing again. We've got a tax cut for every taxpayer. We've created 1 million jobs in an otherwise soft economy. We've turned 2 big Liberal deficits into 2 big Labor surpluses, and we've avoided $150 billion of Labor debt, of Liberal debt. And that has meant that we can buffer ourselves against global economic uncertainty. We are confident that we can navigate this global uncertainty together, but we are not complacent, because we know that the world is an uncertain place in security terms and economic terms, and that's why responsible economic management is a defining feature of our government.
Hear, hear. Call to the member for Calare.
To the Health Minister. Across the Central West, doctors are leaving the bush. From smaller towns like Canowindra, Kandos and Gulgong to larger ones like Wellington and Mudgee, our communities are being left without doctors, and those that remain can't cope. South Mudgee Surgery and now Mudgee Medical Centre have closed their books to new patients. This crisis is a disgrace that will cost lives. When will your government take real and effective action to immediately fix this outrageous crisis and deliver more doctors to central western New South Wales and country Australia?
Call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you to the member for that question. I'd be very happy to sit down with him and talk about some of the details of the clinics that he talked about. But if I can say some more general things about the challenge of accessing a GP, particularly in rural and regional Australia, but increasingly in parts of urban Australia as well. As the member knows, there is not the ability to click fingers and suddenly create a whole bunch of new GPs. GPs take a long time to train, and we are steadily working on a plan which is already seeing a greater number of junior doctors take up general practice as their career. The number of junior doctors taking up general practice as their career to train as a specialist GP this year is almost 20% higher than it was last year. We're also bringing in more overseas trained doctors than was the case before COVID. Obviously, COVID was a particular experience. The number of overseas trained doctors and nurses we've brought into the country is about 60% higher than it was in the full year before COVID. We've also put in place a range of incentives that seek to move doctors out of the cities into rural communities. The incentives they are paid are higher than they were before we came to government. A range of other incentives, for example, the Education Minister has put in place help debt or university debt relief for doctors and nurse practitioners who graduate from university and choose a career in rural communities. But I'm not going to pretend to the member or to anyone else in this parliament or across the community that this is going to be fixed overnight. You know, there was a decade of neglect to Medicare and a running down of general practice that had a really serious impact on the culture of general practice. Time and time again, we heard junior doctors saying that they simply didn't feel that general practice was a career that would suit their life, in spite of the fact of there are all sorts of attractions to that specialty compared to the more procedural specialties. We're working with state governments very hard to fix this. When we came to government, there was one pilot, a small pilot in a part of New South Wales, again to try and deal with some of the industrial disincentives to take up general practice as a career. We now have 9 pilots, single employer model pilots, that ensure that GP registrars, as they're doing their several years of training, have a single employer and get all of the industrial benefits, including access to paid parental leave and all the rest that go along with that. We've got a terrific trial that covers the whole of non-urban Tasmania. We have trials rolling out in states on the mainland, including in New South Wales, that slowly but steadily will start to increase the number of GPs coming through the pipeline. This is a really serious challenge I've tried to be as honest and clear about for my time as Health Minister. I'd be happy to talk to the member about it in more detail.
The call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. Why is it important that the Albanese Labor government acts to ensure schemes like robo-debt never happen again?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Lawler for her question. The Robo-Debt Royal Commission concluded that the former Liberal government's robo-debt scheme was a crude and cruel mechanism, neither fair nor legal. This illegal scheme resulted in hundreds of thousands of Australians being served with wrongful debt notices. The Royal Commissioner, Catherine Holmes, ACSC, stated that robo-debt made many people feel like criminals. In essence, people were traumatised on the off chance that they might owe money. It was a costly failure of public administration in both human and economic terms. And with those words, the Royal Commission summed up the human tragedy that was the robo-debt scheme, introduced by the Abbott government, expanded by the Turnbull government and defended right up to the last minute by the Morrison government. Despite warnings as early as 2017, the Royal Commission found that the path taken by the former government was to double down, to go on the attack in the media against those who complained and to maintain the falsehood that in fact the system had not changed at all. And while, of course, ministers of the former government bear the ultimate responsibility for the robo-debt scheme, the Royal Commission found serious failings with the institutional checks and balances that could have put a stop to the robo-debt scheme long before the federal court found that it was unlawful. The Royal Commission made it clear that it could have been stopped if there had been strong and effective oversight. And today I've introduced legislation that will implement key recommendations of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission to ensure that Commonwealth agencies are subject to stronger and more rigorous oversight. The legislation recognises the importance of ensuring the Ombudsman has the necessary legislative powers to undertake full, independent and transparent investigations. The public has to be confident that government agencies are acting with integrity and accountability. This legislation boosts the powers and capability of oversight bodies to ensure that government bodies are accountable. But I have to say, Mr Speaker, while this is vital and useful legislation that I have introduced today, the best way to ensure that an illegal scheme like the robo-debt scheme never happens again is never to elect a Liberal government.
Give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. Is it appropriate during a cost of living crisis, when Australian families cannot afford to pay their power and grocery bills, that the Australian Ambassador to the United States, Mr Kevin Rudd, has spent $90,000 on an alcohol-fuelled celebration of drag queen DJ Kitty Glitter?
Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister. Order.
I thank the member for her question. Kevin Rudd is doing a remarkable job as Australia's ambassador to the United States. And there will be members on the other side who have visited the United States during his time as the ambassador who will absolutely privately attest to that. Kevin has been a tour de force, as we all understand, in the United States Congress in a way which has created a generational change, for example, in establishing a seamless defence industrial base between our two countries, something that has been sought to be achieved for decades. It is his work, principally, in the United States Congress and across the administration, which has brought that to fruition. His activities as the ambassador to the United States are entirely consistent with previous ambassadors. We could all go through the process of crawling through the expenses of former ambassadors to the United States. But the fact of the matter is that Kevin Rudd is there not just representing the government, he is representing us all, and he is doing an excellent job. And while he is doing that in the United States, while he is carrying the weight of our country in Washington, what we are doing here is addressing the cost of living pressures that are facing the Australian people. And by and large, as we go about the business of doing that, we do it faced with the opposition of those opposite. I mean, when we seek to provide tax breaks for every income earner, it's those opposite who are kicking up a storm in relation to that, albeit that at the end of the day they vote for it. When we have taken measures to provide for energy rebates, when we have gone down the path of providing more affordable childcare, cheaper medicines, it is those opposite who stand in the way of meaningful action in respect of dealing with the cost of living pressures that are faced by the Australian people. So we will go about our business of dealing with cost of living pressures for the Australian people. Kevin Rudd is going about his business of representing everybody in this chamber and in this country in Washington DC, and in that effort he is doing a sterling job.
Call to the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cheap electricity? How does this compare to more expensive energy policies?
Great question.
No. The minister's going to resume his seat. The member for Grey has been here long enough and has been through enough question times to know yelling out during a question is highly disorderly. Just want to remind all members the supremacy of members being able to ask a question in silence. I'm not sure how many times I have to remind everyone. So the member for Grey is warned, and out of respect for the member for Hunter, he's going to ask his question again. Member for Hunter has the question.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering cheaper electricity? How does this compare to more expensive energy policies?
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Hunter for his question. And as the member knows, the Albanese government's delivering cheaper energy by energy bill relief in the short term and by more renewable energy in the longer term, Mr Speaker. And that's reflected in the fact, I'm going to get to you in a minute, I just calm down. That's reflected in the fact that the last inflation figures showed energy prices falling by 17.9% in the year, which followed a 5.1% fall and was described as the largest annual fall for electricity on record, Mr Speaker. Something you'd think every member would be pleased about. Now, that is partly due to the Albanese government's energy bill relief, but we've had an alternative policy from the opposition. We had an interview yesterday from our old friend, the Shadow Minister for Finance. We always look forward to those interviews. She's one of the more transparent members of the opposition. She always says what she's thinking, and she said subsidies for energy have never been coalition policy, Mr Speaker. So the opposition is against a 17.9% drop in electricity prices that were brought about by energy bill relief. Now, the member for Hunter also asked me about more expensive alternatives.
Members on my
and
left,
of course, the Leader of the Opposition wants to introduce the most expensive form of energy available, nuclear energy. And there have been, as I said the other day, developments since we last sat. The Leader of the Opposition gave a big speech called Nuclear Power in Australia. Could it work? Now, based on the substance and detail in that speech, the answer is not sure, really. Don't really know, because the speech was a great big nothing burger. It was a great big fizzer, Mr Speaker. No data, no detail. Now, this comes, Mr Speaker, as report after report shows that the opposition's plan will put energy prices up. Professor Rod Sims said maybe $200 a year. Dr Dylan McConnell said $400 or $500 a year. Dr Roger Dargaville said $1,000 a year. And of course, we've also seen the report from IEFA, which said $665 a year on average. Now, Mr Speaker, this comes more than a year after the member for Fairfax said on Q&A, and I'll quote him, "We are doing the modelling right now, based on actual data, and he went on to say, we're the ones formulating the policy. We've got the data based on real data, based on Hitachi, Westinghouse and NewScale. Now, I understand the concerns of the member for Fairfax because NewScale was then cancelled because it reached $9 billion for one reactor. Now, do you notice that the opposition doesn't really like talking about their own policies? Q&A invited him and I on for a debate. I said yes. He said no, Mr Speaker. He said no. But they're going to get a chance. The Parliament has resolved a parliamentary inquiry into nuclear energy, chaired by our friend the member for Hunter, is going to do an excellent job getting these issues on the table in regions and communities right around Australia, and we can't wait for that detail to come out, Mr Speaker.
Call to the honourable member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. Is it appropriate during a cost of living crisis, when Australian families cannot afford to pay their power and grocery bills, that the Australian Research Council has approved research grants for projects including challenging the protectionist myth that Australia is an island girt by sea, investigating whether the English translation of Greek tragedies have any gender bias, and exploring musical approaches to advancing multi-species justice? Can the minister confirm that these projects received over $4 million of taxpayers' money?
Order. Order. Members, When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Over the last 10 years, the ARC has been bedevilled by political interference. And I have ended that.
Order.
I have ended that by getting politicians out of the decision-making process.
Order.
You shouldn't ask questions you don't know the answer to, Pete.
Order.
Because it just happened to be the former head of the Prime Minister's department under you. Oh, he's a joke, is he? He's a joke now, is he? Right. Peter Shergold is a joke, is that right? Is that right? You want to apologise to him at the dispatch box now?
Order. I'll give the call to the Leader of the Opposition. The Minister needs to direct his comments through the chair. This is not a back and forth across the chamber. You are answering a question. Order. The Minister for Social Services is warned. The Leader of the Opposition on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. If leave's been granted, I'm very happy to add to this question. And the point that I would make, Mr Speaker, the point that I'd make is that this is outrageous spending.
Resume your seat. No. Order. The House is going to come to order immediately. This is not an appropriate way to behave. The Minister is going to answer the question. He will not take interjections from the Leader of the Opposition, and the Leader of the Opposition will not give the interjections. I'm just going to ask the Minister to return to the question.
Couldn't help himself, could he, Mr Speaker? More aggro than Cartoon Connection. More aggro than Cartoon Connection.
Order. The Minister.
Mr Speaker, all ARC project...
The Minister will pause. I've already cautioned the Minister. He has one more chance to return to the question. I don't want any more commentary about the opposition. I want him to return straight to the question, or he'll be sat down. The Minister has the call.
All ARC project funding applications are subject to a competitive process informed by peer review with recommendations made by experts. That peer review is accepted world standard for achieving quality in research grant outcomes. Mr Speaker, the ARC is not the political plaything of the Liberal Party. And I'm actually surprised that the member for Sturt would ask this question, given that when this was debated in the Parliament a couple of months ago, he didn't even bother to participate in the debate.
Order. Members on my right are going to cease interjecting. The member for Spence will cease interjecting. The member for Moreton is warned. I'd like to hear from the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How are the Albanese Labor government's cost of living measure strengthening the Australian economy? And what is standing in the way?
Give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. The simple fact is that when this government came to office, we inherited from those opposite an economic shambles. A Liberal government, no less, had delivered $1 trillion of debt with nothing to show for it. Headline inflation was at 6.1%. Interest rates were starting to rise. The budget was in a complete mess. In areas such as defence and in infrastructure, we saw billions of dollars of commitments without a dollar behind them. Now, through the leadership of the Treasurer and the Finance Minister, over the last 2.5 years, we have methodically worked to put the budget back into order. And since we were last here in September, the government has officially booked its second surplus. A Labor government in power for 2 years, 2 surpluses, something those opposite never did, despite promising that they would do it each and every year. And since we were last here, we have learnt that inflation now is at 2.7%, less than half of what we inherited from those opposite. Now, we understand that Australians are doing it tough. As I said earlier, there is inflation impacting countries around the world. We're not immune from that. And the best thing we can do is to wage a war on inflation, which is what we're doing, and we are now succeeding on that. And where we are spending money, we are focused on the cost of living, tax cuts for every income earner, energy rebates. We have seen more affordable childcare, cheaper medicines, and all the while we've actually seen record investments in defence. This government is utterly focused on the basics of prudent economic management and sensible national security on Middle Australia. But, Mr Speaker, those opposite are not so much interested in Middle Australia as they are in the Middle East. We've seen during the course of this week, really over the course of the last few months, questions that have been asked on visas, questions which have sought to undermine the confidence of our national security agencies, questions which are about trying to create a faux divide on foreign policy which simply does not exist. And they are doing all of this so that they do not have to speak about the economy, because this bunch of Liberals have foregone any claim to credible economic management, to sensible national security policy. They could not be further from their historic mission. Well, as we leave here today, you can count on the fact that the Liberals will continue to be the party of division, of distraction, of rank politics. But on this side of the House, there is a government which is committed to focusing on Australians, on their personal budgets, on their households, on their lives. And with that, Mr Speaker, I ask the further question.
Order. Pursuant to Section 65 of the Parliamentary Service Act 1999, I present the annual report of the Department of House of Representatives for 2023 to 2024. And I call the Leader of the House with papers.
Thanks, Speaker. These documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the the member for Herbert.
Thank you, Speaker. I seek leave to table the article Victoria Cross recipient to sell medals to help the Minister for Defence get across his brief.
Order. The member for Solomon. The member is seeking leave to table a document.
Speaker,
the Leader of the House.
Leave's not granted for documents that are already in the public realm, which that clearly is.
Order. The member for Solomon will cease and the member for Herbert will resume his seat. I have received a letter from the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely this government's decision to give American company Quantum almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In April this year, Australians learned of a remarkable decision taken by the Prime Minister and Science Minister that Australian taxpayers would have almost $1 billion of their hard-earned money tipped into an American company called Quantum, which is supposedly going to build the world's first fault-tolerant, error-corrected quantum computer in Brisbane. Since that time, the opposition has sought to hold this extraordinary bet with public money up to the scrutiny that it deserves, and the government has trenchantly resisted that scrutiny at every stage. Yesterday, the government was forced to release documents following an order for production of documents we initiated in the Senate. And as the Financial Review reports this morning, the Chief Scientist in an email indicating that she was highly sceptical about Quantum's ability to deliver on its promise to build a world-leading supercomputer in Australia. The documents revealed in the order for production only add to the many questions raised by this very curious decision. The Albanese Labor government has chosen to bet a very large amount of public money on one particular company pursuing one particular technology path within the broad field of quantum, a field in which people have been working for 20 or 30 years, cannot say with certainty which of the many paths being explored is likely to achieve a successful outcome. On any view, it will be at least several years and very possibly longer before the technology being developed by Squantum is proven to work, if it can be proven to do so at all. And we know that this followed a very poor process to get to this decision. The Albanese government agreed to assess an unsolicited proposal from Squantum as early as November 2022. The Department of Industry, Science and Resources entered into a non-binding agreement with Squantum in June 2023. And yet, the government points to an expression of interest process which commenced only in August of 2023, an expression of interest process in which companies were invited to participate with one email only, no follow-up telephone calls, no second email, and those who were invited to participate were told they could not speak with Australian government officials. This was after, for more than 8 months, Squantum had been speaking with Australian government officials up to and including the minister, who had visited their premises in California, who had met with them directly. We now know the terms of the expression of interest, because that is amongst what was revealed, which essentially asked respondents to match the promise made by Squantum of building a fault-tolerant, error-corrected quantum computer by 2030. Many in the sector are extremely sceptical that this can be done, but scepticism is not welcome in Minister Husick's regime. We know that Minister Husick has a particular interest in venture capital firm Blackbird. In October 2022, he appointed Claire Birch of Blackbird to the National Quantum Advisory Committee. In December 2022, he appointed Kate Glazebrook of Blackbird to the Industry, Innovation and Science Australia Board. In May 2023, he launched the National Quantum Strategy with Nomad Atomics, a Blackbird-funded company. On 30 April this year, he announced the almost $1 billion in funding for Squantum, a Blackbird-funded company. And Blackbird and the many other investors in this company, of course, greatly benefited. Now, it is on the record that there is a close friendship between the minister's senior advisor, Ellen Broad, and Blackbird's Kate Glazebrook. I have written to the Auditor-General requesting that the Australian National Audit Office undertake an investigation into the Australian government's investment in Squantum, and the Auditor-General has responded that a potential investigation is being considered. But, Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this decision raises many questions, which is why I've called on the Auditor-General to investigate. Why was the much-trumpeted national interest framework, which we've heard about a lot, not used in arriving at this decision? When did the government reach its decision to make this investment? How did the government assess Squantum's claims, including but not limited to Squantum's technology being able to deliver at scale in the timeframe that Squantum claimed? And let's remind Australians what the minister has promised. The minister, when this announcement was made, said this will bring us close to getting that fault-tolerant computer, which by most assessments is 2026, 2027. So mark your calendars, because to see whether the minister's claim that we're going to get this technology, we're going to get this fault-tolerant, error-corrected computer by 26-27 comes to fruition. Because when you speak to most people across the sector, there is deep scepticism that that is going to be achieved. Now, one of the obvious questions here is why is it that this government, if it wanted to invest money in quantum, and let's be clear, quantum is an important field. There's been bipartisan support for quantum and consistent funding of quantum under both sides of politics. But curiously, quantum companies other than Squantum, such as Silicon Quantum Computing from UNSW, Dirac from UNSW, Quantum Brilliance from the Australian National University, Q Control from Sydney University, all of these Australian companies were told by this government that there was no money for quantum. They were directed to the National Reconstruction Fund, which of course has not yet put out $1, and they were told there was no program under which funding could be provided. Why is it that this government, if it was going to fund Quantum at this massive scale, why did it not decide to establish and announce a program to fund investments in quantum companies with publicly announced guidelines, and why not invite any interested company to put forward an application to be assessed against the guidelines? Why was that good process not followed? Why did government officials advise companies other than Quantum prior to the expression of interest that there was no dedicated funding available for Australian companies? Why did the government have such extensive engagement with Quantum prior to the EOI process? Why was this American company in the fast lane for engagement with this minister? Why was that opportunity not given to any Australian company? Why was the expression of interest conducted through the sending of a single email with no follow-up by the department to even ascertain whether the recipients of the email had seen it and opened it? Why were the companies which participated in the expression of interest process not given the same opportunities as Quantum for direct engagement for discussion with Australian government officials and representatives up to and including the Minister for Industry and Science? Why were the companies which participated in the expression of interest process specifically directed as a term of participating that they could not directly approach nor speak with Australian government officials? Was the negative impact on Australian-based quantum companies considered when the decision was taken to allocate funding to this American company? It is clear that the message that the Australian government is sending to international investors is that, having assessed a range of companies, it's chosen not to invest in Australian-based companies. And that is a very curious decision to be taking, which is making it more difficult for Australian companies to go to the private markets and secure funding. Why was such weighting given to the requirement in the expression of interest to deliver the quantum computer at the earliest possible time, rather than considering a weighted assessment of factors like the amount of production in Australia, likelihood for the technology to be approved, and other relevant factors? Isn't it the case that when you look at the expression of interest, as a number of those who participated are reported to have expressed their concerns about, that it was written with a view to giving the money to Quantum because the decision had already been taken? This was nothing but a reverse-engineered sham in which a minister who had been dazzled by the particular technology promises of one particular company took a decision that money was going to be spent, directed his department to reverse-engineer a process to try and construct some kind of veneer of respectability. A Deputy Secretary who advised against this subsequently left the department after being on gardening leave for a considerable period of time. Export Finance Australia was directed to commence work on providing the funding even before the expression of interest had concluded. This was nothing but a sham, and as a consequence, Australian taxpayers have got almost $1 billion of their money put at risk in what is a remarkably speculative venture.
Just ask members to leave quickly and quietly if you're moving on. And I give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. 164 days after this was announced, we finally get an MPI out of the member for Bradfield on this issue. We had about 50 FOIs, the bulk of them out of the member for Bradfield, no questions in question time, no MPIs, and on this final day they've decided to put an MPI on, and he can't even sit here, the member for Bradfield, and hear the response. I mean, this is a classic case of asking all the questions, not listening to the answers, refusing to. And I have to say, I really would love, I would absolutely love, if there was a member of the coalition that could prise that conspiracy tinfoil hat off the member for Bradfield. Because I've got to tell you, it is clouding his perspective.
He keeps trying to retrofit smoke into a gun that never fired a bullet, and he used his whole moment here to make a series of allegations, none of which could stack up. But the worst thing, friends, the worst thing is there are conventions in this place and there are red lines. And there's one in particular: we don't go after the people that work for us. And yet nothing stops the member for Bradfield in a grubby, smear-laden claim suggesting that members of my team had done something inappropriate for people, Madam Deputy Speaker, I regard have the highest integrity and character I've ever had the opportunity to work with. And yet the member for Bradfield will do it. And if that's what the opposition is saying now, that the people who work for them are in the firing line, they should just say it. But I tell you what, it is a poor reflection on the member for Bradfield in the way that he has conducted himself, because I know it's not the standard by which a lot of those opposite operate. So it's this desperate attempt to smear people, find something that doesn't exist in terms of what we are trying to do. And what we are trying to do is very important in terms of investing in one of the most powerful computers on the planet to be based in this country that can be used to benefit our economic and national security, that will create a lot of important jobs in Brisbane, and is a company, and bear this in mind, this is a company that was set up by 2 Queenslanders, trained in Queensland, who left this country because, frankly, under the term of the coalition, they never backed these type of firms. And if they did back them, they gave them small amounts of money to do so. I mean, what is ignored in this debate is the coalition funded silicon quantum computing by Michelle Simmons, and we welcomed that commitment and we backed it as well in our budgets coming into government here. We have backed the development of quantum strategies through the National Quantum Strategy that was released by us, never done before. We have set up a $1 billion critical technology fund in the National Reconstruction Fund and put that money there. And we also did go through a process, a complex legal, technical, commercial, probity process to make the decision about the investment of if we could just get it right please, $500 million out of the Commonwealth, matched by $500 million out of the Queensland Government, of which half, roughly, is a loan that gets repaid, and half is an equity investment which will make double-digit returns for the Commonwealth. I get that the Liberal Party doesn't understand the whole notion of investing in companies, because anything the Commonwealth does under the coalition gets sold off. But we're actually trying to build something here that's important for the economic and national security of the country. That process is not about one person, is not about being able to have a minister or a Prime Minister make the decision. It goes through an expenditure review committee, it goes through National Security Council or committee as well, cabinet processes. It's not the decision of one, it's the decision of many, based on the work of the public service, and done in ways that sort of broadly I say, align with the way that they have made decisions. For example, when they made the investment in silicon quantum computing, they also brought together departmental officials, just like we did, to make the investment. They made an investment, the coalition, in Moderna, $2 billion. $2 billion was made to set up mRNA manufacturing. The only time we criticised it, and I criticised, was how long it was taking in the middle of a pandemic to secure that capability. Now, they conducted a process where they put $2 billion in, and by the way, since you're suddenly big supporter of the Australian industry, why didn't you back CSL, an Australian firm, to do that in Victoria? They never did that, and they never talk about it. Also, while we're at it, because we've had the smear put on us that Labor lobbyists influenced this, the lead negotiator on the Moderna deal just happened to donate $20,000 to the Liberal Party after he did the deal. So you never talk about that, but quite clear, quite happy to smear people when we have gone through a process to make sure that the decision is made properly. And also, I've got to tell you, I am just absolutely loving the member for Bradfield talking to us about proper process. This is a Morrison government minister that signed off on a Leppington land deal that cost the Commonwealth 10 times more than it needed to for land that was in Leppington that, just by the way, happened to be owned by Liberal Party donors. No. And this is a person telling us about probity and integrity and proper process after we subjected this to a lengthy process that also involved the chief scientist, who, by the way, again, just how cute and sneaky the member for Bradfield is, quotes the chief scientist from the Financial Review today, but doesn't mention that the chief scientist did actually go on a process of starting with scepticism, but through her own analysis, doing what a chief scientist does, analyse, assess, check the facts, make a decision with other people, who then said this deal was our Taiwan moment. This was our moment to build capability that will be important for long-term economic and industrial capability. But he didn't quote that today. He just quoted the bits that suited him. And I'm quite happy to acknowledge the chief scientist was sceptical, but I'm happy also to acknowledge that those folks, all of them, arm's length from government, make their own calls and make the advice accordingly, and that's how we act. The problem with the Liberal Party in particular is that they believe that everyone works like them. This government does not. We don't do the coalition donate now, decide later approach on the way that they make decisions on public policy. We make it on the basis that people will give the advice as to whether or not things stack up and whether or not those decisions should be made. We do not act in the way that the Liberal Party does or the coalition does in the way that they make their calls. The amount of hypocrisy, Deputy Speaker, in the way in which this has been approached over time has been completely staggering. And despite all the effort out of the member for Bradfield to, as I say, retrofit smoke into a gun that never fired a bullet in the first place, he has never been able to come up with why this has been bad, why this has been wrong. There are a whole series of questions. He includes, for instance, making a reference to the Australian National Audit Office, which I have said we would welcome if they make that decision. We're quite happy for that level of transparency. We've said that. When the ANAO didn't respond, what did he do? He decided that he would come into Parliament and call for a parliamentary committee. Hasn't brought that on yet, but we will be more than happy with the ANAO to go through it and to assess that deal. And also to take on board quotes from people like someone who was awarded this week one of the PM's prizes for innovation, Andrew Horsley, who set up Quantum Brilliance, one of the firms that was quoted today by the member for Bradfield, who said, "You need these billion-dollar scale investments to help build the critical mass. There's a whole supply chain and set of infrastructure around any activity here that needs to be built up." That's what people in the sector are saying. People in the sector are also receiving record amounts of investment interest that they didn't have before as a result of the spotlight that's been put on our capability. I just want to make this point in closing, Deputy Speaker. We are doing this because we believe that our economy should be strong, modern, future-facing. We need to be able to invest in capability and not be vulnerable to dependencies on others. We want to be in the global front runners in this race. It's important for the country long term. It absolutely is vital in terms of our economic and national interest. We will not play games the way that those opposite do when it comes to these type of vital investments. However, all you will see, smear, innuendo, failure to back up their claims, conspiracy theories galore from those who, when they had the chance to make these, ignored, didn't back them, and also bag out Queenslanders and always claim it's an American company when it's Australians that made this firm what it was.
And I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate the opportunity to contribute on this very important topic. And in doing so, remember that it was about 6 months ago, of course, that the Prime Minister gave that speech, which I think was actually up in Brisbane, outlining this great vision that he had for his policy, A Future Made in Australia. It was on the eve of the budget and, of course, in the theatre of politics, all part of building a great momentum around the purported concept that this government had some exciting new agenda to invest in and develop capability for Australian manufacturing. And as my good friend, the member for Casey, who might be angry with me for stealing a line he's about to use again, but I credit him, as he has said quite cleverly, the first thing that they did under the Future Made in Australia was to invest in the Future Made in America and make a decision to put $1 billion into this American company at the obviously lost opportunity of enormous investment, but that same investment going into local firms and local Australian businesses in the same sector. On the way up, I think, to that speech, he did the solar panel announcement as well, we might remember, and that's been really successful in Newcastle. And the Quantum computing decision that I hear might be being looked at the Auditor-General. And we're very pleased to hear that, and I'm pleased that the Minister has given his permission for the Auditor-General to have a look at it. It's really good of him to do something that's absolutely irrelevant to him whatsoever, because the Auditor-General doesn't need to know that the Minister would welcome having this looked at, or that the Minister's happy for that to happen, because the Auditor-General will look at what the Auditor-General chooses to look at. And as the member for Bradfield has articulated to the chamber, there are very significant grounds which we hope will justify the Auditor-General making a decision to have a look at this. And if the Minister says he's got nothing to fear, well, so be it, but we don't really care whether he does or doesn't have any support or give his permission for the Auditor-General to look at this matter, because hopefully the Auditor-General does look at this matter. Hopefully other integrity bodies are looking very closely at what has happened here in this deal. As I say, when I heard the Prime Minister's announcement back in April around, or it might have been May, pardon me, about a future made in Australia, I had assumed that the announcements that were being made, like the great solar panel one and the Quantum American $1 billion investment one, were actually part of a new policy position that he was announcing, and that was going to be in the budget. And what we've found out ever since the announcement is quite a stark and concerning set of circumstances that led to a $1 billion decision being made in this way. As the member for Bradfield points out, what seems to be very clear here is that this was a captain's pick. This was a decision, a political decision, one that maybe they thought would garner them a little bit of a more significant, successful political coverage than it's turned out to, but this always happens when you do the dodgy. And then they've re-engineered a process to try and make that decision stack up and seem logical and robust after that decision has been made, completely against the principles of what they purported to be about a future made in Australia, not about investing in Australian capability and Australian businesses, not about having a merit-based process where a whole range of people are given the opportunity to bid for taxpayer funds and to compete with each other and have the most meritorious option of government support being chosen. This was an unsolicited process. There was a lot of murkiness that the member for Bradfield has pointed out around links of different people associated with that approach to government, to people in government. Good things for the Auditor-General and maybe other integrity bodies to have a look at, I might add, around how this decision was made. And instead of the great businesses, particularly the great technology businesses of Australia, looking upon this overarching faux made in Australia policy position and agenda of the government and thinking this is something that we can be a part of and this is something that gives us some confidence that our government supports us and backs us and wants us to get ahead, they give $1 billion to an American company. And the confidence of the sector because of that decision is at absolute rock bottom. So we look forward to a number of important inquiries by the appropriate integrity bodies of this nation looking very, very closely at this whole thing because, as the member for Bradfield has pointed out, there are a lot of significant questions to be answered and the minister just had the opportunity to do so and regrettably did not take that opportunity.
Time has expired. Member for Parramatta.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, both of the previous opposition members have warned that they are writing to the Auditor-General on this matter. The Manager of Opposition Business is picking up the pen. He's writing to the Auditor-General. Member for Sturt wants to write to the Auditor-General. There's a lot of letter writing going on, Deputy Speaker. But I hope when they write those letters, I hope that the members opposite mention in their correspondence to the Audit Office and that they tack on an apology for the Community Health and Hospitals program that they presided over. This, members will remember, was the Morrison government program that the Auditor-General found, and I quote, fell short of ethical requirements. This was a waste of $2 billion. And in its scathing report, the Auditor-General found that they had assessed 63 major projects under the scheme. And of those 63 projects, guess how many the Auditor-General found had been assessed properly by the then Morrison government? 2. 2 of those 63 projects. The other 61 missed the mark. In the words of the ANAO, the Department of Health and Aged Care's administration of the Community Health and Hospitals program was ineffective and fell short of ethical requirements. So I hope when the member for Sturt is writing to the Auditor-General, he tacks on a little apology for that program. I also hope that in the member for Bradfield's letter to the Auditor-General, he pops in a quick apology for the Sports Rorts program. Everyone will remember that before the May 2019 election, then Sports Minister Senator Mackenzie and her office funnelled $100 million to coalition electorates. And the Auditor-General found that Senator Mackenzie and her staff used public money to look after their own side's naked self-interest. The ANAO report states that their private judgments were inconsistent with the published guidelines that applicant organisations had carefully obeyed in their own submissions. So, Deputy Speaker, I hope that as they write to the Auditor-General, they remember to tack on apologies for all of the rorts and maladministered programs under their government. Unfortunately, the letter-writing campaign so far hasn't borne fruit. It's an unrequited letter-writing campaign, Deputy Speaker. Not since Christmas time at the playgroup have there been so many letters sent that haven't been returned. It's disappointing, but maybe they'll get a reply someday soon. Deputy Speaker, the biggest problem with their suggestions that the Auditor-General should look into this is that they were the government that tried to gut the ANAO. Through successive budget cuts and budget pauses, the Morrison government tried to cut the funding and reduce the resources of the Auditor-General. And the Auditor-General, in an astounding public remark, an astounding rebuke of the Morrison government, said that the ongoing cuts to his office, and I quote, will continue to reduce the ANAO's capacity to deliver performance audits into the future. Now, the possibility of reducing the number of audits that the ANAO could do was of great concern to the Morrison government. In fact, they wanted to reduce the number of audits that the ANAO could do because they had delivered so many scathing reports about Morrison government programs. They had delivered scathing reports about their health program, about their sports program, about the $30 million of taxpayers' money funnelled to a Liberal donor for Western Sydney Airport land worth no more than $3 million. In report after report, the Morrison government kept the ANAO busy looking into poorly administered and unethical programs that were consistently run by their government. The Labor Party didn't need to write a whole lot of letters to the ANAO to get them to look into these things. They were blatantly obvious that they were rorts, that they were inappropriate uses of public funds, and the Auditor-General was consistently scathing in his review of those programs. So I'm glad that the Liberal Party has refound their love of the Auditor-General. I'm glad they're back in good terms, back in communication, but when they write to him, make sure they include a couple of apologies for all the awful programs that they themselves ran.
Member for Casey.
Deputy Speaker, member for Parramatta, I'll give him credit, very smart man, did not mention Quantum once, did not seek to defend the Minister for Industry once, did not seek to defend the process once, spent his 5 minutes talking about the opposition. And let's be clear, he's been around this place for a long time. He's a very smart man. He knew exactly what he was doing because he knows this process is undefendable. He knows this process cannot be defended. So I understand the member for Parramatta, as he walks out, didn't want to defend it, but it wasn't even just the Minister for Parramatta, the member for Parramatta that didn't want to defend it. The Minister for Industry had 10 minutes to answer the questions that the member for Bradfield put to him, and he didn't. He spent 10 minutes talking about the opposition. But what he did say one thing repeatedly, and I'll quote him. He said it multiple times. This went through a process. Well, the minister's correct, and that's not the charge. The charge is not that it went through a process. The facts are that the process was set up to make sure Quantum won this bid. And late last year, I received a phone call from someone in the quantum industry who was upset for a couple of reasons. They'd been asked to be part of this EOI, and as soon as they read it, they knew the fix was in. And so in November last year in the Federation Chamber, I raised concerns, their concerns, the industry's concerns that the fix was in. And lo and behold, in April of 2024, it came to fruition that Quantum won the contract. So we know it went through a process, Minister, but we know it doesn't stack up. But I also know from speaking to those in the industry about the email that the Quantum ownership sent to venture capitalists in April last year, talking about the agreement that they had with the federal government when they were seeking more funding to bridge the gap as they ran out of capital until the federal government money came in. And the industry are well aware of this email. And so that's something that the minister, and I've spoken about this before, and the minister has never answered about that email because, as I said, this process does not stack up. He also talked about the chief scientist. So let's quote the chief scientist. And in fairness to him, I'll quote the first thing she said. In fairness to the minister, if you let me finish, maybe the member for McEwen could sit in his own seat and let me finish.
Just a moment, please, member for Casey.
Well,
I'm asking you to just take a breather while I get the House in order. It's not fair that you are having interjections, and I want them to stop. And I would like to hear what you've got to say.
And for the record, I was referring to the Minister for Industry. And last time I checked, the Minister for Industry was male. And he talked about how the chief scientist made a quote at the start of the process and at the end of the process. And I said, in fairness to the minister, I'll quote both. So she said, the chief scientist, Cathy Foley, I was also put off by the salesman push and the lack of detail in the information provided and how it was presented. I really dug in and was very negative, giving the company a pretty hard time about this as an investment and where their capability had got to. And she also said, this is a high-risk, high-return venture. And that is what we're talking about. Picking one company as a winner is high risk. It's like going into the casino and putting everything on black. What the minister should have done, what the industry wants, what the industry needs, is a test bed strategy where you look at all quantum. You invest that money in the whole quantum industry. But as we go to the Saturday paper and how they quoted Minister Hughesy, and this is from an industry insider, and I quote, "This is a minister who is a conviction politician who gets very excited and very enthusiastic about big ideas that could potentially change the nation. But the downside is that when this same minister is presented with advice that goes against one of those big ideas, he really loses his mind." And that is what has happened in this situation. Minister Hughesy got dazzled in Silicon Valley when he was over there. He decided that Quantum was the place to go. He was prepared to put it all on black. He did not listen to any advice. Once he'd made his decision, he then set up a process to make sure that that decision was ratified. And when there's $1 billion of taxpayer money being used, you need more than a sham EOI process.
Member for Reid.
Deputy Speaker, and I too would like to quote the Chief Scientist, Cathy Foley, who has done a remarkable job as Australia's chief scientist, and I want to pay tribute to her extraordinary reign. She says of this announcement of Quantum, this investment shows that Australia is serious about its quantum industry development by ensuring we are at the front of the pack in the global race to build the first useful quantum computer. So just wanted to make sure that if we are going to be quoting the chief scientists, like everyone in this chamber seems to be wanting to do, that we also put that quote on the record. And, Deputy Speaker, it is very clear that where a government directs its funding is where it directs its priorities. It shows us what governments prioritise in this place. So with the announcement earlier this year by the Minister for Industry and Science, when he announced the Future Made in Australia policy as well as this investment in Quantum, it clearly demonstrates that we prioritise Australian industry and manufacturing, we prioritise Australian jobs, we prioritise Australian researchers and innovators, and we prioritise Australian scientists. If we are to follow that same logic, what do those opposite prioritise? There are so few policies that they have put up, so it is really difficult to be clear what they do prioritise. So we can only go on the one policy that they have given us, and that is nuclear energy. So they have decided to prioritise nuclear energy, which, according to the Smart Energy Council, they have said this proposal could cost taxpayers up to how many billions? How many billions? $600 billion, and only deliver 3.7% of the energy we require. So on this side of the House, we are backing Australian jobs, Australian manufacturers, Australian scientists. On that side of the House, they are backing a nuclear energy fantasy that could potentially cost taxpayers $600 billion. So you've got to wonder, who are they backing? Are they backing Australian consumers? Unlikely, because the CSIRO has said the most expensive form of energy is nuclear energy. So they're not backing Australian consumers. Are they backing Australian taxpayers? Again, unlikely, because this nuclear fantasy that they have, again, I'm going to repeat the number because it is so ridiculous, but the number for their nuclear energy fantasy is up to $600 billion. And I'm going to steal a quote here from the Griffith University Emeritus Professor Ian Lowe. What they are proposing with their nuclear energy proposal is legally impossible, economically unachievable, and environmentally irresponsible. Can't have put it better myself. So given the mountain of evidence from experts, I'm a bit surprised as to why those opposite continue to back nuclear energy. What I'm not surprised, though, is about their opposition to our investment into Quantum, because it continues their anti-science attitude. They won't back Australian scientists and innovators. They won't back Australian industry. Quantum wants to build the world's first commercial-scale quantum computer in Brisbane and establish its Asia-Pacific headquarters here. It will advance research and education, create industry opportunities, and create a dedicated climate research centre. So, of course, they don't want to back that, because they don't listen to scientists when it comes to climate change. They don't listen to scientists when it comes to their concerns about their nuclear energy proposal. So why would they listen to scientists when it comes to the importance of quantum computing? And quantum computing is going to be essential for the use of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and medical research into the future. But again, this is another example of when we need the opposition to rise to meet the moment, they always fail. When we need them to think big, they can only think small or in the fantasy.
Member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And It's very interesting getting up on this MPI today. It is a matter of public importance because there is a significant quantum of public money at stake, and we're talking about a genuine process of allocating that public money somewhere, somehow, for an outcome that is meaningful. And honestly, I am bewildered but unsurprised that each of those speakers on the other side that have got up today have wanted to talk about everything but Squantum. In fact, they've hardly mentioned the word because, and the member for Reid has clearly got an obsession about nuclear energy, and it's interesting that she talks about that today on a day when the government has itself decided to, we hope, genuinely investigate nuclear energy through a select committee. And so it actually makes me wonder who is afraid of the science when for decades the Labor Party have been telling us to trust the science on climate change, and we have. And now, when presented with potential nuclear energy as a solution, they run the other way. But perhaps it's because of the leadership in this portfolio. I would have thought that the Minister for Industry and Science, having had, as he said, 164 days to prepare an answer to this MPI, would have quite frankly done a bit better than he did. But then again, I'm not surprised because it was in this place in question time where he said, we've got a constant supply of sun and wind that blesses our continent. Now, last time I checked, there's no sun at night time. Is this serious? This is the same guy who is trying to run this process with $1 billion of public funds. And that is why this matter of public importance today deserves to be thoroughly examined. $1 billion, an American company, and quite frankly, a process that absolutely smacks of a predetermined outcome, completely reverse-engineered in order to get one single proponent to be successful. And what we've seen in the last 164 days is an absolutely shameless cover-up by the minister. And I walked in here today thinking, you know, I'm a fair-minded guy. Maybe I'll hear something from this minister that actually puts my mind at ease. Maybe he'll step us through the process, his thoughts. He'll explain exactly how the value for money proposition was contemplated. But no, we get absolutely nothing but bluff and bluster. There was no explanation. And what's interesting to me as a Queenslander is, of course, we've got a partner in crime in this little situation. It's the Queensland state government, because the feds and the Queensland state government are in this for $470 million each. So can I tell you that in addition to my interest federally, as a Queenslander with an upcoming state election, I am very interested as to how the Miles Palaszczuk government have been spending our hard-earned money. And you know what? On the Queensland Treasury website, they are so keen to jump to this sort of link as to where the Australian element is. It says, such a tenuous link. While the company is headquartered in Palo Alto in California, Squantum has deep roots in Australia. Two of its co-founders, CEO Professor Jeremy O'Brien and Chief Architect Professor Terry Rudolph, were both born and raised in Australia. Well, that's absolutely wonderful, but our $1 billion is floating away across the Pacific to 700 Hanson Way, Palo Alto, California 94304. And I just wonder how on earth this Labor government so far today hasn't explained this. Where are we getting value for money from this proposal? And how on earth can any Australian have any faith in the way this government will go about making investment decisions in the future?
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I can't help but feel like the debate today is a debate on science and whether the government accepts science or not. Sometimes people talk about science like it's a religion. It's not a religion, it's about facts, it's about methodology, and it's about doing things that are evidence-based. Guess what? The future is coming, and the future is quantum computing. What I hear from the other side is that they want to be stuck in the dial-up internet era, or like using the brick Nokia phone, where you used to use predictive text. The truth is these were technologies that were groundbreaking at one stage, but they aren't used today. Quantum computing has amazing benefits for society. We are at the precipice of amazing breakthroughs. I'm also really grateful because in Swan I have a supercomputer that is using quantum, which is very, very exciting. With this particular decision, the Albanese government, along with the Queensland government, committed to investing $470 million in equity and loans to build a fault-tolerant quantum computer with Squantum. This is not just a tech upgrade, this is about making computing transformational. It is the future, it is the next big thing in computing, and it is exciting that Australia can be at the forefront of this. We can make it happen, but we need a government that will make this a priority, and that is exactly what this government is doing. This isn't just about making things faster, it's about solving problems that classical computers can't even touch. We're talking about breakthroughs in medicines. We're talking about making strides in artificial intelligence and even tackling climate change. Which reminds me, we are a government that accepts science. We accept the science of climate change. And when the former member was talking about an obsession with nuclear, I don't know, $600 billion? That sounds like a pretty big obsession to me. And using the words of the member for Reid, it is a nuclear fantasy. That's not the kind of fantasies that I have. I have dreams of a net zero emissions world where we have amazing medicines and well-being for all of our society. And Australia is in it to win it. And this deal was a massive milestone, and now the real work starts. And soon we will see why it's so important to invest in quantum technology. It's about securing our future economically and from a national security standpoint. This investment helps Australian industries and researchers get the tools that they need for the coming decades. We didn't jump into this blindly. We did the homework. Our public servants tested the market. They looked at more than 20 companies to find out what could actually be delivered. It was a rigorous process, and this wasn't just about building a computer, and building computers are fun. This is about seeing how many jobs it would create and what benefits it would bring to the Australian economy. And guess what? Squantum came up top. This is a huge opportunity, and it is a chance to lock Australia into the technology frontier and to reshape industries around the world. We've missed out before. Remember, we could have had Intel in the 1990s. We're not missing out this time. This project isn't just about tech. It's about keeping Australian talent. No more brain drain. We want the best and the brightest. We don't want them going to overseas to commercialise ideas. We want them to be doing it here. And this is a part of the reason why this is a part of a suite of policies, such as building a future made in Australia. This project has a chance to build an incredible future for Australia. Now, some people might have doubts. That's fine. Reviews are welcome. Unlike the opposition, we're doing everything out in the open. We're transparent. We're not operating in secret like the former government did. Remember when the former member for Cook appointed himself to secret ministries? That's not how we do things. This process went through rigorous due diligence. The future for Australia is exciting. quantum computing
Time
blocks.
has expired. I give the call to member for Hughes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the 16th of August, Deputy Speaker, on the 18th of August 2022, the Prime Minister said, "The Australian people deserve accountability and transparency, not secrecy." Well, and I certainly agree with the Prime Minister on that point, Deputy Speaker. What we have seen, though, with this recent decision of the Albanese Labor government to invest almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money into an American company raises several serious questions which cast doubt over the deal. And I've been here and heard in this place some suggestions from those on the other side, Deputy Speaker, that for some reason that those on our side are not people of science or don't believe that Australia is really committed to a future around technology and innovation. And I say to those who have spoken on this MPI today, that is precisely what we have been saying on this side, Deputy Speaker, with respect to the whole debate that is underway about the future of our energy supply, for example, which is use the Australian technology that we have already developed in my electorate at Anstow, use that technology that's already been developed and look at how we can use that and innovate that into the future to determine the best way to continue to supply Australians with cheaper and affordable electricity. But I will return, I'll return to the matter at hand. It is the process that has been undertaken by the government on this that is causing those on our side the most difficulty. It's a deal that's been cloaked in secrecy from the beginning, where both Labor and the Minister for Industry and Science have gone to great lengths to avoid scrutiny and transparency, the complete opposite to the thing that the Prime Minister said Australians deserve 2 years ago. And it has followed a terrible process. There have been many details around the commercial arrangement which have still not been disclosed. So this first came into the public domain by the opposition when the funding was announced. Funding was announced on the 30th of April, and then during Senate estimates and through many Freedom of Information requests, and for that I think that the honourable member for Bradfield really needs to be congratulated, reveals that this deal is nothing more than a captain's pick. It's a reverse engineered process designed to benefit Quantum. It's still clear on the available evidence that this investment does not meet the normal standards of contestability, fairness and probity that would be expected from a funding decision of this size. $1 billion, Deputy Speaker, that is a sizable amount of money even in 2024. The Albanese Labor government, though, has chosen to bet a very large amount of money on one particular company, pursuing one particular technology path with the broad field of quantum, a field in which people who have been working for 20 or 30 years cannot say with certainty which of the many paths being explored is likely to achieve a most successful outcome most rapidly. Deputy Speaker, on any view, it will be at least several years and very possibly longer before the technology that is currently being developed is proven to work, if it can be proven to do so at all. And what is particularly troubling, Deputy Speaker, is that so much funding has gone to an American incorporated and based quantum computing company, with a large ownership stake in the company being held by venture capitalists, including American venture capitalists, rather than any of the outstanding Australian-based quantum computing companies and researchers. It would, Deputy Speaker, be a particular tragedy if this decision by the Albanese Labor government to allocate, alongside the Queensland government, almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money to this particular American company ended up making it more difficult for other Australian-based quantum computing companies to compete for and attract global investment, because of a perception that their own government, having surveyed the field, does not believe in them and considers that their work is inferior to the work of this American-based company. Deputy Speaker,
The Prime Minister was right. The Australian people do deserve transparency and accountability, and that is not what happened in this instance.
Time has expired. I'll give the call to member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. At every turn in this parliament, the Coalition have made clear that their priorities for the nation are totally disconnected from the needs and aspirations of everyday Australians. Let's just have a little shopping list here. They oppose action on housing. They oppose action on climate change. They opposed our fairer changes to Scott Morrison's tax cuts. They oppose a future made in Australia and bringing manufacturing back home. They oppose elements of our cost of living relief. They oppose energy rebates and they oppose renewable energy rollout. And here today, with this MPI, they're opposing reasonable action by this government to ensure that we have a competitive and world-leading quantum sector here in Australia. Because quantum computing isn't just the next step in our natural technological evolution, it's a leap into the future. And what have the Coalition done? Instead of embracing it, they've turned their backs on a technology that could create thousands of jobs, drive billions of dollars in investment into Australia, and position Australia where it should be, at the cutting edge of global tech innovation. Let me be clear. When the Coalition opposes quantum and our investment in this technology, they're not just opposing a technology, they're opposing Australian jobs and Australian know-how. They're opposing a brighter future for our tech sector, and they're opposing Australia becoming a world leader in this technology. We should be an economy that does more than crops and rocks. We need to have a diversified economy, and if you look across the world, what sector brings wealth to economies, what sector drives better jobs and better living standards? It is the tech sector. It brings well-paid jobs. It brings flexible working conditions. It builds rewarding careers. And with our investments we have said that we would put into the tech sector, we're saying to them, not only here in Australia but across the world, we want the tech sector, we want quantum technology to be developed here in Australia. With this investment, we've listened to the experts. We've run a rigorous and detailed process that's gone through every angle of scrutiny, economically, technically, commercially, and importantly, in terms of our national security considerations. And what did it conclude? It concluded that investing in quantum is the right decision for our nation. Quantum, co-founded by two brilliant Australians, Jeremy O'Brien and Terry Rudolph, is a globally leading firm in the quantum computing space. And our investments, partnering with the Queensland Government, will mean that this technology will return to Australia and be developed right here. In partnership with the Queensland Government, we've committed $470 million in equity and loans to Quantum. It will mean that Brisbane will soon be home to the Asia-Pacific headquarters of one of the world's most highly valued quantum computing companies. And what does that mean? It means jobs for Queenslanders, it means jobs for the tech sector. And the investment aligns perfectly with our first ever national quantum strategy, which our government announced just 1 year ago. The difference between us and them is that we have a vision for the tech sector and we have a vision for quantum. And Quantum and this investment is a core part of that vision. Since our announcement, understandably, everyone's got a bit excited and they've hit the ground running. They've formed research education partnerships with the Queensland universities, they've opened a research development lab and they've begun building their Australian team. And this week, our government released the advice from the chief scientist, which underscores the importance of this investment in local industries. And this is the kind of future that we want to build as part of the Albanese government. We want to make things here. We want to develop things here. We want to tap into our potential in the tech sector as much as any other. And the rewards, if we get this right, will be transformational, both economically and scientifically. With this investment, we could become a global leader in an industry that will shape the next century, just as others did with semiconductors in the 1970s. If we shy away now, we will miss an opportunity that could never come again. And while the Coalition continue to oppose our vision, continue to oppose investments in jobs and technology on this side of the House, Deputy Speaker, we'll continue to invest in the industries that will make our country richer and safer.
The discussion has now concluded, and I have received messages from the Senate returning the following bills without amendment or requests, namely the Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Bill 2024, Australian Naval Nuclear Power Safety Transitional Provisions Bill 2023, Crimes and Other Legislation Amendment Omnibus No. 1 Bill 2024, and Customs Tariff Amendment Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Expansion Bill 2024 without requests. Informing the House that the Senate has considered message number 457 of the House and concurs with the resolution relating to the appointment of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards. I've also received advice from the Chief Government Whip, the Chief Opposition Whip and the Opposition Whip nominating members to be members of certain committees. I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move a motion for the appointment of members to certain committees.
Leave is granted.
Thank you. Minister.
Speaker, I move that Mr Ted O'Brien, Mr Pitt, Dr M Ryan be appointed as members of the Select Committee on Nuclear Energy, and Mr Chester, Ms Payne, Ms J Ryan, Ms Stanley, Mr Stevens and Mr Wilkie be appointed members of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Parliamentary Standards.
Thank you. I will put that question to the House, that these appointments be made for these two committees. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I'll call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 3, wage justice for early childhood education and care workers, special account bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Moncrief.
Thank you. So the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And in the short time I have left, in continuation of what I was saying earlier before question time on this very important bill, and I'll start off where I left. As I said, we need to respect the professionalism or the professionalisation of the early childhood workforce. After nearly a decade of inaction by the former government, neglect and inaction, I should say, by the former Liberal government, changes are needed. And that's what this bill is doing, to ensure that we have a sustainable early childhood educator workforce, which is important to our nation. Deputy Speaker, as I said, early learning educators do a vital job, making it possible for millions of other Australians to do their job. But most importantly, they're responsible for the education of our children, the next generation of Australians. And I know that a supported and valued workforce is absolutely critical to making early childhood education and care more accessible, more affordable for all Australian families. So, Deputy Speaker, this bill demonstrates the government's absolute commitment to support wage increases in a historically undervalued, mainly female-dominated care sector, and it complements recent workplace relations reforms through the Secure Jobs, Better Pay Act. Deputy Speaker, we know that early childhood educators do a very important job. Some of the most important workers in our country. We entrust our children for the first time when they leave home with their care and their education, and we know that they deserve more than our thanks. They deserve to be paid properly.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, a couple of minutes before the adjournment, might not surprise members to hear that I won't be able to conclude my contribution, but I want to say this. Firstly, of course, the Coalition understands the importance of early childhood educators, childcare workers, and so this increase in their take-home pay is welcomed. I must say, however, that this funding is slated to cease on the 30th of November 2026, so it does beg the question, I think an important question, what happens in year 3, that is after 2026 and beyond? It's a very important question, but in my contribution I want to focus on not this question of what childcare workers are paid, but rather, nor what the government has done around subsidies for parents, but rather the childcare deserts that continue to persist across our country. It might come as a bit of a surprise to some in the gallery that many parts of Australia don't enjoy childcare, don't have the ability for parents to put children in childcare. Much of my electorate is situated in those deserts, and in fact childcare in some of my locations is delivered a half a day, a fortnight out of the boot of a car. That's not good enough, and what I want to see is I want to see the Minister responsible for this important portfolio area focusing some of her attention on addressing the childcare deserts, because it doesn't matter how much you're prepared to pay a childcare worker or how much you subsidise parents, if there are no places...
It is now being
Thank you,
4:30. I propose the question that the House do adjourn. And I give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, in August I had the pleasure of providing work experience for a 15-year-old Hobart Year 10 student named Hannah. During that time I invited Hannah to write about an issue important to her, and this is what she had to say. I'm a 15-year-old Tasmanian, and today I want to speak about how salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour is driving the Maugean skate close to extinction. A couple of months ago I decided to ask Andrew whether I would be able to work in his office for work experience, which my school was organising, as I have always had an interest in politics and have a passion for helping others. During my time on work experience, I learned many things that altered my understanding and respect for politicians. I also had the fortunate opportunity to write this speech, and this topic is something me and many others feel needs to be heard. Salmon aquaculture in Tasmania has expanded quickly, with around 60 leases now across the state. 10 of these are in Macquarie Harbour, a closed-in area with a narrow exit to the ocean. Now, while previously there have been complaints about the environmental impacts of salmon aquaculture by the public, we have been kept in the dark. Only recently have the fatal conditions of Macquarie Harbour been revealed, showing its devastating impact on the Maugean skate. Salmon farming involves the release of fish waste and food into the harbour, resulting in a large reduction of oxygen in the water. This decrease in the oxygen levels where the skate lives has led to their population decreasing by nearly half between 2014 and 2021. So although the Maugean skate, an ancient creature, has thrived in its environment since the age of the dinosaurs, the species is now on the verge of extinction. Indeed, scientists and researchers from Tasmania's Institute of Marine and Antarctic Studies have stated that salmon farming is the primary cause of the decline of the skate's population. However, minimal action has been taken by governments to prevent the inevitable extinction. The federal government has set a goal of zero extinctions, yet we are now only one extreme weather event away from the extinction of the skate, a ray found nowhere else in the world. Yes, there have been various attempts by scientists to reduce the skate's risk of extinction, including pumping oxygen into Macquarie Harbour. However, this is merely a temporary solution that will not bring the harbour back to its full state of health. So it's clear that unless governments take action to stop salmon farming in the harbour, the species will remain endangered and may even become extinct. And if the Tasmanian government won't listen to the scientists, then the federal government must step in. But despite a promise by Minister Plibersek to reconsider federal approvals for salmon farming in Macquarie Harbour last year, the federal government has still not taken any further action. IMAS has since established a breeding program to assist in saving the Maugean skate as a species. Yet, while this project has been promising, the head of the program has said it is early days and only one of many steps needed to save the species. There is overwhelming evidence that salmon farming is the key issue endangering the skates, and yet the government has not taken any action. Why? Maybe it's because we are prioritising the salmon industry and we don't care enough about a species that does not necessarily impact us. But when has it ever been right for our actions as human beings with complex, intelligent minds to wipe out a species that has been around for millions of years, a species that existed long before we did and that has lived in Macquarie Harbour since long before we discovered it? Do we really have the right to ignorance, to turn a blind eye and watch as the Maugean skate becomes extinct, to in fact cause its extinction? Of course not. So please hear me now when I say that immediate political action is essential for the ancient Maugean skate to survive, and that if governments and the salmon industry refuse to act, they will only have themselves to blame. No wonder I now call on the Minister to act in the interests of Tasmanians to save this dying species. So there you go, Speaker. I reckon Hannah nailed it and gave voice to a great many people. Those in the aquaculture industry who would deny that actually do the industry no favours and will ultimately be its downfall. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Today I'd like to speak about a very important visitor to our nation, and that is His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew, leader and head of the Greek Orthodox Church. The visit of His All Holiness is a great honour for us, to our nation, and of course a tremendous historic significance, and also very important to our Greek community here in Australia, all over Australia. He's here to commemorate the 100 years of the establishment of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese here in Australia. 100 years. His All Holiness is based in Istanbul, where the Patriarch of Constantinople has been located since the 4th century AD. His All Holiness is the 270th Archbishop of Constantinople. Patriarch Bartholomew has jurisdiction over different territories, Asia Minor, the diaspora, here in Australia, America, Western Europe, and many other places, and is renowned as the head of the Orthodox Church. His theological focus has been on spiritual revival, orthodoxy, unity and Christian reconciliation, interfaith tolerance and coexistence, and very importantly, protection of the environment and a world united in peace, justice, solidarity and love. Mr Speaker, he's known as the Green Patriarch for his environmental protection statements and is active in interfaith activities, particularly building links with the Catholic Church. Patriarch Bartholomew's last visit to Australia was 28 years ago in 1996 and is remembered by Australia's Greek Orthodox community with great warmth and appreciation. And it was the first ever visit by an ecumenical patriarch to Australia, and I recall that visit because he visited my son's primary school at the time, St George College, and I have a wonderful photograph of him with my 8-year-old son, who's now in his late 30s, sitting in my wall in my electorate office. Mr Speaker, Australia is home to a significant Greek Orthodox community with a population of over 400,000 people across the nation. And this year marks, as I said, the 100 years since the establishment of the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese of Australia. And there are now more than 120 parishes across the country. This visit is a poignant moment for Orthodox Christians across the nation and provides a demonstration of the ongoing ties between their religion, their faith, for many their birthplace, and home of our faith, and the new lives so many have built here in Australia. We know the Greek-Australian community is such a vibrant part of Australia's identity across all parts of our society, through business, politics, the arts, sport and public service. So His All Holiness will spend 2 weeks in Australia, meeting with Greek-Australian communities, Orthodox parishioners, political interfaith leaders and community groups. And I know that the Prime Minister met with him and hosted him last weekend in Sydney, and where the Prime Minister had the opportunity to welcome His All Holiness. And this coming Sunday and this coming week, the Orthodox faithful of Victoria and Melbourne will host the celebration of the Patriarchal Divine Liturgy at the Margaret Court Arena, where there are approximately estimated over 5,000 to 10,000 people that will be in attendance, and a national youth parade at the Keir Arena, in addition to a formal reception for His All Holiness at the Grand Hall in Melbourne. And I know my very good friend, the member for Corwell, Maria Vavakinu, will proudly be in attendance, and I will hope to attend with her if my schedule allows me this weekend. So we look forward to it, to welcoming him. It is a significant event for the Greek community in Australia, but for all the parishioners, and it is the second time that he's visiting Australia. I've had the opportunity to meet him on 3 occasions, as I said, once in Adelaide many years ago in 1996, and twice when I visited Istanbul and went to his office and met with him on 2 occasions. And on both occasions, he was very welcoming. He told me all about his love for Australia and the parishioners in Australia and how much he wanted to visit. Well, the visit has come to fruition, and many Greek Orthodox faith will be joining the services this weekend.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call on Honourable Member for New England.
Mr. Speaker, it is amazing. The world has gone upside down. I want to tell you about my life as a grazier in the New England. Every 2 years, I have to fill out the Livestock Production Assurance Scheme. Now, this is for livestock that could be exposed to sites or sources of unacceptable contamination from persistent chemicals, pathogens, from recycled water or physical contaminants. Now, so basically, we have to fill this out to keep you safe. So if we send you food, we don't hurt you, we don't harm you. And this is one of the questions that we've now got. Question 2.8. Do livestock have access to leaking electrical transformers, capacitors, hydraulic equipment, understand all that, and then comes the clangers. Do they have access to solar panels or wind turbines? So, what else do you want? We've got these photos of frolicking sheep and grazing cattle around what the accreditation form themselves says is toxic. That means we can't sell it to you. That means we actually have to come up. Here's my answers. Yes, no, I'm now aware and making plans to restrict access. So what do we do when a wind turbine, one of these swindle factories, is on our border, blowing what is particles, microplastics, onto our land? What are you going to do about the cadmium and the lead, the heavy metals that are in the solar panels? The own government accreditation, or these accreditation processes require us to move the stock off the area. So this is a stroke of genius, an absolute stroke of genius, that we are subsidising billionaires and multi-billionaires and multinational companies, subsidising them with capacity investment schemes, secret agreements, to come onto the land and turn it into a toxic site. So much so that we can't put stock on it. So, apart from the fact that the government doesn't pay for the rehabilitation and decommissioning, so what happens is they just fall over in the paddock. It costs between $400,000 to $600,000 per tower to pull them down after they built them. And if they've got a structural problem, it's about $1 million. So the value of decommissioning the towers is more than the value of the land. The land has negative value. Apart from the fact that it's intermittent, that means it goes, it stops, it goes, it stops, it goes, it stops. And how would you like your fridge to go like that? It wouldn't be too good for your health. Apart from the fact that no other country on earth has been able to run their economy on intermittent power, we now have the slight problem that they're toxic where they stand. So we are creating a subsidised swathe of the countryside into basically something that you can't graze cattle or sheep on. This is amazing. It's amazing. You know, every country has a time where it does something that is just bat-poo crazy, and this is our time. This is our time. The intermittent power swindle time, where you'll have, you know, the tulip mania of 1637 in Holland. You'll have the South Sea bubble that was about 1720 in England, where they started buying and selling debt, actually using their own shares they hadn't purchased as leverage to buy more shares. The sale of the island of Roon, which is in the Banda Island, where they decided there would be a great idea to exchange it. The Dutch decided to exchange Manhattan Island for it. Another stroke of genius. But, you know, they won't be alone. They won't be alone, because Australia will be able to go forward and in the future and say, yes, and we decided that we were going to power Australia with a windmill. And people will look back and go, oh, that can't be right. So, no, it's true. It's true. They were actually... And why do they do this? I'll tell you why. See, here's the trick before I go. See, this means that billionaires get the capacity to provide you with a vital service, electricity, where you can only buy their product, intermittent power, at their price. Their price. And see, a lot of people in here have fallen for that. And the outcome of this is you get ripped off. You get gypped.
Remind the member in England to direct remarks through the chair. The call to the honourable member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Speaker. We need young people to be engaged in decisions that affect their future. And the Raise Our Voice speechwriting campaign is just the catalyst young people need to do this. It's inspired so many young people in my electorate to raise issues that matter to them, like climate change, creation of green spaces that nurture our wildlife, supporting local manufacturers and infrastructure needs in a rapidly growing region like mine in the seat of Corangamite. The speech by Lucas, a 12-year-old from Warn Ponds, stood out. This is his speech. My name is Lucas. I'm 12 years old and I live in Warn Ponds, Victoria. In 10 years from now, I would like my community to look different. I would like to see 70% of products in the shops be Australian-made. This means there will be more jobs for people. Increasing Australian-made and grown products will help to support farmers, which increases their income and helps them to make improvements on their farms, leads to better quality and fresher food, reduces shipping and transport costs, which lead to less pollution and less use of petrol. These changes aren't hard to make. It could be done by supermarkets and shops buying more Australian products. Thank you, Lucas. Your passion for Australian manufacturing reminds us of the responsibility we all have to be innovative, to build our skills base and invest in a future made in Australia. To make this a reality, the Albanese government has invested $22.7 billion into making more things here, including in renewable energy technologies that will drive Australia's emissions down. And Lucas, many of these technologies will be developed in your backyard. Warn Ponds is home to Deakin University and an amazing, innovative community that's punching well above its weight on the world stage. Our government has invested $50 million into Deakin to develop the Recycling and Clean Energy Commercialisation Hub, a hub that is supporting local business to develop new generation battery technology, carbon fibre and new recycling technologies so that we have less waste in landfill and in our oceans. We understand that a future made in Australia plays a huge role in supporting manufacturers and building our regional renaissance. And just recently, I was joined by the Minister for Industry and Science to announce $1.7 million in funding for LIS Energy to develop next-generation battery technologies. And then, in the weeks that followed, I joined with McLean Family from the GT Recycling to celebrate the now complete expansion of their facilities. The federal and state governments contributed joint funding of $3 million to make the expansion of the factory a reality. The upgrades will boost capacity to sort and process plastics from the industrial and agricultural sectors, with the installation of a second processing line at the facility to recycle 8,000 tonnes of plastics each year. Mr Speaker, these investments are all about driving our economy forward and, in the process, creating new and rewarding work. So again, thank you, Lucas. Your speech reflects an understanding of the value of local manufacturing and the potential it holds for our country's future. It also recognises the need to keep our supermarkets honest, to make sure they look after all Australians, from the fruit grower to the dairy farmers to the consumer. The Albanese government understands this, and that's why we are introducing hefty penalties for supermarkets which deal in dodgy discounts. So in closing, I'd like to thank Lucas and the teachers at Freshwater Creek Steiner School for encouraging so many students to take part in this competition. I'd also like to thank every young person who made a submission. Can I say picking a winner was incredibly difficult. We had so many amazing submissions and so many fresh, awesome ideas from school students and locals as young as 12. I have no doubt that all of your ideas will continue to spark important conversations and influence future decisions. We share your vision for a resilient, self-sufficient Australia, and it's a vision we are proud to stand behind. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn and give the call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The 35th Toowoomba Chamber of Commerce Business Excellence Awards will be held on the 19th of October. That will coincide with the 125th and 1 week anniversary of the Chamber, one of the most important institutions in our region. But, Speaker, I have the form guide for the evening in my hot little hands, and I'm going to go through and, look, just call out the finalists who've done such a great job contributing to our local community. In the tourism section, Globetrotters Travel and Cruise, Magnifico Creative. Speaker, if you think Elvis is dead, Darling Downs Elvis is the best Elvis in the world right now. Reflections on Kubi getting a run, the Empire Theatre and the Toowoomba Fashion Festival. The Ag section, Speaker, we've got Cobright Ag Marketing, Feed Central, GF Oats Australia, who came down here to Canberra and in the National Showcase were selling their goods in Parliament House, and the Farm Shot. Innovation and Technology section, a great section for our region. We've got Feed Central, Feather and Laurie, Joe Wagner Group and Milton and King. If you want to jump online and see the best wallpaper you can get in Australia and now around the world, jump onto the Milton King website. The hospitality section, now this is a good one. The Bone Idol Brewery gets a run first up. Frente are playing there next Friday night. Accidentally Kelly Street and Bizarre Love Triangle will sure to be on that playlist. Gelatissimo Toowoomba, Fritz Pasta and Lily's Artisan, all fantastic, fantastic places. The professional services section is one of the best ones here for 10 employees or less. And increasingly, Speaker, our industry, our economy is driven by services sector. We've got the All-Star Brokers, CDI Pest Management, Finch Legal, Moster Hair, Smith Diesel Fitting and SWQ Training from Harristown. For the 11 employees or more category, Aim Big, Cobright Marketing, some of these ones are getting multiple runs, Speaker. There's such great businesses in our and contributors to our economy. Feather and Laurie Design and Wilsonton State High School. My money's on Wilson State High School in that one. In the retail section, we've got Clever Bugs, Daimler Trucks, based in Toowoomba, Milton and King again, and Speaker, just around the corner from my office, Rylery Jewellery Creations. Now, Speaker, this is one of the ones that matters most, I think, to our community. This is the community and non-for-profit section, and there's a great group of enterprises here. We've got Base Services, Nat and Tiff, who always do such a good job, Hope Horizons, Joe Cap has been magnificent leading that organisation, Momentum Mental Health, Tony's Community Kitchen, member for Deakin, came down and joined me at Tony's just a little while ago, helping out at the food kitchen down there. So great to see them get a run. Toowoomba Hockey Association and the Toowoomba Community Organic Gardens Association, all of whom make a huge contribution to our community. In the industry section, we've got Gears Mining, Harness Energy Services, and talking about visits, Michaelia Cash joined me out in a visit to see what they do, particularly in the oil and gas industry in our region. The Joe Wagner Group, and once again, Milton and King doing a great job. Health and Wellbeing, Speaker. Clarity Consulting Co., Complete Body, Identity Coaching, Momentum Mental Health. I'm going to give a shout out here to Shirley Ann Gardner, who's done a magnificent job, as she has always done for the people of Toowoomba in that role, and Red Sand Sisters. Property, Construction, Development, a huge, huge contributor to our local economy. We've got the Alliance Building and Construction, Electrical Sensations, Feather and Lorry Design, and McAdam and Turnbull Realty. Big shout out to Bronwyn Evans there. In the export section, something we've been very good at in our region, Gears Mining, Milton and King, and my favourite one, Salty Sharks. Just an extraordinary offering, a virtual and interactive aquarium experience, so kids can, in rural areas, can experience something they wouldn't otherwise. Arts and Culture section, we've got the Choral Society, Feather and Lorry Design, Shoebox Theatre Company, and Sterling and Truffles, again, Speaker, who joined you and I down here at the National Showcase, selling their goods in Parliament House. For the best regional business, Feather and Lorry Designs, Feed Central, Gears Mining, and again, Harness Energy Services. I'm putting my money on Harness, but for the big ones now, Speaker, Businesswoman of the Year, Angela Brown, Patria Cumner, Shirley Ann Gardner, Annie Sendell, and Tiff Sparry. I can't pick a winner. Future Leader of the Year, Josh Bamford. Thank you for all your help on employment and training issues, Josh. Dominic Gillespie, Damon Harris-Brennan, and Caitlin McManus. Sole Trader of the Year, Clarity Consulting Co., Clever Bugs, Red Sand Sisters in there again, and Sterling and Truffles. The Speaker, the big one, Micro Business of the Year, All-Star Brokers, Mega Buzz, Riley Jewellery Creations, Smith Diesel Fitting, Karma Collective, and Valley Garage, who I might have to go to and get them to fix my Defender because it no longer works. Speaker, what a great list of contributors to our local economy.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give a call to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I rise to congratulate the Hunter Wetlands Centre, who are celebrating their 40th anniversary this year. The story of this community-run not-for-profit organisation is truly remarkable. In just 40 years, they have successfully converted 45 hectares of old rugby fields and dumping grounds into the vibrant ecosystem that is today recognised as a wetland of national and international importance. The Ramsar listed wetlands are now home to more than 200 bird species, including my favourite, the freckled duck, who, thanks to the Wetland Centre's successful captive breeders program, is no longer on the vulnerable ducks list. Indeed, after 40 years of restoration and over 400,000 plants, the Hunter Wetlands is now an absolute haven for the freckled duck and many of its native wildlife friends, and for Novocastrians who love to visit and experience the joy of nature. The Hunter Wetlands Centre has earned a growing reputation for its excellence in wetland conservation, education and ecotourism. This is all thanks to the exceptional efforts of more than 160 volunteers freely giving their time and expertise to protect and restore our wetlands. Thanks also to the board under the leadership of its chair, Peter Nelson, to the volunteer CEO, Ken Bayliss, who stepped down just last year, and his replacement, James Wilson, the current General Manager. Congratulations and thanks to the entire team at the Hunter Wetlands Centre on this important milestone. Congratulations also to the two outstanding Newcastle sports organisations who have received much-deserved recognition and funding under the Albanese Labor Government's $200 million Play Our Way grant program, which is designed to make sports more welcoming and equitable for women and girls. I was excited to call Anina Jones recently from A Splash of Colour Swimming in Warrabrook to let her know that she was receiving $976,900 in funding. Anina, who put her heart and soul into this program, was overjoyed, indeed speechless to hear the news. A Splash of Colour is a holistic and inclusive swimming program that provides swimming lessons and water confidence to culturally and linguistically diverse women from across Newcastle and the Hunter region. In a culturally safe setting, A Splash of Colour helps women address aquaphobia, learn water safety and gives them the skills skills to enjoy and be safe in the beautiful water and beaches of Newcastle and beyond. The program has supported over 110 women in the past year, and the Labor government's funding will be used to expand the program to reach more women and expanding beyond Newcastle and New South Wales to include the ACT, Queensland and Victoria. And heartfelt congratulations to Girls' Day Out from New Lambton, who received $590,000 in funding. Girls' Day Out is the ultimate come-and-try sport event for girls, including girls with disability. With over 50% of girls aged 11 to 15 years dropping out of sport, Girls' Day Out provides a day for girls to try a range of sports without judgment and with accomplished female athletes to lead the sessions and show them that they too can make anything possible. With this funding, Girls' Day Out will deliver 25 come-and-try events to over 7,000 girls, including 9 disability-specific events. Kristen Ansell was thrilled when I called her to tell her this would all now be possible with the support of funds from the Albanese Labor government. Congratulations to these 2 fabulous sports organisations who are creating positive outcomes for women and girls in Newcastle to enjoy and to thrive in sport. And the Hunter Business Awards are held every year to highlight the contribution that businesses make to our community, our region, across the state and indeed the nation. This year it was a celebration of 127 finalists across 21 categories to recognise the very best in business. Congratulations go to the following winners from my electorate of Newcastle. Home in Place, who won the Outstanding Community Organisation Award. Safi, who won awards for both Excellence in Small Business and Excellence in Sustainability. The Hunter New England Central Coast Primary Health Network, who was awarded Employer of Choice. Out of the Square Media, who won the award for contribution to the region, and to Coast XP, who won the inaugural Outstanding Visitor Experience Award, and Rob Dawson from Mertec, who took out the award for Outstanding Business Leader. These awards also recognise the significant contributions made by Darracon, Orica and Marcia Chapman, the late CEO of Jenny's Place, as well as the former Mayor of Lake Macquarie, Kay Fraser. It was a wonderful night celebrating the very best of Newcastle and the Hunter businesses. Congratulations to all the award winners.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Monday, 4 November 2024 at 10 a.m.
Thank you.